Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Platinum with only one Mr. Mime was a fun and well-paced solo run. Let's follow that up with a fun tag team run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only Nidorans? Alright, you know the drill with this from the Pokemon Red and Fire Red runs with these two, right? Male Nidoran on the left, female Nidoran on the right. The male one has slightly more speed and attack, the female one has more defense and health, but it's not really a huge deal overall. By level up, they learn a decent bit of different moves, but nothing that's too consequential, beyond mostly just that the female one learns Bite at level 30. That's decent for hitting ghosts and stuff early on, but really overall, not a huge difference. Speaking of not a huge difference, by TM, I think they learn literally the exact same move list. Again, it still has some really weird stuff, just like in Gen 1. You can see Thunder and Blizzard on there, but not Fire Blast, weirdly enough. Just kind of feels like it should have both if it has one, you know? But it doesn't. So overall, there's not really too big of a difference between these two, other than some minor move differences through level up, and a little bit of a stats difference. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that I could beat the Pokemon champion, but I'm skeptical about beating Red. Even with two Pokemon, Nidoran might just be too weak. I know we get two of them, but I have no clue how we're going to survive the Espeon at the end. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Nidorans. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits. No items in battle. Only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Also, my throat is like 99% okay now. But now I have a cut in my mouth because I accidentally bit my cheek while I was chewing food earlier, so it's all bad now, and hopefully it won't affect my voiceover. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Cyndaquil with a female Nidoran so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to start with the female Nidoran because it learns Bite, and I figure that I want a Dark move as soon as possible to make the Rival and the Ghost Gym easier. Because of the weird way that IVs work in Gen 2, female Pokemon always have less attack IVs than male ones, so this could be a minor problem, but I think it'll be okay overall. I name her Lorraine, just like last time. Oh, and before anyone jumps on me, I'm not saying Bite is physical. Bite's not physical in this game. I mean, just having lower attack in general could be a problem early, but it probably won't be. Look, it'll be fine. Alright, so early game travel is a little bit slow at first because we're a really weak early game Pokemon. Our base stats are probably lower than some of what we're fighting, but it's overall not too bad once we've leveled up a little bit. In early game, even just having 1 or 2 levels on an opponent is a pretty big deal. Naturally, I rushed for Bellsprout Tower right away. We're poison types, so the Vine Whips really don't do much to us. It's not exactly an easy area because there are some trainers with other Pokemon, but at least I could get some levels to prep for the Flying Gym. So the Flying Gym actually did take a few tries because we're poison type and Pidgey loves spamming Mud Slap. If we miss too much early on, then our accuracy just gets demolished, but on this run, we only got hit by it once, and Pidgeot was just really weak using Gust, so we took it out no problem. Alright, we're on the road again. I made sure to use the TM for Mud Slap right away because I really doubt that we'll be level 30 by the time we get to our rival, and he's got a Ghastly that we can't hit yet. At level 30, we get Bite, and that'll do a great job, but until then, we can just use Mud Slap. The Hiker shouldn't be too much of a problem thanks to Mud Slap, but I could see the Bug Gym being kind of difficult. We resist Bug, so I think Bugsy won't use Fury Cutter, but it can still use Quick Attack, so I figure that's what it'll do. Scyther's a pretty high attack Pokemon, so between the possibility of that and the possibility of Leer, it could take a few tries. Plus, part Flying type, so I can't use Mud Slap. Will we lose? Only one way to find out. Well, the first try was a loss, but it's very much worth showing because I think we don't have to grind for this. Obviously, Metapod and Kakuna were both easy, it's Scyther that's the real threat. So it was using Fury Cutter, much to my surprise. The first 3 do almost nothing, but the 4th one hit pretty hard, and the 5th one finishes us off. Okay, well, if we got 1 miss, then I think we could win. Okay, so I tried the fight 4 more times, and despite him hitting me 5 times with Fury Cutter each time, and it being a 90 accuracy move, he just never missed. On the 4th try though, it didn't matter because we crit scratch twice. It didn't really do much damage, but we only needed it to do a little bit to win, so the second crit probably wasn't even required. Feels good to get a win. The rival right after was so easy that we got crit 3 times in a row and still won the fight. 2 Zubat bites and a Croconaw water gun. That was insane. Alright, so we're back on the road again and there's some moves to get. First, I changed my system clock to Sunday so that we can get the TM for return. And by that I mean I changed the system clock to Sunday, didn't have enough friendship, got a haircut, still didn't have enough friendship, then had to go fight some trainers so that I could finally get it. Anyway, considering how weak our moves are, I'd be insane not to grab return. We won't be using it for probably quite a while though, since it'll be better with the male Nidoran, but only once he has lots of friendship. Speaking of, we can catch our male Nidoran now. There's no natures or anything to look for, so I just catch the first one I see. Now I'm kinda tempted to try and get Blizzard or Thunder from the game corner while I'm here, but honestly, I'd probably go insane playing the slots for that long, so I think I'll just wait until I can afford it later. I'm gonna try and level up the new Nidoran for a little bit, and then try the normal gym. We have double kick, so I figure it won't be too hard. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I also got the TM for Headbutt from the Forest to give to Lorraine so that she'd have a solid normal move as well. It's not as strong as Return, but flinches are nice, and it's better than Scratch, so I'm gonna take what I can get. So when we got to the normal gym, we got super lucky against Clefairy with us critting the first double kick and it missing the first double slap. But Clefairy was never really the threat in the first place. Miltank is the scary one. Right away, I have Lorraine spam Mud Slap until her accuracy is down 6 stages, then I switch into Gargano to spam Leer. We only got 3 in before we fainted, but it did the trick, as Lorraine was able to easily finish it off with double kick right after. I figured the Leers were necessary since it was gonna spam Milk Drink if we tried to whittle her down the normal way. Alright, that means the Ghost Gym is coming up, so I'm trying to get some last minute levels on Lorraine. Once she's level 30, she'll learn Bite, and I figure that that'll borderline sweep the Ghost Gym. I'm sure Mud Slap could do some decent damage to the Ghastlies since they're pretty frail, but Bite is just a lot stronger, even with it using special attack instead of regular attack in this game. Oh yeah, this is the part where I do the sponsorship thing, but I haven't had a sponsorship offer in a while now that wasn't either A, total trash, or B, some kind of like AI service that I absolutely don't want to advertise. So if you want to support the show, then you can check out Patreon. There's nothing special over there, no rewards or anything, it's just a way of supporting the show if you'd like to, totally optional. Let's see how the Ghost Gym goes. Well, the first try started pretty well, with Bite one-shotting Ghastly and Haunter being pretty easy as well, but as soon as Gengar put us to sleep, Dream Eater made incredibly short work of us. That's alright, this is Gen 2. Between the built-in mischance for the AI status affliction moves and Hypnosis having a terrible base accuracy of 55, I can probably just win this in under 5 tries. Okay, so I lost this fight another 12 times due to the worst Hypnosis luck in the universe, so I got a few levels so that I can one-shot the first Haunter, taking out a lot of the RNG. I still lost a few more times due to Hypnosis from Gengar, but we finally got a win after a few. It wasn't a hard fight, Morty just got really, really lucky. Okay, that means we're on the road again, and we have a few gyms coming up. The Fighting Gym, Steel Gym, and Ice Gym. Now the Ice Gym is always easy, and I think us resisting fighting types will make the Fighting Gym somewhat simple. The Steel Gym will be a nightmare. Maybe Double Kick will do well on the Magnemites, since they have low health on our Steel type, but Steelix has way too much defense for Double Kick to do much. I almost wonder if Blizzard would work better. I could have to build up some money off trainers in the Rocket Hideout just to convert coins into Blizzard. I'll try the Fighting and Steel Gyms first though, just to see how it goes. Well, Gargano is a low enough level that he basically does nothing, but Lorraine does pretty well. Problem is, we got unlucky with Primeape hitting 5 times with Furious Swipe, so when we were against Poliwrath, he was able to finish us off with a couple of Surfs when we were incredibly close to making him faint. The worst part is, because of his Mind Reader move, we can't really just wait for Hypnosis to miss. I'm just gonna have to level up Gargano a little bit and then try again. Okay, so I ended up getting a solid 10 levels on Gargano, so he's finally not useless, and it still took quite a few tries to be able to win this. I eventually figured out that if I can get one Leer in on Poliwrath and Lorraine doesn't get hit by Hypnosis, then I can win. But it still took quite a few tries before that actually happened. Sometimes Poliwrath uses Surf, and that's not so bad, but sometimes he uses Mind Reader and Hypnosis, and then the fight is pretty much out the window. It wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, but I'm sure the Steel Gym is going to be a lot worse. So on the first try at the Steel Gym, we got pretty lucky with a critical double kick taking out Magnemite early, but the second one hardly survived and paralyzed us. Thanks to that, we got hit pretty hard with a Thunderbolt before taking it out. Problem is, after that is Steelix, who instantly crits us with an Iron Tail to make us faint. As I sent in Gargano though, we just got one shot with another Iron Tail that didn't crit. Yeah, we're probably not winning this fight for a long time. That means I'm doing the Rocket Hideout early. We really desperately need the levels. I've got an experience share in Gargano to help him catch up while we level Lorray more, since we're for sure gonna need her to be stronger as well. I feel like Mudslap might be what saves us in the Steelix fight, but it's hard to say for sure. Maybe Double Kick will do better if I can get a few Leers in with Gargano first. Then again, it would be easier to do the Leers if I started with Mudslap. I don't know. I think I'm going to have to experiment a lot with this fight to figure out how I'm going to win before I can win. Plus, we'll need some awesome luck with Iron Tail missing. We're really frail. We might not win this one for a long time. Ice Gym should be easy though, so let's do that while we're in town. Yeah, Ice Gym, as expected, very easy. We're not great with Double Kick, but his team isn't great in general, so it doesn't take much to win. I don't really get why Icy Wind is a signature move. It's really not that strong. We're totally not ready for the Steel Gym, though. I'll get a few more levels before I try again. I think I have a few trainers I haven't fought yet. Okay, next try at the Steel Gym. Both Magnemites are one-shots with Double Kick, so now it's just Steelix. On this try, I decided I'd start with Gargano to use Leer, and we lucked out with her using Screech, so we got a second Leer in before getting one shot. I had Lorray spam Mudslap, and although it wasn't doing much, it was doing a lot more than it would without the Leers. Thanks to the accuracy drops, Steelix ended up missing a lot, but as soon as his health dropped into red, Jasmine used a Hyper Potion. I ended up switching to Double Kick as soon as we finished off her accuracy, dealing about double the damage. We actually lucked out and won the fight on the very first attempt after our little bit of grinding. I know Iron Tail isn't the most accurate move in the first place, but it was still very lucky that it missed that much. That means we only have a few fights left before the Elite Four. We have a rival fight in the basement of Radio Tower, a little bit more travel, then the Dragon Gym that I predict will be pretty hard. I know that Thunder Wave has a chance of missing when the AI uses it in Gen 2, but we still need to get lucky enough for that to actually happen. I hope that I can get enough money for Blizzard before the gym. I figure that it might be a must-have. Let's see how the rival fight goes before I go worrying about that too much, though. Okay, so first is Golbat, and he used Confuse Ray, so I switched to Gargano. He doesn't seem to have full friendship because his return isn't really hitting that hard, so we lost about half of our health before Golbat went down. Magnemite was a one-shot with Double Kick, and third was Haunter, who was almost a one-shot with Bite, but then he finished himself off with Curse. Nice. Sneasel was a one-shot with Double Kick, of course, and last was Feraligatr, who wasn't exactly hitting very hard with Water Gun, so we took him out pretty fast. It was easier than I expected. I didn't think Golbat would be the hardest member of his team. That means we're traveling to the Dragon Gym. I figure this is going to be a really hard one. She's got some Dragonairs who love to paralyze us, and then she's got the always terrifying Kingdra. It's got Smokescreen to ruin our accuracy, Surf with the same type attack bonus, and she loves using Hyper Potions to keep it healthy. I could see it being a loss. I'm going to try and convert some of our money into coins to get Blizzard, but we'll see if we actually have enough by the time we get there. If we don't, then I'll try it without Blizzard and see what happens. Alright, now this Dragon Gym really surprised me. This is the first try, and not only did we hit every Blizzard, but they were one-shots on all of the Dragonairs. I kind of thought they might survive with a little bit of health. As Kingdra came out, I had Lorray use Mud Slaps, but we went down really fast. The reason I was doing that, though, is so Gargano would last longer so I could use Horn Drill, and it worked, with the second one hitting for a one-shot. That's a first try at the Dragon Gym. Maybe I should use one of these one-shot moves more often in team runs. It's super useful having it as kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card. It's not reliable, but if I only need to make one Pokemon faint with it, and the fight isn't too luck-based outside of that, then it's a really useful solution. Alright, time for the last rival fight. Sneasel's first, but it's basically useless, so we got hit by Screech and then one-shot it with Double Kick. I keep Gargano in to one-shot Kadabra with Return, but not until after he lets off a Future Sight. It's alright, that move kinda sucks, I'm not worried. As Golbat came out, I switched to Lorray to remove the attack debuff from Screech, just to end up getting confused and hitting ourselves twice. That's when Future Sight shows up and fails. Maybe it's because I don't really use Future Sight very often, but I didn't even know that move could fail. We took out Golbat with Blizzard right after. Magneton was super simple to take out with a few double kicks, and next up was Haunter, who cursed as we were using Bite, so it went down in one turn. Last was Feraligatr, and started really rough with it critting a few slashes to take out Gargano, but thankfully, Luray got a flinch with Headbutt, letting us hit it again for the knockout. I think that flinch is all that saved us in that fight. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. I'm guessing it's from Luray having more stat experience, but she's pretty much just flat out better than Gargano at basically everything other than a very slight difference in attack stat. Obviously, both are still important since they have different moves, but I really do wish that Gargano had a bit more attack than this. It's fine though, I figure they're both gonna have to level up a lot more before we can really beat the Elite Four. Plus, I should probably use some power point-ups on Blizzard, since it's gonna be an absolute lifesaver in the Lance fight. I figure I can get some one-shots with it, and for as inaccurate as it is, it's still way more accurate than Horn Drill. Now it's time to go lose to the Psychic Trainer 1,000 times. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This went exactly how I thought it would. We got confused right away and hit Blizzard for a one-shot. Then Jinx comes in and outspeeds both of our Pokemon to land one-shots as well. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. A Quick Claw would get me the first attack with enough tries, but without a crit, Return isn't getting a one-shot on them. I'm probably gonna have to level up until I'm faster than Jinx, and that's gonna take a long time. I'd use Rare Candies, but this game uses stat experience, and I know for sure that's not maxed out yet. Luray could probably get away with Rare Candies, but there's no way Gargano could, so I'm at least gonna grind Gargano up quite a bit. So I got Luray to level 52 and Gargano to level 55. Much to my surprise, we're already faster than Jinx, so we one-shot it with Return. That's awesome! The grinding really helped the friendship on Gargano. Right away, we crit Slowbro for great damage, but he raised his defense with Curse, so our next hit didn't take him out. He hit an absolutely massive Psychic on us before we finished him off. As the second Xatu came out, we just used Blizzard and ended up one-shotting it. Last was Executor, so I had Gargano hit Return before getting taken out by Psychic, then had Luray finish it off with a single Blizzard. If you want to know how little faith I had in winning this fight, I didn't even deposit my Flying HM Pokemon, because I figured I'd lose for sure. So I guess it's going into the Hall of Fame with us if we win. Oh, and I forgot to use the PowerPoint up. I should use that real quick. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados just used Double Team and Spiderweb, so we didn't take any damage before two-shotting it. And second was Venomoth, who just missed Supersonic, so we took it out quickly. I didn't have a great answer for Fortress, and Double Kick did almost nothing, so I went for Horn Drill a couple of times and quickly took it down. Why did it say it wasn't very effective? It's literally a one-shot move. Seems pretty effective to me. Muck went down in a few hits of Return after it tried Minimize and Sludge Bomb. It's kind of a hard-hitting move. I'm happy that we resist it. Last was Crobat, and it managed to take us to only 5 health before we took it out with a crit. We didn't even have to use Luray in that fight. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. This whole fight was really simple. Most of his team doesn't have a ton of defense, so I could just return my way through it either than using Double Kick on Onix. The Machamp at the end was able to finish off Gargano, but all it took was one Mud Slap to make him miss a ton of Rock Slides for a pretty easy first try. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. First is Umbreon, and we were dealing pretty decent damage with Double Kick. We took a Sand Attack, but our second Double Kick crit, so we took it down before we got hurt. Things quickly go downhill as Vileplume came out though, and survives Blizzard and paralyzes Luray. We then have a super long fight where she's constantly using Moonlight to stay healthy as we're failing to take her out with Blizzard over and over, to the point that we run out of power points. The only reason we took it down with decent health left is because of her hitting herself in confusion. Next was Gengar, and Luray is the only one who can hit it, so I had to keep switching out and switching back to ditch Curse whenever she uses it. I'm actually really surprised we managed to take it down. It's only because Gengar was using Lick and it hardly does anything. We feinted to Destiny Bond, but that didn't matter. Luray was basically doomed at that point anyway. Murkrow did a bit of damage with Feint Attack before going down, and last was Houndoom, but it's faster and Flamethrower did massive damage. We couldn't one-shot it with Return, so we went down on the next round. That was so close. If I just do a little bit better against Vileplume, then I know I could win this. A few tries later, and Vileplume fails his first Stun Spore, so I was able to have a stronger start. We still did get paralyzed shortly after, but this time we had better blizzard luck and took it out without getting hurt. Gengar also used Curse at the same time that we were hitting a bite, and that took it out incredibly fast, so we got to switch before Curse hurt, so the rest of the fight was all pretty simple. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes when you just don't miss 1 or 2 moves. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. First was Water Onix, and it was just using Rain Dance, so although we missed our first Horn Drill, the second one hit for the one-shot. Second was Dragonite, but Blizzard hit for a one-shot. That's a great start. Things don't go as well in the second Dragonite, as we get paralyzed early and ended up losing half of our health before we hit Blizzard to take it out. Next up is Aerodactyl, who also goes down to a Blizzard, but we go down to red health in the process. I switched to Gargano for Charizard and tried for a return, but it was obvious that I was gonna lose if we kept trading shots. So I switched to Horn Drill, and actually hit it to take it out with only 9 health left. Last was his final Dragonite, so I go for Horn Drill knowing it was my only chance, but we miss and got taken out. Lorraine would have been able to win if she wasn't paralyzed, but that gave him the speed advantage to finish her off too. Hey, that was really close. If we could just hit the first 2 Dragonites with Blizzard first, then we wouldn't get paralyzed, and I bet we could win this pretty easily. I'm gonna keep trying. Okay, 6 tries later. This time Blizzard hit both of the first 2 Dragonites first, so they went down without paralyzing us. Aerodactyl even missed a Hyper Beam and went down in 1 Blizzard as well. That Blizzard is not always a one-shot on Aerodactyl, so we lucked out there. Charizard managed to hit 2 huge flamethrowers to take us to only 9 health before we finally hit a Horn Drill to take it out, and last was the final Dragonite. We ended up missing 2 Blizzards in a row, got crit by Outrage to go from full health to only 2, then we hit with our very last power point on Blizzard to get the one-shot, winning the fight. With that win, we go into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gyms are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna have to skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. First though, I made sure to get both leftovers so that both of our Nidorans can heal over time. I figure that's a must-have if we're gonna stand a chance. Alright, well, first try started okay, with Pidgeot sometimes being pretty easy, but Alakazam right after outspeeds and one-shots the whole team. Alright, that's fine. I'll rare candy up a little bit until we're either faster or we survive. I figure being faster is gonna happen first. So at level 68, we still got one shot, but at level 70, we survive. Problem is, we're slightly too weak to one-shot him in return, so we still just go down. Okay, well, I bet in 3 more levels we could solve this. Okay, so at level 73, Pidgeot is much funnier, as it almost always uses Mirror Move, so as long as we use Return with Gargano, we take basically no damage. I guess Blue's Pokemon hate him and have no friendship stat. Anyway, Alakazam still outspeeds us, so things still go just as poorly. Sometimes he uses Reflect and Recover, so that becomes its own nightmare. If I send in Lorraine, then sometimes I can finish it off, but we just go down to Water Onix right after because we're so hurt. I figure that we can be faster than him by level 80 though. Level 75 and things go the same way as before, but thanks to a lucky crit, we got a one-shot on Alakazam. Rhydon was a one-shot with Blizzard and Water Onix right after, finished off Gargano with Hyper Beam, but at least that meant that he had to recharge. Lorraine ended up having a weirdly long fight with him because despite him using Rain Dance, Hydro Pump didn't do nearly as much damage as I was expecting. Between some great flinches and leftover keeping us healthy, we were able to take him down. But pretty much as soon as Arcanine came out, we went down to a couple flamethrowers. I'm surprised we even made it that far. So at level 78, we were still slower and things went the same way, but at level 80, we were finally faster and just one-shot Alakazam. Rhydon is of course still a one-shot with Blizzard, and this time Water Onix doesn't even hurt us, because we just hardly two-shot it with Return. Not only that, but because he made it rain, Arcanine wasn't using Flamethrower. He had to use Extreme Speed, doing much less damage. We took him out pretty fast. Last was Executor, but all he got us with was Leech Seed, so we took him out pretty fast with a few hits of Return. That went great the moment Alakazam wasn't a problem anymore. Now that said, we're on our way to the red fight, and things are gonna be brutal. He only has one Pokemon that's super effective against us, but it's Espeon with Psychic. So I expect it to hit incredibly hard, and there's no way we're one-shotting it. Probably not even at level 100. I figure the winning move there might be to level until we're faster and then rely on Horn Drill, but I really don't like that answer since Horn Drill is probably also how I'm gonna have to beat Snorlax. I mean, it's either that or Mud Slap until it's useless, then we can have a never-ending fight and just hope we don't get paralyzed off Body Slam. We have rare candies, so we can get to level 100 if we keep losing, but I fully expect it to be possible that we don't win at level 100. We don't have awesome moves, but then again, neither do they, and they do have a bad habit of switching the weather a lot instead of fighting back, so that gives us a few free shots. Maybe it'll go better than I expect. Let's find out. Alright, well, on the first try, Pikachu took out about half our health with Thunder, we one-shot him with Return, then Espeon came out and outsped and one-shot our whole team. Alright, well, I kinda saw that coming. Let's keep getting levels and seeing if we can either survive this or when we become faster. Level 83! Nah, things go the exact same. Level 85! Well, we didn't take damage from Pikachu thanks to it using Charm and then missing Thunder, but it didn't matter, we still just got one-shot by Espeon. Level 88! Nope, still got outsped and one-shot by Espeon. Level 92 and we're finally faster than Pikachu, so I don't have to worry about Thunder anymore. Also, in a stunning change of pace, Luray can sometimes survive Psychic with 5 health. It's not even remotely enough to win, but hey, progress. Level 95, there's actually a change in the fight. Gargano is able to survive Psychic now, so we can hit a strong return. We still faint, but Luray is able to tank a hit and finish off Espeon. It doesn't matter much, because we still just go down to Snorlax right after, but this is progress. I'm starting to worry that we won't be faster than Espeon at level 100. Level 100! We are faster than Espeon, but we don't get a one-shot. Sometimes Espeon hits us with a strong Psychic, but on this try she used Reflect, so we two-shot her. We stand a chance here. Right away, we obviously weren't going to do anything to Snorlax with Reflect still up, so I used Horn Drill and instantly hit it for a one-hit KO. This is perfect. Next is Venusaur, and Return was doing basically nothing, probably because Reflect is still up, and it set up Sunny Day. I figure Solar Beam wouldn't do much, but Return wasn't doing much either, so I just went for Horn Drill just in case, and it hit! Problem is, it's Sunny and he's sending out Charizard next. We two-shot it with Return thanks to Reflect wearing off, but Flamethrower hit us really hard. Last is Blastoise, so I sent in Luray to start spamming Mud Slap, thinking that the winning move would be probably ruining its accuracy and then spamming Horn Drill. Thanks to his own weird move choice, though, he really wasn't doing much to Luray. We actually ended up getting all 6 Mud Slaps in, then just use Headbutt until it went down. That went so much better than I was expecting. Once again, Nidoran runs are really fun. I like tag team runs in general, and Nidoran is just such a perfect Pokemon for it. It's a shame you can't really catch him early on in any other Pokemon games, or, you know, I'd do it more, but that's alright. I'm sure there's plenty of other tag runs I can do. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Emerald with one Ghastly. That one is probably gonna be pretty hard. Ghastly is really, really frail. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, outro time. I don't want to talk too much. You can probably tell a little bit from the voiceover. I'm not quite able to, I don't know, project my voice as loud and enunciate as well as I would like to, because I got this cut in my mouth, you know, where I bit my cheek or whatever, and it's still healing up, and I've had a bunch of days now where it's kind of swollen and it's almost closed, and then while I'm eating or while I'm talking or something, it'll get opened back up and hurt a bunch, and then it takes longer to heal. Makes voiceovers really hard to do, makes it hard to talk for long periods of time. So hopefully that'll be healed up really soon. I've been doing saltwater rinses, both for my throat, but also it's good for my mouth. So I'm just trying to get that to heal up. And real soon, I should be able to stream a lot more, which I'm really excited for because, obviously I love streaming. I mostly stream on Twitch, linked in the description of all my videos if you want to go follow me over there. But once in a blue moon, I stream over on YouTube. I got so many plans of things to stream, trust me. Oh, so much I want to do, so many Let's Plays I want to plan out. Who knows, maybe even Pokemon Stadium 2 will happen sometime this year. I'm making no promises. I can promise that Pokemon Stadium 2 will be Let's Played at some point. Genuinely, I have no idea why so many people still bug me about that. Look, if I tell you it's gonna happen, it's going to happen. And if I tell you it's gonna happen when I have time, it's gonna happen when I have time. So, all of you asking for Pokemon Stadium 2, I know you already watched the whole Let's Play of Pokemon Stadium 1. You wouldn't be asking for Pokemon Stadium 2 if you didn't watch it. And I made it very clear in that Pokemon Stadium 2 is gonna happen. So it's gonna happen. What a Geek might not be there for it, because Pokemon Stadium 1 drove him completely insane, and I don't blame him. So I'll have him for other Let's Plays. I think he might come in for that one when we're doing mini games, but probably not for just the Pokemon, like, doing the actual stadiums. But yeah, otherwise, I am definitely doing Pokemon Stadium at some point. Just don't ask me when, because I don't have an answer. I won't have an answer. You can be listening to this in a year and I won't have an answer for you. Either it's out or it's not out. Just wait for it. Believe me, spamming me with messages asking for it doesn't make it happen sooner. It often makes it happen later because I feel less like doing it if everyone's pestering me about it. Let me do it when I got a chance, man. And all the other things you see up on the channel, it's because I get opportunities and I get time and schedules meet up, or it's something I can record on my own. Anyway, I'm really hoping that my voice will be fully healthy soon, and that my mouth will too. My throat is still just a little bit sore, but I'm finally on the tail end of whatever it is that I have. So I'm just very thankful I'm finally recovering. God, it's been a sore throat for almost a month now, but I really feel like I'm on the tail end of this thing. Anyway, I've got to get started on that Ghastly run. I've got to do the first 2 gyms of it today. I'm going to be creating the file and starting it up after this, so I'm probably going to spend the next half an hour loading over and over until I can get a nature that isn't horrible, because I think Ghastly is going to have a good nature if I stand any kind of a chance in that run. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Blue with only version exclusives was a fun team run. Let's follow that up with another team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only normal types? I guess I don't really need to explain what a normal type Pokemon is, but Gen 2 has a lot of them. Good ones, too. The biggest problem we're gonna have is, of course, that we don't get the same type attack bonus on any super effective moves, since normal type just isn't super effective against anything. We can use other types of moves, but we won't be as good with them unless we're a dual type. We don't really have many options in that department. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Obviously, I can win this. I'm just looking forward to playing the run and seeing how low of a level I'll win at. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use normal type Pokemon. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. I guess there's no need for the randomizer on this one, since we can just catch our first 2 normal types on the first route of the game anyway. Right away, I catch Sentret and Hoot Hoot. Now this took a little while, since you can only catch Sentret during the morning or evening, and Hoot Hoot at night, but that's alright. I used the extra time to grind Sentret up just a little bit. Sentret's gonna become Furret. It's kind of like a Gen 2 Raticate. Not crazy strong or anything, but it's a decent normal type Pokemon that learns a few cool moves and is easy to train. Hoot Hoot is going to become Noctowl, and it's kind of a dud in this game, since it's a special attack Pokemon, and the only moves it can learn in this game that uses its special attack are Dream Eater and Thief. Really, we just have it because it's part flying type. I guess I could catch Pidgey and then use Pidgeot instead for a better Pokemon, but when have I ever made things easy on myself? I feel like using Noctowl, so that's who I'm going to use. As soon as we finally had Hoot Hoot, I went ahead and cleared out Bellsprout Tower to level it up. Peck is going to be the strongest flying move we have until we beat the Fighting Gym and get the HM for Fly. So this is the best we've got for ages. Let's hope it's enough. The Flying Gym should be easy, right? Okay, well on the first try, Hoot Hoot was level 11 and Sentret was level 9. Obviously, all we can do is hit each other with our strongest moves. It's early game, so move choice is limited. We were 1 hit away from winning. I bet 1 level would have made us win that fight. Yep, literally 1 level later, and we win pretty easily, actually. Mind you, we did get crit less, but we also crit them less. In early game, 1 or 2 levels can really mean a lot. With that done, we just need to head south through Union Cave to get to the Bug Gym. Now, the Bug Gym itself probably won't be too hard since we have a flying type, and that can probably handle it, but our rival after might be kind of annoying with his ghost type. That said, we can hit it, and it's early enough in the game that I doubt it can take much of a hit. We might have smooth sailing until the normal gym. Hey, you want to know what's crazy about both this run and how long I've been doing YouTube? I first did a normal type only run of this game 12 years ago on this very YouTube channel, and I made a whole Let's Play out of it. Now, mind you, I was only 19 years old back then, and the Let's Play is probably unwatchably bad by today's standards. I wouldn't know, I haven't gone back and rewatched it for fear of cringing myself straight into a coma. But in case you were wondering, yes, I have indeed been doing Pokemon challenges since the dawn of time. If you want to get really technical with it, I remember with Pokemon Stadium 1, when I was a kid, back before Generation 2 of Pokemon had even come out, I was trying to play solo runs with my starter, with the Pokemon Tower in Pokemon Stadium, while using my, I guess it would have been Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Yellow that I would have been doing it with. And that's crazy to think, actually. I've been doing Pokemon challenges in some fashion or another since I was like 9 or 10. Anyway, let's go beat that Bug Gym. The Bug Gym was pretty easy, as expected. Yeah, Peck is a really weak move, but Bugsy's only really good Pokemon is Scyther, and it was using Quick Attack since Fury Cutter could be resisted. Thanks to that, we won real easy. Next is our rival, and this one took a few tries thanks to Zubat confusing us. Now, Hoot Hoot is nearly level 20, and Sentret is still level 10, so our team isn't really any stronger than his, but really, it's his smokescreen that messes us up badly. On this run, though, Hoot Hoot mostly did the fight by himself, with a little bit of help from Sentret. I really do need to grind them up to evolve soon, though. Hey, guess what? We can go catch our next Pokemon now, Stantler. It took forever to find this thing, and 5 Great Balls while it was asleep with red health to catch it, but we finally got one. I love the design of this Pokemon. I don't think I've ever actually used one before, though. I would argue that it's got better stats than Furret or Noctowl, although it can't learn too crazy of moves. I could give it the Headbutt TM, but it's only got 5 more power points than Stomp. So I may as well use Headbutt on Furret instead. I think I'm actually gonna go teach Stantler Flash? Yeah, it can learn that for some reason. I guess because it can hypnotize with its antlers or whatever. It's a pretty tanky Pokemon. It could be useful to send in to ruin the accuracy of something that we otherwise couldn't take down. Oh, actually, that could be super useful for keeping Miltank from using Rollout in the normal gym. Oh, this timing is perfect then. Both Hoot Hoot and Sentret just evolved, so I think I'll grind Stantler up a little bit and then try the normal gym. Alright, time for the normal gym. Right away for Clefairy, I just spammed Peck with Noctowl and got pretty lucky because she only hit us with Double Slap once. I mean, the Double Slap hit multiple times, but she only used it and hit once. You know what I mean by that. Second is Miltank, the real threat. She started her rollout right away, but we shut it down pretty fast by hitting Flash a few times. Stantler still went down quickly, but we got 3 flashes in, so that's alright. I sent in Noctowl, but Miltank was smart and used Attract right away. Our pecks were hardly doing anything, so we didn't last long. Man, she just wasn't missing. Last is Furret, so I just kept going for Headbutt, but quickly she started using Milk Drink to massively out-heal us, so I was worried. I figured we were doomed as I kept headbutting and she kept healing, and she was getting the occasional hit in to nearly take us out, when suddenly she just stopped using Milk Drink. So we won. Well, she gave up on that fight. With that incredibly close fight done, we get access to 2 new Pokemon, Tauros and Miltank. These are both fantastic Pokemon. Both are fast, Tauros hits real hard, and Miltank is super tanky. Plus, it has Milk Drink, so we have a healing move on the team. They can both learn a ton of TM moves that frankly make no sense, like Blizzard and Thunder, so we could get some use out of that, I suppose. In fact, I should go buy the TMs for Thunder Punch right away, since Miltank can learn that for some reason. Hey, Ghost Gym should be easy, right? I mean, it's not like they can hit us with Shadow Ball. Nah, it turns out it's really hard, actually. See, only Miltank and Noctowl can hit them right now, and neither of them do much damage. They can't use Shadow Ball, but instead what they do is Hypnosis all the time. Getting put to sleep is pretty much a death sentence because of them using Dream Eater to heal back up. So I'll have to change something. Maybe I'll give Dig to Furret. Let's see if that does the trick. Yeah, that did the trick. I'm really thankful it did too, because most of our team can learn Earthquake, but this is the only one who can learn Dig. Abilities weren't a thing until Gen 3, so Dig hits his entire team and makes pretty short work of them. That means we're on the road, but the next couple of fights are going to be brutal. There's the Fighting Gym in a run where we're using normal types, and then there's the Steel Gym in a run where our special attack of our entire team sucks. So we can learn stuff like Surf or Fire Punch to help, but none of our team is any good with those moves. I probably will have to use Fire Punch though. I don't really see us just brute forcing the fight with what we have. Let's do the Fighting Gym first, just to see how it goes. So first is Primeape, and although it's not that tough, he did manage to take out most of Noctowl's health with Karate Chop before we could take it down. Because of that, Poliwrath was able to quickly finish it off, so I had to use Miltank instead. Right away we crit a Stomp that caused a flinch, then got another Stomp in to really damage him before we got one shot. Then I sent in Furt to hit a Headbutt, got another flinch, then finished him off for the win. Man, that was lucky. I know Dynamic Punch misses a lot, so we didn't need all of those flinches, but ooh, they might have saved us. Next is the Steel Gym, and this one is just brutal. The Magnemites are both one-shots with Dig, it's the Steelix that's the real problem. It's not that it's completely impossible to take down, but we do almost no damage. Fire Punch is super effective, but our special attack is almost nothing. And Dig is super effective, but Steelix has crazy defense, so we are hardly doing anything with any of our moves. What we need is to hit Flash so that Iron Tail misses more, but we need a lot of misses before we could win. This was the luckiest attempt I had, and I think I was one hit away from winning. I'm gonna grind up a little bit, and then come back. Okay, after catching some of the lower level members of the team up to near the early 20s, and getting a few levels on Furt and Miltank, we're back. This time not only do I get a Flash in to lower accuracy, but we also hit Tail Whip twice with Tauros. The battle is still pretty difficult, and it's very easy to faint due to bad luck with Iron Tail, especially if they drop your defense. But this strategy did manage to get us a win. So I guess we're on the move again. I spent most of the Rocket Hideout just leveling up Tauros because it feels like it's on the verge of becoming strong enough to start sweeping trainer Pokemon with strength. I figure that it's probably going to be strong enough to take out the Ice Gym on its own, but I really think that we could have smooth sailing until the Dragon Gym. That's gonna be a mess though, just because they're strong and have Thunder Wave. We have a few Pokemon who can learn Ice Punch, but none of them are very good with it. So some Pokemon would really be doing more damage with normal moves anyway. Yup, as expected, super easy. Haven't we only ever fainted in the Ice Gym in like 2 or 3 gold runs? I feel like this gym being difficult is incredibly rare. It's always so weird when there's a gym that's noticeably easier than the ones that came before it. Like the multiple gyms before it. I guess Gen 5's Ice Gym is kind of like that too though, isn't it? That places us in the Radio Tower, and that means that we're only one major fight away from getting our 6th Pokemon for the team. I don't want to say for sure that it'll be our last Pokemon, because I have one in mind that I'm probably going to pick up in Kanto. I just don't know who I'm replacing yet. I can't really see the next rival fight being a serious issue since he doesn't have any strong fighting moves, so I figure this place should be a breeze. Well, the rival fight was easy, but I think this really highlights just how bad the special attack of our team is. It seems like the elemental punches are only really worth using if the opponent both is weak to it and has terrible special defense, because otherwise just hitting a normal move that's decent usually does more damage. And although I guess the punches still have the added benefit of status afflictions, it doesn't always kick in. Well, whatever. We're actually just about to go get a Pokemon with noticeably better special attack than the rest of our team. It's not awesome special attack, but it's decent. I'm sure you guys saw this one coming. I caught a Teddiursa. I mean, how could I not, right? You saw how good this thing was in my Teddiursa solo run. And you saw how incredible it was when it evolves in the Gold Exclusives run. It's easily one of the best normal types in the game. I'd be crazy to pass this thing up. Now, I'm gonna teach it Ice Punch and evolve it so that we can get ready for the Dragon Gym. But Ursaring usually ends up being better with Slash than Elemental Punches most of the time. So the winning move might be to throw our whole team at him and see what happens. Ice Punch might be more useful later against Lance, where he's got Pokemon who are double weak to Ice. I'll get some grinding in and then give it a try. Time for the Dragon Gym. My goal was to brute force down the Dragonaires with Tauros and then throw the rest of the team at Kingdra and eventually win. Now, Tauros wasn't able to one-shot the Dragonaires, so we did get paralyzed and only managed to take down the first 2 of them, but that's alright. Furt took out the 3rd one, although he got paralyzed and lost most of his health trying. What really shocked me was that I thought I'd throw my whole team at Kingdra, but we ended up beating it pretty easily with Miltank alone. If she just spammed Surf, then we would have fainted very early. But she didn't, so we won. We're on the road to the end of the game. All we have is a normally easy rival fight before the Elite Four, but some of our team is still in their early level 20s. What's the starting level for the Gen 4 Elite Four? 40? I think Lance's Pokemon go up to like 55? Yeah, I can't see us getting very far without our team at least in the level 30s. That can wait until after the rival fight though. Well, it's not going to be waiting for long because this fight was a breeze, and that's with us not even having our full team thanks to needing HM Pokemon to get here. I guess he hurt Furret pretty badly, but that's alright, we didn't faint at all. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Okay, well, some of our members are pretty good, and I wouldn't say that any of our Pokemon are straight up bad, but some are really underleveled, so we had to get them to level 30 as a minimum. I'm sure 30 is still too low, but we have a whole team, so who knows. There isn't really a whole lot I want to change about their movesets, considering most of the type coverage that I could get are special moves, and none of our team is particularly good with those. I did get the TM for Earthquake, though, since half of our team can learn it. I taught it to Tauros. I figured it could make the best use of the coverage. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. It basically goes exactly how I thought it would. The Xatu at the start does some crazy damage with Psychic, but is a little frail, and the Jinx right after is very frail and takes a ton of damage, but as soon as we get to the tankier Pokemon like Slowbro, we really fall apart. We've got no answer for it because our Thunder Punches hardly do anything, and just brute forcing it with normal moves doesn't do much either, especially once he starts building his defense with Curse. Well, I knew I was way too low of a level anyway. Let's catch the team up a little bit and then try some more. Alright, a few tries later. The first Xatu just confuses us, but on a good run like this one, we just hit Strength twice to take it out, and then switch as Jinx comes out. Ursaring had a lucky start as Jinx missed Lovely Kiss and then went for Double Slap to hardly hurt us instead, so we got 2 scratches in for great damage. But then we finally got put to sleep. After missing a Double Slap, she decided to be smart and just use Psychic twice to easily knock us out, so I had to send in Tauros to take her down. Not a great start. Executor managed to Leech Seed us and land a Psychic for huge damage, but we took it out. I don't like how hurt Tauros is, though. For Slowbro, I just keep brute forcing it with Strength, but Leech Seed heals him a bit, and he hits Psychic, so I just switched to Miltank to spam Stomp. We had to switch to Thunder Punch, though, because he was spamming Curse to buff his defense. We nearly went down to Psychic before we took him out. Last is his final Xatu, and right away he confuses Furret, and we hit ourselves. Really not a good sign. It looks like we have a speed tie though, because at the start of the next round, we hit ourselves before he dropped us to 1 health with Psychic. Then he quick attacked to take us out. Well, that was useless. Out to Noctowl, and for the first time in recorded history, a Xatu used Future Sight while I was in the air and timed it properly. So I got knocked out by it when I landed. That was actually brilliant. The AI never does that. I can't even be mad. I sent in our damaged Miltank as he used a Max Potion, and we landed a hit for some damage but went down to Psychic. All we have left is our underleveled Stantler. We got hit by Psychic, lost most of our health, then landed a Stomp that finished him off. That was our last Pokemon and our last 35 points of health. What an incredibly close fight. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Now this one was really simple by contrast. Most of his Pokemon like to use little tricks and abilities, whereas most of my Pokemon just hit really hard. The only Pokemon on his team that put us in any real danger was Crobat at the end, and all it did was get Ursaring to half health. We still had a full team as backup just in case. Third is the fighting trainer Bruno. This one is mostly an easy fight thanks to his Hitmontop going down to an Earthquake while he's underground, and both Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee having terrible defense. Mind you, Hitmonlee got very lucky with his swagger, although it's hilarious seeing him try to high jump kick while we're in the air. We did manage to use Fly once, but we missed, so it didn't matter. But the reason why we can't win this fight seems to just be that Machamp one-shots literally the entire team with Cross Chop. Even when I use Flash, he still hits us nearly every time. And he's got Vital Throw, so he can't actually have his accuracy lowered to the point that he's useless. Vital Throw doesn't miss. So I think I just have to try a handful more times and I might be able to get this to work. Alright, never mind, I'm gonna have to level up more for sure. It's alright, that's what rare candies are made for. But yeah, as you can see, even if we have decent cross-chop luck, he has a max potion and he always uses it because nothing can hit him hard enough to actually reliably get him past the point where he'd heal. I guess we're quite a bit lower level than him though. Let's get our team up to level 40. The team is now level 40, and this one was so agonizing that you have to see it. Everything is consistent leading up to Machamp at this point, so this is where we're starting. So on this run, we finally lucked out with a cross chop missing after Flash. But our second Flash misses, so we only got one in. Whatever, that's how it usually goes. Ursaring got one shot before it could hit Machamp, so I sent in Miltank pretty quick. It started lucky with a critical stomp messing him up so bad and he kept missing cross chops. But then he used a max potion to heal. The thing is, he failed every move, so we took him out. You'd think that means we win, right? I mean, all he has left is one Onix and we have 3 Pokemon. It can't be that hard, right? Well, the entire rest of the fight is me slowly, one by one, getting taken down by this invincible Onix. The only super effective move that we have on any of our Pokemon who hasn't fainted is Dig, but we can't use that because Onix has Earthquake and it'll catch us while we're underground. By the time that Noctowl was out and we finally had Onix in red health, we just went down to Rock Slides. It took more than half of the fight just to lose to that Onix. It was so close, though. I am absolutely convinced that I can beat this if I just do some slight strategy changes. Give me a little while to figure this out, I can make it work. Okay, so I kept trying more, this time beating Hitmonchan with Noctowl so that Onix would come out before Machamp. This is important because it means that Ursaring can take Onix down very easily early with Ice Punch, so that we don't have the nightmare of having to deal with it after Ursaring's fainted. The overall strategy for taking down Machamp is the same though. Use Flash as much as we can, hope Cross Chop misses a lot, and then throw the entire team at him for Brute Force. This time though, it works pretty well with us having a few members of the team left by the time he finally goes down. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. This was a pretty easy one though, where we had some solid answers for her whole team. A lot of them just can't really handle a strong physical attacker, and if there's anything that we do have, it's strong physical attackers. The only time one of our Pokemon actually fainted was from Houndoom at the end, and we were never in any actual danger of losing the whole fight. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. First is Water Onix, so Thunder Punch is definitely the way to go, although it does less than you'd hope. Thankfully, on the first try, we paralyzed him, he made it rain, but then he was fully paralyzed, so we took him out without getting hurt. Awesome start. For the first Dragonite, we used Ursaring. Ice Punch did pretty solid damage, so we could get a 2-shot, but we lost most of our health to Hyper Beam in the process. The next Dragonite took us out right away, so with no ice moves left, I just sent in Miltank to stomp it. We weren't doing a ton, though. We got lucky with a missing Blizzard a few times, but we got paralyzed eventually. We took him out after his 3rd missed Blizzard, so that was pretty funny, but I wouldn't say that we're in good shape. I sent in Tauros to deal with Aerodactyl, and we literally just got outsped in one shot by Hyper Beam. I see how this is gonna go. I ended up having to throw both Miltank and Furt at it to land as many hits as I could before he destroyed us. Tauros, Miltank, and Furt all went down. It wasn't until Stantler that I could finish it. Next is Charizard, who nearly one-shot Stantler, so all we got in was a stomp. And last is Noctowl, who went down very quickly. Ouch. Alright, 5 more levels on the team, and let's keep trying. Okay, a few tries later. Water Onix does hit us with Surf for solid damage thanks to the rain, but we still take it out at about the same speed as before. And for the first Dragonite, we go for a 2-shot with Ice Punch like last time. He actually failed Thunder Wave, then hit a Hyper Beam, so we didn't get paralyzed before taking him down. The second Dragonite takes us down with a Hyper Beam though, so I had to send in Tauros to brute force it with Strength. We almost took it out without getting hit, but ended up getting paralyzed. Losing 2 turns in a row, he missed a Hyper Beam, then we took him out. Aerodactyl is next, so I tanked Hyper Beam, hardly survived, hit 2 strengths that did way more damage than I was expecting, then sent in Stantler to finish it off while he was still recharging his Hyper Beams. We got Hyper Beamed, but we did at least hold on. Second from last is Charizard, who took out Stantler quickly, but ended up going down to Furret of all things because we got a flinch to score an extra hit. Last is his Dragonite, so I started with Furret to soften him up, and it worked great as the first headbutt crit. We went down, but sent in Noctowl to keep whittling away at him. Reflect, Fly, and his own Confusion from Outrage were a great combo. I figured this might take a while, when a critical Fly took him out early. What a win. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the postgame, including 8 gym battles and a secret final fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna go ahead and skip to the next real challenge, Blue. Oh, but there's actually a Pokemon for sure worth picking up, and I think most of you can already guess, Snorlax. Usually I catch him on gold team runs so that I can get the extra set of leftovers, but we're just gonna straight up use him this time. Why not, right? It's easily one of the best normal types in the entire game. This means we have 2 sets of leftovers total, so I'm feeling confident. Right away, Pidgeot is out, but it just doesn't stand a chance against our fresh Snorlax that I pretty much just caught. He did mirror move a body slam on us, and I was paranoid I'd get paralyzed, but we're okay, we took him out. And in fairness, we had rest, so it might not have been a crisis. Alakazam is hardly able to hurt us and went down in 1 body slam, and next is Rhydon, so I sent in Ursaring to take it out in a few ice punches. We actually didn't even get hurt because we froze him right away. For Water Onix, I decided that the Thunder Punch wasn't really awesome last time, so I just used Snorlax with Body Slam. He nearly went down to a Hyper Beam early on, but we managed to make him faint while he was recharging. The moment Exeggutor came out, I used Rest to fully heal back up. His Solar Beam did solid damage to us, but we have Snore, so we're not totally defenseless while we sleep. It may not do much damage, but it's better than nothing. He just kept using Solar Beam, really not that efficient of a move. It was a long fight because he healed back up with a full restore, but of course his Exeggutor could never take down my Snorlax. At least without Leech Seed, and I doubt he has it or he'd have used it. I mean, I think he'd have used it at least. I know that I would have if I was in his shoes. Leech Seed on Snorlax is incredible. Last is Arcanine, but once again, we can use Rest, Snore, and Body Slam when we're awake. We have to be extra careful in this fight because he is hitting us extra hard. But we pretty much did the vast majority of this fight on a single Snorlax that I caught less than an hour before the fight. I feel so much better with this thing on the team. With that done, we're on our way to the Red fight. Now, we're obviously not ready yet because Red's team is level 73 to 81, and most of our team is like in the level 40s, so I'm gonna have to level them up. I decided I'd rare candy them all the way up to level 60, so it's a lot lower than Red's team. I think we do stand a chance though. It is quite a bit lower than his team, but his team kind of has bad stats considering how high their level is, so we'll see. I actually kind of feel good about this. So right away we use our Tauros that's 21 levels lower than his Pikachu to one-shot him with Earthquake. It always surprises me just how bad Red's Pikachu is in this game. That is shocking. Second is Espeon, and our first strength did awesome damage, but then he used Reflect. Thanks to that, he got to hit us with a Psychic that nearly one-shot us before we took him out. Good thing Tauros has leftovers to heal with a little bit. Out to Ursaring as his Snorlax comes out so that I can spam Slash, and right away, a critical Slash took out about half of his health. That was more than I thought it would. Unfortunately, we got a Paralyze on the first Body Slam, so we were an easy 2-shot. Out to Tauros, and we got a Strengthen before going down. It was looking rough, but our Snorlax, that's literally 15 levels lower than his, outsped him and took him out. Red is just an awful trainer, apparently. I don't know how else my pretty much freshly caught Snorlax that's 15 levels lower than his is actually faster. This is before natures were a thing too, so it's not like he's got a bad speed nature and I've got a good speed nature. His Snorlax just kinda sucks. Next is Venusaur, who we instantly put to sleep and start using Fly against. The first one crit for really great damage, the second one brought him to a sliver, then we used Confusion to finish it off. He never woke up. For Blastoise, I sent in Snorlax to slam him down while he made it rain. We not only crit on the first hit, but also paralyzed him. He still hit Surf for honestly incredible damage, but of course we could slam him after to take him down. Last is Charizard, so I kept Snorlax in, knowing that he's our tankiest. It's still raining from the Blastoise fight, so Charizard goes for Wing Attack instead of Flamethrower. It does a lot more damage than I was expecting, but he blows it on round 2 by going for a super weak Fire Spin. It crit and still did almost nothing. He was doomed. Our rollout built up fast, we crit, and he went down, giving us the win. I have to say, these type exclusive runs are really fun. Yeah, we get to use some super strong Pokemon, but that's part of the fun of the run, using Pokemon that we don't normally use. I hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, with Pokemon Emerald with only one Relicanth. Relicanth? I think I'm saying that right. I've never said that one out loud before. A Pokemon so rare in Emerald that I've never caught one in my life. So I'm looking forward to trying it out. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, outro time. Oh man, I have so much to do this week, so many plans, so much to do for all of April, really. It is, what day is it when I'm recording this? It is April 4th, the day that I am recording this voiceover, although I know that you guys won't be hearing me until probably a week after this, slightly more than a full week after April 4th, in fact. A week and 3 or 4 days, something like that. I guess it depends on if you're one of the people who follow me on Twitter and get the link early. Ooh, isn't that exciting? Some of you don't even know that I do that I just tweet out the video whenever it's done so you can all watch it early for fun. I guess you'll know that if you listen to the outros, though, and my analytics tell me most people don't. So it's just a little gift for those of you who are in the know, those of you who listen. But yeah, I am so packed for like all of April, just so much going on around the house and everything, but then things should ease up a little bit after that, so I'm very excited to have more time to do more stuff. You know, I was starting to stream Bannerlord a while ago, I want to do more of that. I want to do more WWF WrestleMania 2000 on the N64 as Midian. That's been really, really fun. I want to get back to that, had a lot of demands for that. Oh my god, Wrestling Empire, there's so many things that I need to get back to, and that I'm so excited to do. But I really got to get on top of some home stuff and some Pokemon Challenge stuff first. And I might even have some Pokemon Let's Play type stuff planned. I got some ideas bouncing around, trust me. I have a big page where I plan everything out year by year by year. I have plans that go back 10 years that'll happen one day. You know, when I have the time and the energy and the moment is just right, it'll happen. So I am quite excited to get some of that stuff done for you. But until then, I gotta motor and get this video edited and get some more food in me and get walking around, and there is so much to do. So I should get on top of that. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Emerald with only one Kecleon was really fun, but we need to get back to the brutal ones. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Chansey? Chansey is a weird one and almost as lopsided as it gets. Her health is absolutely insane, but her attack and defense are just rock bottom. Although her special attack is much higher than her regular attack, it's still abysmal, and her special defense is leagues better than her regular defense. Moveset-wise, she can learn a lot of solid moves, both by level up and TM, but they're almost all physical moves, so you can expect us to be doing horrible damage most of the run. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think I can win or not. I'm confident that I can beat the Elite Four, but I doubt that I can really get past Red's Snorlax. Also, anytime I fight something with Leech Seed, it's gonna be an awful fight. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use one Chansey. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Cyndaquil with Chansey so that we can do the whole run with her. I name mine Subscribe. Don't really feel the need to explain why on that one. We start with Pound and Growl, so nothing special. Super low attack and defense, but a whopping 40 health. For level 5, that's pretty crazy. Even with Pound being normal, so we have 50% more power, our attack is abysmal. This level 4 Pidgey almost took me out, and it's only the second wild encounter that I ran into. At this low of a level, the bad defense is worse than the good health is good. Like, seriously, it takes 3 hits to beat a Caterpie half my level. This is gonna be a rough start. Our first rival fight goes about as well as it can with a reasonably safe victory due to our high health, but in our 2 level ups, we've gained no attack points. We really need to get to Bellsprout Tower for some easy levels. We have a good time leveling there because in Gen 2, all grass moves are special, so between our solid special defense and our amazing health, they can hardly hurt us. Flying Gym time in this is always an easy one, but it could have been really bad. They never used Mud Slap on me even though they had all the chances in the world. Against his Pidgeotto, I had to use a handful of Tail Whips to actually lower his defense, and Soft Boiled to heal up as he spammed Gust. He could have just ruined my accuracy with Mud Slap and made it a battle of attrition, but instead, he stuck to Gust and I eventually got the victory. That was strange. Union Cave is usually a place I don't even bother bringing up, but it was brutal in this run because there's some rock trainers in there. It took me 2 minutes to beat an Onix because even with 6 Tail Whips, Pound did just about nothing. Anyway, I move on to the rival fight and... oh. Alright, I can't hit ghosts. Level up move list? Nope, nothing there. TM move list? Really? Just Mud Slap at this part of the game. Alright, I decide to do the Bug Gym first for levels. Metapod goes well, and Kakuna surprisingly didn't poison me, but I just couldn't beat Scyther because of Fury Cutter building power. The worst part is that I can't just go learn Mud Slap now to ruin his accuracy since he's part flying. Ground doesn't work on him. I've got no choice, I'm just gonna have to grind. Grinding here is absolutely horrible. I deal almost no damage, so not only do I need to take out a ton of enemies just to level, but each individual fight takes far longer than it should. I'm lucky that Chansey requires less experience to level up than most Pokemon, because this grind is bad enough as is. Eventually, I hit level 23 and replace Growl with Minimize, a move that raises our evasion like Double Team. Now we can beat Scyther. I get back in there, build up my evasion on Metapod, and very slowly beat Bugsy's whole team. That was much harder than it needed to be. Now it's rival time. Mud Slap does pretty low damage to Ghastly, but it's lowering his accuracy, and Hypnosis is already a low accuracy move in the first place, so we take it out without getting hit. Second is Zubat. Pound doesn't do much and I get confused, so I'm hitting myself early. At least he isn't stealing much health with Leech Life. By the time he goes down, I've hardly been hurt, so it's not that bad. Last is Croconaw, I Mud Slap for safety. He gets a few hits on me in spite of the low accuracy, but I was never in danger. I'm really happy that that actually turned out well. One last battle before the game opens up, and it's Whitney's normal gym. Right away, Clefairy crits me with Double Edge, but she ends up taking tons of recoil damage from it. My plan is to get a couple of Mud Slaps in, then just heal and pound until she's down. I can't use Minimize because it makes me take extra damage from Stomp, and her Miltank has that move. Clefairy goes down in no time and Miltank is out. Now is when it gets brutal, and the footage is going to be playing very quickly. I Mud Slap 6 times to ruin Miltank's accuracy so she can't build up a rollout, then start using Pound. But she has Milk Drink, so she can out-heal me. What I ended up having to do was just waste time until she ran out of Stomps, then use all 20 Minimizes so she starts running out of other moves like Milk Drink. Genuinely, after 8 full minutes of this, I started using Pound, and on my second from last power point, I managed to knock her out. That was a weird fight. With that done, I'm gonna have to grind like crazy. Here's Morty's team. As you can see, it's a ghost gym. I need to one-shot sweep most of his team, since if he hits me with Curse, I'm doomed. It's not even a move that can miss. Not only that, but normal type moves won't hurt him, and there's no way our 20 power Mud Slap with a base attack of 5 is gonna be enough to do any serious damage. I also have to get the Fire Blast TM since in Gen 2 it has 120 power and 85 accuracy, so I could use it to sweep Morty, but I have to gamble like crazy for it since it's 5,500 coins. That took forever. Eventually, at level 40, I try the Morty fight, and somehow, I can't even explain it, but his last Haunter survived Fire Blast even though his Gengar didn't. He then used Spite to remove my last Fire Blasts. That was just mean. Second try he uses Mean Look instead, so I take him out no problem. Honestly, for as awful as the gambling and the grinding was, I thought it would take more than 2 tries to win this fight. With that done, I actually decided I want to try the Steel Gym next. Usually it's a brick wall, but honestly between Minimize and Fire Blast, I might actually be able to do some serious damage. I mean, at least I do better than the fighting gym leader who's super effective against me. It ended up going shockingly well, with me getting my 6 Minimizes and Fire Blasting my way through. I did miss one, but it didn't end up stopping me. Even the fighting gym wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I thought Poliwrath here would ruin me since he can use Mind Reader to make sure he hits, then Dynamic Punch to deal massive damage, but he actually only did that combo once. The rest of the time, he just kept trying to use 50 accuracy moves on someone who's raised their evasion 6 times. Yeah, good luck with that. The Team Rocket base was pretty easy, but really slow. A lot of things here can poison you, and since I take forever to take anything out, there's a lot of chances to get poisoned. I move right on to Price's Ice Gym. He was shockingly easy. I thought he'd just spam rest and wait me out, but things actually went pretty well, and mostly thanks to them just not being that strong. We're at level 49, so we're almost halfway to the max level, so now's a good time to look at our stats. 323 health is absolutely ridiculous, but so is our hilariously terrible 27 attack. The level 20 Krabby that I caught to be able to use Surf has double that. I don't think we're even gonna get over 60 attack by the time we're level 100. It's gonna be that bad. Next is the Team Rocket takeover of Radio Tower, and it's pretty much the same deal as their hideout. Not too tough, but a lot of them can poison us. While I do that though, a lot of you guys have been asking me how I managed to put out so much content even though I do all of the editing myself. Well, I mostly learned my time management skills thanks to this class named Turning Procrastination into Productivity on Skillshare, today's sponsor. I've been using them for a couple years now, since well before I picked up this sponsorship, so I can easily show you a bunch of classes that have helped me improve the show, like Cleaning Up Voiceovers by Andre Angelo to help me with cleaning up my audio. Also, his name sounds like he should be a pro wrestler, so that's awesome. Or the aforementioned Turning Procrastination into Productivity. That taught me really good habits for staying productive and not getting distracted. Lastly, people always compliment me on how I look and sound on my streams, so recording vocals like a pro, nailing recording techniques and acoustics, and DIY talking head, lighting, and video production on a budget, both by Rob M, are ones that I highly recommend. Skillshare isn't just a place where you can learn video production stuff though, you can learn all kinds of stuff. Like I've been learning the basics of how to sing. I've also been wanting to spend some time to learn how to improve at graphic design, and that's only a quick search away. If you want to start your own YouTube channel, I'd really recommend watching some of this stuff, and with the annual price of less than $10 a month, the value is fantastic. If you want to try Skillshare, then you can click the link at the top of the description to get 2 free months of premium membership. If you end up giving it a try, tweet at me what classes you've been taking, because I'd love to add some to my own personal list. Anyway, midway through the area is a rival fight. I have to build up Minimizes to last since I hardly do any damage to his team, but Fire Blast and Pound are slowly working my way through without being put in any serious danger. It's finally time for the Dragon Gym. This battle is brutally long because I get paralyzed instantly, but build up enough Minimizes that he can hardly ever hit me. Pound is only 40 power. I'm insanely weak, and we're against proper Pokemon now, so it takes an eternity to beat each one of them. Even on Kingdra, I started pulling out Fire Blasts, just hoping to inflict a burn with no luck. So it was right back to using Pound until eventually I won. Now though is where things get real slow. I mean like days slow. So I'm grinding right now, and you're probably wondering why, considering I'd probably beat most of the Elite Four with Minimize and Pound. Well, I'd run out of power points doing that, and there are only so many elixirs and ethers around. Plus, I'd probably end up running out of power points during the battle, and since I can't use items in battle, I then have to rely on Struggle, and although I think it would get me far, honestly, I just don't think I could beat Lance by doing that. I just need a stronger move, and I have one in mind. It's Return. At max friendship, it has a power of 104, more than double the strength of Pound, but in gold, You can only get the TM for it on a Sunday. I got here on Friday. I can't just change the in-game clock because you could argue it would be an exploit, so I decided to just grind off and on until Sunday. Finally, when it reaches Sunday, I get the return TM, replace Pound, and get some PowerPoint ups. I only leveled up 9 times, but that's mostly because I spent a lot of time editing other things. I go up against the rival, and between Fire Blasts and return, he's no problem at all. They drop us by over 100 health, but that's nothing for us, so we win without a problem. I do need to keep grinding though. Look at this, I'm using a 104 power return with the same type attack bonus, so it's 158 power, a little stronger than a Hyper Beam, and my attack is so low that at level 71, I can't one-shot a level 28 Sand Slash. Eventually, I hit level 80. Here's my stats. 538 health is absolutely insane, and my special defense is great, but that attack of 63 is horrible. That's like a level 25 Krabby. I just hope that I can one-shot Koga's team, because Toxic can just end me. Make your final guesses on if I can win or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. He's a pretty easy beatdown since he relies on special attacks and my special defense is my second best stat, while his defense doesn't tend to be that great. He does a bit of damage, but nothing serious. In between fights, I drown in elixirs and move on. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados goes down fast, and I Fire Blast Venomoth for a one-shot since I know it has Toxic. Fortress has double weakness to fire, so he's a one-shot as well. Muck is the first real challenge due to him being tanky and using Minimize, so our second return misses, as we get nailed with a critical Sludge Bomb poisoning us. We miss again and get hit with a second one, so we're in rough shape before taking him down. Crobat is last, but he goes down to 1 return. He had me worried for a moment there. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. I built up my Minimizes right away before I started fighting back. Considering we're weak to fighting type and we have a base defense of 5, I didn't want to take any risks, and thankfully, I didn't have to. Bruno's team didn't give us any trouble. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Umbreon went down to a couple of easy returns and Vileplume only took 1 Fire Blast. Gengar survived Fire Blast but finished himself off setting a curse on us. This is bad. We only take damage on rounds where we don't get a knockout though. Murkrow hits Quick Attack and our return misses due to getting sand attacked by Umbreon, so we take big damage from Curse as we take out Murkrow on a second return. Houndoom hangs on from return, and between his Flamethrower and Curse, we're in really bad shape. Karen max potions, so we take Curse damage again, and we're down to only 81 health when we take him out. That was incredibly close. Finally, it's Pokemon Champion Lance. Gyarados is out first and he hits Hyper Beam twice for decent damage as we build up our Minimizes. We have to heal back up with Soft Boil a few times since he keeps hitting me, but eventually, we take him out while being at almost full health. His first Dragonite misses Thunder Wave and goes down in 3 returns, then his second Dragonite tries the same thing and manages to hit. The second return takes him down as he sends out Aerodactyl, but he doesn't manage to land a hit before I take him out. Fifth is Charizard, and he nails a wing attack, but surprisingly doesn't do much. His Hyper Beam does a lot more, but we're still pretty healthy and take him out. Last is his third Dragonite, and although Paralysis is really starting to slow us down, we end up taking him out quickly due to him confusing himself with Outrage, and Return being strong enough to end him. With that done, we're in the Hall of Fame and we win the challenge, but you know we've got to try to beat Red. As always in Gen 2 challenges, Kanto is a breeze until you get to the 8th gym and fight Blue, so let's skip ahead to that. Blue opens with Pidgeot, but it just doesn't stand a chance. Although his whole team hits us pretty hard and we are still weak, we're allowed to use held items in the rules, so I got the leftovers from Celadon City. It's a held item that heals you for 1/16 of your max health every turn. With most Pokemon, that's almost nothing, but when your max health is over 600, all of a sudden you're healing quite a bit. Naturally, we wipe the floor with his team. That doesn't necessarily mean we can handle Red though, he's much stronger. We're level 90 right now, so it's at least worth a shot. Red opens with Pikachu, and right off the bat I'm worried because he hits us with Charm, lowering our attack by 2 stages. When we're doing very little damage to his Pikachu, it's a bad sign. We get him to waste a few full restores before he goes down and Espeon comes out. He uses Reflect, so I spend some time using Minimize to save on power points, and although he gets a few hits in, mostly thanks to Swift, it's not bad and we take him out. That's when the real problem shows up, Snorlax. Both Fire Blast and Return do almost nothing to him, and I know he has Rest, so he can fully heal himself 10 times. Not only that, but he paralyzes us early with a lucky Body Slam. I just don't stand a chance in this run, but if I can avoid Charm, we might be okay. A few tries later and we beat Pikachu without getting hit by Charm. Espeon is still easy, so it's on to Snorlax. This is a scary fight because I know getting paralyzed will be bad, and even a regular Body Slam does insane damage to us, but it actually goes shockingly well. I can only assume that Red has slightly randomized AI like some of the trainers in Gen 3 do, because he never once used Rest, even though he could have easily saved himself with it. He goes down before too long. Next is Venusaur, and Fire Blast on Return makes short work of him as Solar Beam misses. Charizard only takes a quarter of his health and damage each return, but a critical hit gets us a quicker victory than expected. Last is Blastoise, who instantly hits us with Surf, but we heal almost as much as he hurts us due to our crazy high special defense and health. It only takes a few hits before we take him out and beat the whole game. That was a pretty long one, especially early on, but it really did start to speed up at points. I really didn't think that Fire Blast would be something that I'd keep most of the game. I'm not sure what I want to do for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge. I'm thinking maybe a Coughing in Generation 1 one because it's my second favorite Pokemon, or maybe something a little bit more memey? We'll see. Regardless, it'll be out next Saturday, as always, and I'm also always looking into your suggestions. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges I've already uploaded. There's like 25 of them. If you want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over on his channel. Linked in the description. Also, come check out my Twitch TV streams and let me know that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Red with only one Eevee was a weird failure, so let's try for one that I'm pretty sure I won't mess up. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Execute? Execute is a decent Grass and Psychic Pokemon that normally wouldn't be too bad. Good defense, passable special attack, although his overall base stats are pretty terrible at 325. About the same as any first form starter. His main problem in Gen 2 is that it's a really bad generation for grass types. Tons of mandatory fights in the game involve Pokemon that resist grass and are good against it. Also, us being double weak to bug type makes Bugsy a serious threat. Plus, we don't get a decent attacking move until level 19. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm pretty sure that I can do it, seeing as I did it with a Sunkern once, but it's not every day that I get to use one of my favorite Pokemon, so I think this will be a fun run. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Execute. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Shout out to TJ the DJ on Twitter for suggesting this run. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Execute so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked Chikorita to replace so that it would give us the hardest starter to fight in rival fights. I name it Breakfast because that's what I ate today, and if I spend more time thinking of a name, I'll fall behind on work. Yes, that is legitimately something that happens. Our early stats are rough. Low attack, and our only attacking move is Barrage, an already weak and somewhat inaccurate physical move. Plus Hypnosis. Although sleep moves are nice, it's only got 60 accuracy. We won't get a decent move until Leech Seed at level 13. The first wild encounter with a level 3 Pidgey shows just how weak we are. Barrage always attacks 2 to 5 times with a power of 15, so it's a bit random how much damage it'll actually do. Not the kind of move that you really want to rely on. I'm worried that I might need to hit level 19 and learn Confusion before the first gym. In spite of that, I actually ended up beating the rival in the first fight for once. Winning here is optional, but thanks to putting him to sleep in some passable Barrage luck, we beat him with 1 health to spare. After beating the real final boss, Youngster Joey, we learned Reflect. We can be even more physically tanky with this. Might save us on Bugsy. Also, he said to follow me on Twitter. Weird. Normally, I rarely bother with Bellsprout Tower, but we really do need levels, and since they're all really just using Vine Whip, we only take 1 damage, so I may as well. By the end of Bellspray Tower, we're only level 12, and I'd really like to be level 13 for Leech Seed before the first gym, so I just grind a little bit more. Flying gym time, and it goes amazingly. Between Leech Seed and Reflect, I actually heal more than Pidgey hurts, and lucked out with a double crit on Barrage. Pidgeotto was nearly as easy. With that done, I have to pass through Union Cave where there's a mandatory hiker with rock types. Barrage is totally garbage against them, but Leech Seed and Reflect does a great job of slowly chipping them down, so it's not really that bad. Slowpoke Well is a bit annoying because of all the Zubats with their 4 times damage leech life, but for the most part, our decent defense and Leech Seed kept us alive pretty well. The Bug Gym though, I'm dreading that. Fury Cutter is going to be painful. Bug Gym time. First is Metapod, but it can't do much damage as my Leech Seed heals us, so we barrage it down. Second is Scyther, and it starts building up Fury Cutter fast. We're double weak to Bug, so this is dangerous. We Leech Seed it and manage to put him to sleep to halt its momentum. I put up Reflect and go back to barraging to try and take him out before it wakes up. He ends up staying asleep for so long that we actually took him out. Last is Kakuna. He's a bit of a threat since Poison Sting is super effective and we could get poisoned, but Sleep is amazing and we're able to take it out and get the badge. With that amazing battle done, I top off my level to 19 and replace Barrage with Confusion. We're absolutely going to need this for the rival fight before we leave town. I try for the rival fight, and as expected, I one-shot Ghastly, but Quilava is only 3 levels lower than us and a higher form, so he's for sure got better stats than us. We get taken out by Ember quickly, so I'm gonna have to grind a bit. Grinding isn't as bad as before now that we have a solid attacking move, although nothing in this area really gives decent experience. A while later, and it's back to the rival. Quilava still hits hard with Ember, but we're faster and able to just out-muscle him, leaving us at 23 health. Last is Zubat, but he's part poison, so 1 Confusion does the job. With that done, I head straight for the normal gym. Whitney is pretty brutal, but it's mostly due to rollout building power. So with Hypnosis to halt that, I doubt it'll be that hard. Normal gym time, we luck out on Clefairy. She doesn't metronome up anything scary, then we're on to Miltank. We missed our first seeding, wasting time as Miltank builds up a rollout. Reflect drops and we're getting hit much harder, missing Hypnosis twice in a row. We ended up getting hit by rollout and going to only 13 health before hitting Hypnosis, putting Reflect back up, and trying to keep Miltank asleep. Eventually, we ended up stalling long enough for Leech Seed to win us the fight. We're finally at the part of the game where our special attack has gotten high enough that the trainers in between gyms are nearly always no serious threat. It's always important to hit this point in the challenge because it means that things really can start speeding up and progress can be made. I tried to fight the Ghost Gym early, and it starts great with us sweeping through his first 2 Pokemon, but Gengar is faster than us, puts us to sleep, and ends us early. We could probably beat him with a bit better luck, but there's no need to rush it. I can just get a couple levels off the Kimono Girls and the routes west of town since I need to get there eventually anyway. A few levels later and we have a similar battle at the Ghost Gym, but this time we wake up just a bit sooner and win pretty easily. With that, we can surf our way to Cyan Wood to take on the Fighting Gym. We're part Psychic, so we've got a really big advantage there. As expected, he didn't really stand a chance. We've got High Defense, Reflect to boost it, Leech Seed to stay healthy, and Confusion that's super effective against fighting types. Taking out fighting types is pretty much what we're best at. The Steel Gym, however, is terrible. Steel resists Psychic for some reason, and although Leech Seed works, we're giving them tons of opportunities to just lay in shots on us. She starts with Magnemite, so I'm always going to get paralyzed and confused early. We don't really stand a chance at this yet. Considering the other gym right now is an ice one, we're in a pretty bad spot. At least we can do the Rocket Hideout now, and they like to use a lot of poison types, so it's a decent place to level up, although the Drowsies do really slow us down. Fun fact, Drowsy is my favorite Pokemon. While I'm there, I hit level 37 and replace Hypnosis with Sleep Powder. It's basically the same thing, but more accurate. I decide it's worth taking a shot at the Ice Gym. Seal is first, so I set up my Leech Seed and put it to sleep, but not before losing some speed thanks to Icy Wind. He wakes up fast and hits Aurora Beam to do a bit of damage and lower our attack, but we don't need attack, so we just finish him. Dugong hits quite a bit harder with his Aurora Beam and brought us into red health before we put him to sleep. We managed to take him out and get back to 54 health off Leech Seed. Last was Piloswine, but he hit Blizzard early and it was enough to finish us off. With that defeat, I have to grind. I mostly have to do it on the route between Mahogany Town and the Lake of Rage. It's really slow, but I don't have much of a choice. Normally this is where I'd plug whatever YouTube channel I'm watching to get through the grind, but people in the comments were saying I should watch my own Let's Plays while grinding so I can plug them. So I did. Everyone go check out my Hitman 2 Let's Play. It's by far the funniest series going up on my channel at the moment. I'll have a card on screen as well as a link in the description. And thank you everybody who does check out my Let's Plays. I know it's very few of you, but honestly, it's the content that I am most proud of on my channel, and it's really cool to see that so many of you are starting to get into those. Thank you for that. Thank you, sir.
Oh my god, he's not in the room.
Oh! At level 45, I try the Steel Gym again. Right off the bat, we're faster than Magnemite, so I put it to sleep, seed it, and start hitting pretty weak confusions. We managed to take it out before it wakes up though, so we're not paralyzed. Steelix is next, but we're faster than it too, so I got my combo in. I make sure to also use Reflect, since I know that Steelix is going to try for Iron Tail. Confusion does almost nothing, but it does end up confusing Steelix. He still hits us the turn he wakes up, but it does so little damage that Leech Seed almost fully heals us. Jasmine uses a Hyper Potion on him, but it's a battle of attrition that I'm clearly winning. It goes down and the last Magnemite doesn't stand a chance, paralyzing me and doing a little damage before going down. With that done, I go straight to the Ice Gym. This time I overpower Seal with Confusion, put Dugong to sleep and Leech Seed him, but he wakes up right away and messes us up with an Aurora Beam. I know that I'll need more health for Piloswine, so I put Dugong back to sleep and try to get a little bit more health off him before finishing him off. Piloswine is out and we have 111 health, so I put him to sleep right away, Leech Seed him to get more health, although the first one misses. Confusion does pretty good damage and manages to confuse him, so he hit himself the turn he woke up. I'd have taken him out where Price used a Hyper Potion, but I ended up critically hitting my Confusion, so the next turn we finish him off fast. After this is the Team Rocket takeover of Radio Tower, but again, they just use tons of poison types, so the only real threat on this whole little quest line is our rival. Golbat is first, but he's part poison, so Confusion brings him to red health, he wing attacks us down to 111, and Confusion finishes him. Sneasel's second, and he's what I've been dreading. Dark and Ice, so I can't use Confusion, and both of his types are good against me. I set up Leech Seed and Sleep Powder, but I lost 2 stages of defense to Screech, so I use Reflect for safety. Confusion flat out doesn't work on Sneasel, so I have to outlast him with Leech Seed. Every once in a while, he wakes up and messes us up with Feint Attack, a move that doesn't miss, but I rush to put him back to sleep. By the time he faints from Leech Seed, I ended up getting back to full health. Quilava hits a big Flame Wheel for decent damage, but 2 Confusions was all it took to take him out, and Magnemite was taken out before it could ever wake up. Haunter is last, but 1 Confusion was all it took for a pretty clean rival fight. The next challenge is the Dragon Gym, but even the first trainer could have easily taken me out if I didn't get so lucky with the built-in chance for the AI to miss status affliction moves in Gen 2. No way I can beat Claire like this. At level 55, I give it a try though. Dragonair is first, so I put it to sleep to avoid Thunder Wave, and do just over half of her health and damage from Confusion, so 2 end it. On the second Dragonair, I go straight for Confusion, knowing that I might be less likely to get paralyzed than messing around with Sleep Powder and probably missing. I was right and she missed, so I took her out too. On the third Dragonair though, I got paralyzed, hit for little damage with Dragon Breath, then took her out. Last is Kingdra, and Dragon Breath does a lot more damage now, so I use Leech Seed, and after losing a turn to Paralysis and getting to low health, I put her to sleep and put up Reflect. Confusion wasn't doing a ton of damage, I kept missing turns, and she used a Hyper Potion, but a critical Confusion ended up bringing Kingdra to a sliver, so she was finished off with Leech Seed. With that done, we're just one rival fight away from the Elite Four. First is the always awful Sneasel, so as usual, I put it to sleep, seed it, put up Reflect, and kill time by spamming Reflect more. Sneasel eventually woke up and hit Fury Cutter, a terrifying move if it builds power, but I instantly put him right back to sleep and finished him off quickly. Second is Typhlosion, and we miss Sleep Powder, instantly going to low health off a Flame Wheel. The second Sleep Powder hits, and I decide to forego Leech Seed and go straight for Confusion. It took 3 hits, but he never woke up. Golbat was a one-shot with Confusion, and next was Magneton, so I put it to sleep and used this as my opportunity to heal a bit off Leech Seed and put up a new Reflect. I got very lucky with sleep and Magneton never woke up. And next was Haunter, who we can still one-shot with Confusion. Last is Kadabra, and we missed a Sleep Powder, so he let off a Future Sight, but our second one hit. We missed Leech Seed and got hit by Future Sight, but it didn't do that much, so we just Leech Seeded him again. By the time Kadabra woke up, he was confused, but successfully used Recover and disabled Confusion. But Leech Seed ended up getting to him after a few turns, and we got the win. With that done, we're left at level 57, but that's obviously not going to be strong enough. I decided to grind a little bit more. While I do, I need to take a look at our potential move list. Ours needs reworking, Psychic doesn't work on Dark, and there's an entire Dark-type trainer for us to fight. Considering the Giga Drain TM isn't until Kanto, we don't have many great choices here. I end up grabbing Sludge Bomb and replacing Reflect. Honestly, the only thought going into it is that we need a hard-hitting move, and we need something that can hit dark types that isn't a grass move, since she'll have Houndoom. Here's our stats after the grind. Honestly, I'm iffy on if I can beat Lance at this level. I'd love to have Psychic rather than Confusion, but you can't get that TM until Kanto. Let me know if you think you can win or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. Xatu is first, and Sludge Bomb does pretty good damage, although we get paralyzed off Confuse Ray. We drop Xatu to a sliver with Confusion, take a bit of damage from a Psychic, then finish it off. Second is Jinx, and we hit ourselves in Confusion, then get nailed by an Ice Punch that was a lot stronger than I expected. Second round, and we hit ourselves, and then go down to Ice Punch. What a terrible run. Second try, and I don't get confused off Xatu, so Jinx goes much better. Sludge Bomb ended up being a one-shot, much to my surprise. A second Xatu is out, but the usual combo does the trick. Executor is out, but he's part grass, so Sludge Bomb does a great job. Last is Slowbro, and I know I can't just take him out fast, so I seed him. Confusion does almost nothing, and Sludge Bomb doesn't do much more, but he stays asleep long enough to finish him. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados goes down to 1 Confusion, Venomoth goes down to 1 Confusion, then Fortress is out. This thing is a tank and Confusion doesn't do much, so I resort to putting him to sleep and seeding him instead. I kept using Confusion to save power points on Sludge Bomb, and through great luck he never wakes up. Muck hangs on from Confusion, but uses Minimize and my second Confusion hit, so he went down. Last was Crobat, who's much faster than us and used Double Team. Confusion brought him to red health and Koga used a full restore. Then my Confusion missed twice as he kept building double teams. This is bad. I ended up landing a hit that brought him back to red health and confused him. Then the next round he hit himself to end the fight. That was incredibly lucky. He could have really messed me up. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Him on top is first, and although he hits a very weak Pursuit and Quick Attack, Confusion makes short work of him. Hitmonchan hits Fire Punch for a little damage, but 2 Confusions took him out. Machamp is a tank, so I decided to Leech Seed him, as he hit a weak Rock Slide. Confusion ended up doing far more damage than I was expecting though. He used a Max Potion, as my Sleep Powder failed, but the second one hit, and he got taken out in his sleep. Onyx is next, and I'm really low on power points, so I tried to Leech Seed but miss, and his Sandstorm started. The second one hit, so at least I'm healing a bit. Confusion took him out, and last was Hitmonlee. Leech Seed missed, and Sandstorm is really messing us up, so I just switch for Confusion and finish him off. We have almost no power points left after that fight, so I use items to heal up and get power points back, since items outside of combat are allowed in the rules. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen, and I honestly tried this fight a dozen times, and it's just not happening. The sleep luck required to actually win is incredible, considering I don't do great damage with Sludge Bomb, and they hit us so hard with 100 accuracy moves like Feint Attack. I need to grind more. I spent a couple of hours grinding to level 77. Umbreon is first, so I put him to sleep and seed him. Sludge Bomb really doesn't do as much damage as I'd like, but it's what we've got, so 2 of them with the Leech Seed damage get us the knockout. Murkrow is second, so I repeat the combo, although Feint Attack did a ton of damage to us. Sludge Bomb ended up taking it out before I could even try for Sleep Powder. I should have done it first. Houndoom is next, and this thing is terrifying. Dark and Fire. I Sleep Powder and seed it right away, although the first seed missed. Sludge Bomb ended up doing far more damage than I expected. They woke up and hit a Flamethrower, bringing us to well below 100 health, as she used a Max Potion. Thanks to her item usage, though, I got to use a Sludge Bomb twice in a row, knocking her out. Vileplume came out, but Confusion was a one-shot, and the last Gengar also ended up being a one-shot with Confusion. Believe it or not, this fight took me almost 40 attempts, because I had such ungodly bad Confusion and accuracy luck, because I get hit with Confuse Ray or Sand Attack most attempts. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. Gyarados is first, so I put him to sleep and go straight for Confusion. It deals decent damage and is enough to get the knockout in 3 hits. Second is his first of 3 Dragonites. Confusion does a bit of damage, but we got paralyzed early. Blizzard misses us as we put him to sleep, but failed to seed him due to paralysis twice in a row. Third try worked, and we couldn't get Sludge Bomb due to paralysis. This is astonishingly bad luck. Eventually, Sludge Bomb hits for a knockout, but Aerodactyl is next. Confusion does great damage as we lose almost half our health to 2 wing attacks. We finish it in Charizard is next, who brings us to 19 health off Flamethrower as we put him to sleep. I don't get much done as he quickly wakes up and finishes us off. I think I can win this, I just need better luck on not getting paralyzed. Many tries later and Gyarados goes down without us taking any damage. The first Dragonite gets put to sleep instantly and goes down in 3 confusions without waking up. Aerodactyl still does some decent damage with Wing Attack, but this time I put it to sleep and seed it to get a bit of my health back, so it's not too bad. Back to Charizard, and I put him to sleep right away, seed him. He wakes up and hits a flamethrower that almost makes us faint, and I put him back to sleep. I took him out before he could wake up again, but I only got back up to 107 health. Second Dragonite is out, and I put him to sleep. Weirdly, Lance uses a full restore to wake him up, as I seeded him, so I put him back to sleep. Then Lance uses a full heal. I don't know why he didn't do that the first time. Regardless, his health wasn't great, so Confusion finished him off. Shouldn't have wasted the full restore. Last Dragonite gets sent out and I seed it first this time as I tank a Hyper Beam and put him to sleep as he recharges. After that, 2 Confusions do the job. With that win we get in the Hall of Fame and win the challenge, but the video isn't over yet. Like always with Gen 2 runs, I've got to try my luck at the secret final boss, Red. To do that though, I need to go through all of Kanto, but really there's only 2 hard fights in Kanto. Red and Blue. While I'm there though, I make sure to pick up leftovers from Celadon City. It's a held item that heals us for 1/16 of our max health every turn. I also convert a ton of money into coins and buy the TM for Psychic to replace Confusion. We'll need that extra firepower. Half an hour later and we're at Blue. Pidgeot went to red health off 1 Psychic before hitting a weak Wing Attack and going down. Executor gets rocked from a Sludge Bomb and easily finished off since he was charging for a Solar Beam. RK9 is next and Psychic brought him to low health as his Flamethrower took us all the way down to 1/4, then he used a full restore. I hit Psychic again and he full restored again. Thanks to his item usage though, we got 2 Psychics in a row for a knockout. Alakazam is next and he puts up a Reflect, so our Sludge Bomb doesn't do as much as I wanted. His Psychic did more than I expected too, so I Leech Seeded him to heal as much as I can. We ended up getting pretty messed up off Psychic before taking him out with only 1/4 of our health left. 5th is Gyarados, so I put him to sleep, seeded him, and healed up a bit. His Reflect faded, so I used Sludge Bomb and Psychic for the knockout. Last was Rhydon, but Psychic was a one-shot. With that done, all that's left is Red. Let's take another look at our stats. I'm loving how high my defense is, but our special defense is pretty low, and Charizard is probably going to do some serious damage. I'm probably not going to be able to beat Red at this level, but let's at least give it a try. First is Pikachu. As usual, he's incredibly weak in spite of his level, although he hits Charm twice, so our Sludge Bomb is going to be borderline useless. It doesn't matter though, because Charizard one-shots us with Flamethrower. It wasn't even a critical hit. He's faster than us too, and Flamethrower is 100 accuracy, so I think it's safe to say we are way too low a level. I grind hard to try and make up for how weak we are. We might need to get rid of Sludge Bomb, it's hard to say, but I'm for sure thinking I'll need some power point ups for Psychic, so I get 3 to max it out. I try again at level 90, but even then, Charizard is faster than us, does 259 damage with Flamethrower, we miss Sleep Powder, and get taken out. I think it's safe to say we aren't winning this without Double Team, so I go ahead and replace Sludge Bomb with it, since we aren't going to need to fight any more Dark types in the game. Finally, I try again. Pikachu hits Charm, but we don't use Attack anymore, so I just use this as a chance to put him to sleep so that Red will waste full restores as I build up my Double Team. After I get to all 6, I easily finish it off and Charizard is back out. Right away, I dodge Flamethrower and seed it, then go straight for Psychic. It ends up doing great damage, but after a few misses, he hits a Flamethrower to take me from full health all the way down to only 17. Psychic finishes it, but I hardly get to heal. Espeon is next and it resists Psychic, so I seed it right away to help maximize my healing. He hits Swift, but it hardly does anything. I miss with Sleep Powder, but the second one works and I start hitting Psychic. I ended up deciding to waste time by using extra Double Teams just to get more health out of Espeon before taking it out, and ended up knocking it out with 225 health left, 242 after leftovers. Snorlax is next, so right away I Leech Seed him and use his Amnesia, so I can assume Psychic won't do much. I put him to sleep so he can't use Amnesia more, though he still has Snore, so it's not totally safe. Psychic hardly does anything, but Leech Seed keeps us healthy. Thanks to great luck, he never gets to use Rest, and we take him out. Venusaur is next, but one Psychic leaves it with a Sliver, but he just sets up Sunny Day, so a second one takes him out. Last is Blastoise, so I seed him for safety, he makes it rain, Psychic does great damage, his Blizzard that could have ended me missed, and one last Psychic gets us the win. As repetitive as my strategy was for a lot of that fight, it was cool getting to use a less common strategy. I'm thinking I'll do a Tangela run for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, since you've been asking me to do that since I talk so much trash about Erica's Tangela. As always though, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I are doing a Gen 1 randomizer over in his channel, linked in the description. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and let me know that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Fire Red with only Metronome was one of the worst things in the world, so let's cap off December by doing something fun again. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Pikachu? This is going to be a hard one. Pikachu's base stats are pretty terrible, being even lower than the base stats of first form starter Pokemon. We're not allowed to evolve them either, so we're not getting the beefed up stats of Raichu. Our move pool in Gen 2 is good but not great, with a real lack of type coverage. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if you think I can win or not. I'm sure that I can at least get to blue and probably win, but I'm very skeptical about my chances against red at the end. Mostly because of Snorlax. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use one Pikachu. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, no Light Ball. That would be way too easy. Let's do this. So right off the bat, we do our usual opening fetch quest to get the plot rolling. Nothing dangerous this early, and we're lucky that the first gym is a flying type one. Bellsprout Tower isn't mandatory, but I decided I'd do it anyway for the extra experience. Before I can get there though, we have our first rival battle. It's an easy fight, though mostly thanks to him using Leer a bunch rather than just overpowering me. The Elder Sage of the Bellsprout Tower ended up being surprisingly easy as well by just using Quick Attack on his Bellsprouts, so I ended up picking up the Flash HM earlier than I normally would bother to. Faulkner's Flying Gym goes exactly as easily as you'd expect, with me almost one-shot sweeping his team. With that done, I can start heading south for the Bug Gym, where I think we'll get our first real challenge. Slowpoke Well was easy, so it's Bugsy time. Metapod and Kakuna were as easy as you'd expect. Scyther actually put up less of a fight than I expected though, since I thought I'd do at least less than half his health and damage. Overall, it was an easy fight, so I move on to the rival. He opens with Ghastly, but Thundershock makes very short work of him. Quilava is a threat though. I didn't do much damage on the first round, so I decided to use Thunder Wave for safety. It only ended up paralyzing him for one turn though, so by the time he fainted, I was in rough shape. I was very fortunate that his last Pokemon was a Zubat so I could one-shot him, because anything else probably would have taken me out. Whitney ended up being a total cakewalk since we just learned Thunderbolt, and would you believe that we're already 3 badges in? Our stats might suck, but Gen 2 takes a while to really get going with stronger Pokemon, so the start is a breeze. I decided that I'd go around fighting the trainers in places like the Lighthouse before I attempt Morty's Ghost Gym. Between him having Curse and Dream Eater, I know that it's probably going to be a fight where I need to one-shot everything, so getting these levels ahead of time will probably be necessary. Morty went exactly as expected, with us one-shotting his whole team but Gengar, who missed Hypnosis. With that win, we can do the next few gyms, and I'm for sure doing the fighting one next. Chuck's fighting gym time, and for the first time ever, it actually gave me problems. Primeape leered us, so Poliwrath could one-shot us with Dynamic Punch. Considering it's a 50 accuracy move, though, the solution is simple. Just do the fight a few times and he'll miss. There we go. But with that done, we finally hit our first brick wall. Steel Gym Leader Jasmine has 2 Magnemites and a Steelix. All of them either resist electricity or are flat-out immune to it, and they all also resist normal type. Also, Steelix is a beast. We're gonna have to come back and try this much later. Team Rocket's hideout was a cakewalk, with us one-shotting almost everything in the whole place, so I moved straight on to Price's Ice Gym. Although Seal was an easy one-shot, Pillow-Swine is part ground type, and we just don't hit him that hard, so we're not quite ready yet. Isn't it crazy that the 7th gym leader in Gen 2 only has Pokemon in the high level 20s and low 30s? In Gen 1, the 7th gym leader's Pokemons were level 40 to 47. Gen 2's kinda weird like that. I decided that I'd go and get more levels in the waters around the Whirl Islands, since there's plenty of trainers left and they're all water types, so I'll be one-shotting just about everything. 3 levels later, and I try the Ice Gym again. This time Piloswine goes much better, although it's mostly due to Blizzard missing more and him using worse moves. His last Pokemon is Dugong, but I can one-shot that, so we've already gotten ourselves the 7th badge. We still need the 6th one, though, before we can progress. Don't worry, I've got a plan. I pull out the TM for Dynamic Punch and replace Quick Attack. It's incredibly unreliable with only 50 accuracy, but it has 100 power, it's fighting type, and it causes confusion, so it should be enough. On his first Magnemite, I use Thunder Wave to paralyze him and build up 6 double teams. I get hurt a bit thanks to confusion and also get paralyzed, but I ended up taking out her 2 Magnemites without too much trouble. Steelix is out and I instantly nail it with a Dynamic Punch for half its health, and it hits itself in confusion, but quickly it loses its confusion. I'm paralyzed and it critically hits us with Iron Tail, nearly taking us out. Next round, I managed to finish her off. That was nerve-wracking. The Radio Tower is next and is a fantastic place to level up since it's loaded with low-level trainers. Considering the next gym is a dragon one, I'm gonna need every last level I can get. Before that though, we have a rival fight. Thankfully, he just couldn't compete and we got a clean one-shot sweep on his whole team. I still get nervous coming into this fight every challenge though, ever since I did my Sun Current challenge more than half a year ago. Our next big battle is the Dragon Gym Leader, but we don't really stand a chance yet. At least, not trying to brute force this fight. Her dragons resist electricity, and they have Thunder Wave, so we usually get paralyzed right away. Oh, and by the way, last time I did a Gen 2 run, I wondered why Thunder Wave was missing sometimes. To everyone saying the 256 glitch was the cause, I don't think you know how probability works, because that happening 5 or so times in this gym would be like me wading hip deep through shinies. Turns out that in Gen 2, all status affliction moves have a built-in, somewhat high chance to just fail for the sake of making it easier for the player. But only when the AI is doing it, not when you do it. Honestly, I don't know how I didn't figure that out sooner. Anyway, my second attempt goes much better. I paralyze her right away and build up double teams. It got me all the way through her 3 Dragonairs, but Kingdra had me worried. She hits a massive Hyper Beam that I thought would have taken me out, but I managed to just hardly hang on and finish it with Thunderbolt. We only have one last major fight before the Elite Four, and it's our rival. But like usual, he isn't a problem, and we nearly one-shot sweep him. I'm gonna need to prepare before the Elite Four though. I replaced Dynamic Punch with Iron Tail. It also has 100 power, but its accuracy is 75 rather than 50, and I need something to take out Bruno's Onix. Honestly, considering the Elite Four in Gen 2 only goes up to level 50, and all of Lance's Pokemon are part Flying type, I think I might be able to do this right now. Make your final guesses right now on if we can do this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. Xatu gets one-shot by Thunderbolt, and Jinx only gets in a double slap before going down, but Executor is much tougher. Thunderbolt does less than half his health and damage as he seeds us, so I get an Iron Tail in on him and nearly get a knockout. His Psychic nearly takes us out as I risk another Iron Tail thinking he would full restore, but he didn't, so I won. Slowbro goes down in one Thunderbolt, as does Xatu, winning us the fight. Between battles, I use potions to heal up and move on. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados and Fortress both go down without hitting us, but Venomoth is dangerous. It manages to hang on from a Thunderbolt and hit us with Toxic. In Gen 2, Poison doesn't hurt you on a turn that you make someone faint, so our first damage from it isn't until our fight with Muck. We managed to hit him twice in a row despite Minimize to take him out, and last is a Crobat who we easily one-shot. It's a good thing that his team isn't tankier, or else Toxic could have been a real problem. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. It starts as well as it could have, with Thunderbolt hitting Hitmontop, me doing double team while he digs, his dig missing, and me finishing him off, and then him following up with an Onix, missing me with Earthquake, as I take him out with my second Iron Tail. That was absolutely perfect. Hitmonlee is next, and he gets a double kick in on us, dropping us by 45 health before we take him out. Next is Hitmonchan, and he's faster than us with a Mach Punch, so he gets 2 solid hits in on us, leaving us in bad shape. Last is Machamp, but we just don't have enough health, and his Cross Chop finishes us off quickly. Second try, and Double Team completely carries me through the fight with no issues. I'm lucky that Cross Chop is an inaccurate move in the first place. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. This one really isn't close though. Even after a handful of attempts, when this is my best run, I think it's safe to say I'm too low of a level. I might have 20 levels on everything that I'm fighting, but their stats are still much higher than mine since they're fully evolved. I decided to grind a bit more, and thankfully we can beat the first two Elite Four members pretty easily, so they make great targets for training. At level 70, I attempt Karen's team again, but even 8 levels higher, I can't win this fight yet. Curse does massive damage every turn. Gengar can survive Thunderbolt, so I can't stop it, and she has 2 Pokemon after that hit us. I'm gonna need to be an even higher level. It's crazy that so much of this run has been a breeze, and yet this one fight has made me need to level up so much. 5 levels and 2 PowerPoint ups later, and I try again. This time I get through her first 2 Pokemon with no troubles at all, and one-shot Gengar before he can curse us. Houndoom and Murkrow both go down like they're nothing at all, and we are finally done with the Elite Four. But now, we're on to the Pokemon champion, Lance. Gyarados is out first, so I take a chance to paralyze him and do 6 double teams, hardly getting touched the whole time. After that, thanks to my high evasion and his whole team being part flying type, I completely mopped the floor with his whole team using Thunderbolt, and that got us into the Hall of Fame. With that done, the credits roll, but I want to see if I can beat the secret final boss battle, Red. That requires that we do all of Kanto, though, and the gym leaders there are mostly super easy, so let's just skip ahead to the 2 real fights in Kanto. The 8th gym leader, Blue, and the secret final boss, Red. The Blue fight starts great with me taking little damage from Quick Attack and one-shotting him, but next is Rhydon who hangs on from Iron Tail and one-shots us with Earthquake. That was a lot rougher than I expected. Second try and I build up double teams against Pidgeot. I get hit a few times and drop down to almost half health by the end, but at least I can dodge. Rhydon misses his Earthquake this time, so I easily take him down in 2 Iron Tails. Alakazam gets surprisingly one-shot, so he sends out Exeggutor. After Thunderbolt didn't do half his health and damage, I decided to try Iron Tail just to end up missing multiple times. I didn't get hit though, so in the end I managed to take him out. Arcanine hung on and hit us with Swift, but it wasn't too bad, so despite his handful of full restores, we took him out. Last is Gyarados, but since he has a double weakness to electricity, it was an easy one-shot. With that done, it's back to grinding. Here's Red's team. It's pretty safe to say that at that high of levels and with Pokemon that strong, we're gonna need to be level 100 to stand a chance. I also go grab the Magnet since it's Sunday. In Gen 2, it makes electric moves 10% stronger when held, and since held items are allowed in the rules, I give it to Travis. Believe it or not, 10% might actually save us. Eventually, we hit level 100, so here's our stats. This could happen if our luck is good enough, but the terrible defense could be the end of us against that Snorlax. Let's give it a try. First, Red sends out his Pikachu, and I paralyze him and start building up double teams right away. I failed this fight about a dozen times by this point, so I already know that I am going to need the dodge chance to stand a chance against his Snorlax later. He hits us once, but we're okay, and we take him out. Second is his powerful Espeon. If it hits with Psychic, I'd be in rough shape, but he went for Swift instead, so we still have most of our health by the time that it goes down. Next is his insanely tanky Snorlax. Right away, I Thunderbolt him to do some damage, but he uses Amnesia, so I know I'm in for a long fight. I paralyze him. He hits a big body slam despite our evasion, so we're in rough shape. Our next Thunderbolt and Iron Tail hardly hurt him, but we got lucky and he missed his next 2 body slams, so we can finish him off. Venusaur's next, I use Thunder Wave, hoping to mess with his Solar Beams since they could finish me off. He ends up missing a Solar Beam, giving us just enough time to take him out before it can fire. After that is Blastoise, who we thankfully one-shot in spite of his high health, and last is his part Flying-type Charizard, who we also managed to take down in one hit, winning us the final battle of the game. I gotta say, I didn't think that Red would go that well. Yeah, it took a bunch of tries, but I actually managed to win. I thought that Snorlax would be just too tanky, but I got lucky, and he just didn't use Rest as much as he should have. If he had just used Amnesia 3 times and rested a bunch, I'd lose for sure. I hope that you guys really liked these highly requested December runs. I'm not 100% sure what I'll be doing for next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge. I'm thinking maybe Kecleon, but you guys know that I'm always looking at your suggestions. Subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I just finished a black and white randomizer over on his channel, and we have just started moving on to a Gen 1 randomizer. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black 2 with only one Shuckle was a super slow and difficult run. Let's follow that up with another hard one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Paris. Man, I love Paris, but it's not easy to use. So Paris is a grass and bug first form Pokemon with solid attack, but terrible speed and health. So it's slow, it's frail, and it's got a ton of weaknesses, including being double weak to both fire and flying. The only nice thing is that we double resist both ground and grass. By level up, we don't learn anything too crazy other than our signature move, Spore. It's a 100 accuracy sleep move, so it's pretty amazing. Mind you, we're going to be slower in most fights, so it's not quite as good as it sounds, but it is still a very solid move. I figure that with a Quick Claw, we could get some real use out of it, and the Quick Claw is pretty early in this game. By TM, we can't really add much. Dig is alright, although Gen 2 Dig is pretty weak at only 60 power. Sludge Bomb is kind of cool, but we would be dealing more damage with other stuff, and we hardly fight any Pokemon weak to poison, so I don't really see the point. Dig might really be the only TM that we're interested in. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure it's possible to beat Lance, but I'll probably have to be close to max level just to not get outsped and completely demolished. I doubt I can beat Red, though. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Paris. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Paris so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Chikorita so that our rival would have Typhlosion, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Pear Spectre after my friend and his wonderful YouTube channel that you should be watching right now. So I'm starting the travel, and I'm already a little bit worried about how the run is gonna go. See, we get Spore at level 25, and that's a crazy good move for the second and third gyms of the game, but we're not gonna have it by the time of the flying gym at the start. I doubt they're gonna use Mud Slap since we double resist it, but the Pidgeotto has Gust, and we're double weak to it. Between that and our awful speed, I'm sure that he'll use it before we can hit him. That makes me think that we could have to level up quite a bit before I could take him out. I'm sure that holding a berry would help us out a little bit, but not that much, not enough to win. We don't have crazy attack, and all we've got is Scratch, so this could take a while. I'm gonna have to clear out all the Bellsprout Tower for experience, but I get the feeling that I'll need to grind a lot more even after that. Let's find out. Ouch. Yeah, that's what I thought. This isn't even the gym leader, it's just the first trainer in the flying gym. We're both slower than a level 9 Spearow and able to get 2-shot by its peck. I'm gonna have to grind a bunch and come back. So all the way at level 17, I finally was able to get to Falconer. But the problem is that Pidgeotto just demolishes us with Gust. We can paralyze him and do a bit of damage, but even if he were to be fully paralyzed, he would still beat us. Either I'm gonna have to get him fully paralyzed twice, or we need to gain a few more levels. I think by level 20 I could do this. So all the way at level 20, and we thankfully just one-shot Pidgey with Scratch so that we go into the Pidgeot fight with full health. I still paralyze him even though we're faster now, and although it doesn't keep him from hitting us, we can just hardly survive 2 hits now, so we're able to finally take him out. Man, what a long grind for a normally very easy gym. We're more than double their level. That means we're on the road and the bug gym is next. I figure this one won't be too bad if we have Spore by the time we get there, although we might not. If we don't, then I don't really know how it'll go. Maybe Stun Spore will be enough to keep us safe from Fury Cutter, but there's also a chance that he just spams Quick Attack, and that might still be too much for us. It's hard to say. I wish I could pick up Swift on the way, but Paris is actually one of those rare Pokemon who can't learn it. It's kind of weird, right? I feel like in most of these runs, Swift is an option for a mildly stronger move early on. Actually, Mud Slap is another good move that you'd think we could learn, but we just can't. Not sure why. Let's see how this bug gym goes. So, Metapod and Kakuna did basically nothing to us, as always. The real threat is Scyther. Right away, our Stun Spore paid off, as it broke his Fury Cutter on the second turn, forcing him to switch to Quick Attack. Our Scratches weren't doing awesome damage, but we still took him out pretty fast. Stun Spore may have made him lose only one turn, but it broke up his Fury Cutter, and that was vital to a victory. Okay, I knew the rival would be brutal, but this is really brutal. First, we have a really long fight with Ghastly because Leech Life does almost nothing to it. Paralysis helped a bit, but when he paralyzed us, I knew that this was gonna be hard. Zubat after wasn't too hard, but I figured it wouldn't be. It was his Quilava at the end who messed us up badly. We're double weak to fire, and because we take so long to take out Ghastly at the start, we're likely to be paralyzed by the time we get here, even if I try a bunch. I'm really close to learning Spore. Let's learn that and then try again. Okay, as soon as we learned Spore, things got a lot easier. They didn't hit us at all until Quilava at the end, and despite how much damage he still does to us, we got to put him to sleep long enough to finally take him out. Spore is an absolute run saver. Paris runs would probably be impossible without Spore. Alright, so the next gym is the normal gym, and I think this might actually go okay. Spore should do a great job of keeping Rollout from building up power, and that's especially important on this run since we're weak to Rock type. I made sure to grab the Quick Claw from the park so that we can sometimes get the speed advantage. I got Dig while I was there too, I figure it's our only way of beating the Ghost Gym, and I grabbed Return while I was in Goldenrod. I don't think I need Return yet, and my friendship might not even be maxed out, but I'll need it later with no doubt. Let's see how the normal gym goes. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Factor Meals. So, Factor Meals is a service where you can get awesome chef-made meals delivered right to your door. We're not talking low-quality frozen meals, these are actually prepared and sent out that week, never frozen. You can pick from several meal plans to cater to your taste and needs: Chef's Choice, Vegan, Keto, Protein Plus, and Calorie Smart. I went with Protein Plus, so each meal would have at least 30 grams of protein. I'm trying to bulk. What you get in the box is 6 to 18 chef-prepared packaged meals that have never been frozen. How many you get depends on what you pick when you sign up. It arrives in a big box loaded with tons of insulation and ice packs so that it'll stay nice and cool until you put it in the fridge. It's as easy as can be to heat up your food. Each package has both microwave and oven instructions on them, with it taking about 2 to 3 minutes in the microwave or 10 to 15 in the oven. I've already had the spicy peanut butter grilled chicken on a bed of quinoa and veggies with a side of sweet potato, and it was incredible. It was 725 calories with a massive 50 grams of protein, so it keeps you real full. It's incredibly convenient too, because after I'm done like a 5-hour stream, I'm absolutely starving, and spending 10 minutes heating up a Factor meal is so much cheaper and tastier than ordering takeout, and it's way faster and more convenient than cooking something myself. It's even got all the nutritional info on the package, so it's really easy to track it in your fitness apps like I do. Seriously, all you have to do is puncture the plastic wrap and pop it in the microwave for 2 minutes, or take the plastic wrap off and pop it in the oven for 10 minutes, and then you've got an awesome meal. I have never had a packaged meals chicken not be dry before this. My mind was blown. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code 50MDB to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's 50MDB at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Sabu has invaded my lap. Noonie, I'm doing an ad read. This is really important. Big thanks to Factor Meals for sponsoring this video. Go show them some love at the link at the top of the comments. Now we got a normal gym to go beat. So the Clefairy fight at the start was super easy. We just put it to sleep and took it out before it could pull any of its metronome shenanigans. Miltank right after is what had me worried. Thankfully, it missed rollout right away, and we put it to sleep so it didn't get any initial damage in on us. It woke up really fast though and flinched us with a stomp, then started its rollout right after. We put it to sleep again and started using some Leech Life to heal back up, then we used Scratch for pure damage. We didn't hit hard, but it stayed asleep for a long time, so we took it out. So I'm at the dance hall trying to get some levels before the ground gym. I know that Dig is going to do a good job there, but there's no way that they're not faster than us. They've got stuff like Curse and Hypnosis, so they have quite a few moves that could completely shut us down if we get hit by them. Obviously, we have a Quick Claw and that could save us, but it's probably going to be one of those fights where we have to try over and over thanks to the luck that goes into it. So, first try at the Ghost Gym starts really lucky with Quick Claw kicking in early to help us take out Ghastly and Haunter without taking damage, but the moment we get to Gengar, we just get put to sleep and hit with Dream Eater 3 times, so we fainted. Oh, this is going to be one of those awful luck battles, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to try a handful of times and just see what happens. You know what? I thought it would be worse. The very next try, Hypnosis missed, so we won pretty quick. We got hit by Curse on the first Haunter, but it wasn't so bad. In Gen 2, Curse doesn't hurt you on turns where you score a knockout, so it only hurt us a few times. If this was in a different generation, then we'd have fainted for sure. I'm pretty sure that by Gen 3 or 4, it would have hurt us on every turn no matter what. Alright, well, we've got some gyms coming up. We have the Fighting Gym and the Steel Gym. I actually figured that the Fighting Gym is going to be pretty easy. We resist both fighting and water, and those are the main types he tends to get us with. We don't have anything super effective against him, but that's okay. I don't think we're going to need it. The Steel Gym, though? That might be hard. I think the Magnemites will just be one-shots with Dig, but Steelix will probably overpower us pretty badly. Maybe if we got awesome Sleep Luck and Iron Tail missed a lot, then we'd be okay, but I kind of doubt it. I'll do the Steel Gym second, just because I think I'll need the extra levels first. Alright, Fighting Gym. Right away, we put Primeape to sleep after he failed Leer, and took him out before he could wake up with a couple of slashes. Second was Poliwrath, who was faster and used Mind Reader, but of course he just fell asleep before he actually hit us. He used a full heal to wake up, we crit a slash for huge damage, then we just put him right back to sleep and finished him off with another slash that crit yet again. What an easy fight! I doubt the Steel Gym will go well, though. So first is the Magnemite, so we dug to get out of the way of Thunder Wave and one-shot it. Not a bad start. Problem is, second is Steelix, and we can hardly hurt this thing. We put it to sleep right away, of course, but the problem with Dig is that we're giving him extra turns to wake up. We did less than a quarter of his health and damage on the first hit, so even though he was staying asleep for a very long time, I didn't have high hopes. We got super lucky since he stayed awake for so long that we actually got him to low health, but as soon as we got him to a sliver, he used a Hyper Potion. That was with us getting lucky enough for his second Iron Tail to miss, too. Once we finally got hit again, we fainted. Man, that was about as lucky as it can get without a crit, and we still lost. I'm gonna have to level up first. Well, that didn't work out, but that's fine. We can just get more levels while traveling to go do the Rocket Hideout. I'll do the Ice Gym right after, since it's usually easy, and I'm sure Giga Drain will do a great job. Then we can try the Steel Gym again. I can see the Steel Gym still being an issue, though. It's hard to say. I don't think it's exactly a brick wall, but it's far from an easy fight in most runs. The Ice Gym? That'll be a breeze. Yep, that's what I thought. The Ice Gym was nothing. We're actually weak to ice, but it doesn't matter. Giga Drain is not only super effective against his whole team, but it also heals us by quite a bit. We're really not a special attacker, but Price is hardly a gym leader, so it isn't an issue. Back to the Steel Gym, and it seems that we're faster, so we have an easy time putting him to sleep early. He woke up way earlier this time and hit an Iron Tail, but it didn't do as much as before. It seemed like Dig may be a 3-shot, but it wasn't thanks to her very early Hyper Potion. Thankfully, Giga Drain heals us, so we can keep putting Steelix to sleep, so it actually went down with us at full health. Last is just another Magnemite who we one-shot with Dig to get a clean win. The rival fight right after doesn't go well, though. First is Golbat, who takes out most of our health with a wing attack before we put him to sleep and take him out. But after that is Quilava, who just takes us out with a Flame Wheel. That's 2 Pokemon in a row with moves that were quad weak to. I'll try a few times and see if I can get Quick Claw to activate. That might get us past the roadblock at the start. Alright, 4 tries later, and I thought that I had lucked out when Golbat used Confuse Ray instead and we never hit ourselves. But then we got super unlucky and Quilava burned us with Flame Wheel. There's a lot of ways we can lose this fight. I'm gonna try more. I'm sure that I can at least get past Quilava if Quick Claw kicks in when I need it to. A few tries later, and we finally got Quick Claw to kick in early against Golbat, so we managed to put it to sleep and take it out without getting hurt. Second is Quilava, and we got hit by Smokescreen for the first time, but at least it put him to sleep. Problem is, he woke up fast so we got hit anyway. That's not good. Magnemite is third, and we're faster, so we just hit Dig for a one-shot, and after that is Haunter, who unfortunately got us with Curse. We hit Dig for a one-shot, but we only have 3 health left. Last is Sneasel, and we went first, probably because of Quick Claw, but we didn't quite take him out, so the curse finished us off. Man, that was so close. How rare is it that our rival is a problem in a gold run? Let's get a few levels and come back. Okay, so I came back 3 levels higher. Golbat gets put to sleep right away so we don't get hit by it, and this time I think that we're straight up faster than Quilava, because we seem to be faster every turn, and there's no way Quick Claw is just activating that much. But it still wakes up early, so we take a ton of damage. Magnemite is a one-shot, but Haunter still gets us with a curse before we can hit it with Dig, so we're on low health going into the Sneasel fight. It's just a sliver away from fainting when we hit Slash, but the curse finishes us off. Man, that was so close. Okay, maybe a little bit better luck on Quilava staying asleep, and I know we can win this. Okay, the very next try went about the same as usual, but we won thanks to not taking a Flame Wheel. I don't know why I didn't think to do this the moment we were faster, but of course if Slash was leaving Quilava with such low health, then Dig would be a one-shot. I don't know why I didn't think to do that earlier. Sometimes you just forget the obvious when you're grinding out attempts at a fight. Alright, now that means we're on the way to the Dragon Gym, and you know that one's gonna be awful. I don't think they have any super effective moves against us, but chances are we're gonna get paralyzed pretty early on, and it's gonna be its own nightmare. I really don't think I'm going to one-shot the Dragonairs, so paralysis is probably inevitable. Maybe if I manage to get enough levels by the time that I get there, then Return could one-shot them, but even then, Kingdra won't be easy. We're kind of a high-attack Pokemon for our first form, but it's not like we're super high-attack. Hey, at least Giga Drain will be neutral against Kingdra, so maybe we could use it to heal up a little bit if we need to. Then after that is the last rival fight, and considering how hard the last few have been, we could end up having a harder time with our rival than we do with some of the Elite Four. I don't know, it's hard to say. I do think that Koga will be pretty hard thanks to Crobat. Let's see how the Dragon Gym goes. Wow. Well, this blew my mind. Not only did we not get paralyzed thanks to Spore keeping every single Dragonair asleep for so long that we made it faint, but Kingdra didn't even hurt us because it was only using Smokescreen. I figured it was probably going to start using damage after the second Smokescreen, but then our Slash crit to take him out. And here I was thinking I'd need Return for this fight. It actually went fine. How bad is the rival fight gonna be, though? Okay, this fight was insane and took 10 tries. So first is Sneasel, who's always just a one-shot with Slash, and second is Golbat. Now it often gets us with either Wing Attack to bring us to low health or Confuse Ray to make us hit ourselves, but on this attempt, Confuse Ray never made us hit ourselves, so we were able to use Spore and take it out with some slashes. Next is Typhlosion, and every other time it just beats us with one Flame Wheel, but this time we went from full health to literally only 1. The problem is, Dig doesn't get a one-shot, so we go down next turn. I mean, even if we could take it out, Haunter would still have taken us out right after. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and grind a bit. Okay, 5 levels later, and we're just straight up faster than Golbat, so it makes it way easier to put to sleep and take out, and Typhlosion does a solid 41 less damage, and is a one-shot with Dig, so we actually stand a chance this time. Magneton is a one-shot with Dig, and much to my surprise, we were faster than Haunter, and just took it out with Dig before it could curse us. I mean, that or Quick Claw saved us. It's hard to say. Last is Kadabra, but all it did was let off a Future Sight, and then we took it out. Now that we're with the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our attack is pretty solid, and even our defense and special defense are more than I expected, but our speed is still really bad. I don't see us winning the whole Elite Four this level, since Lance is going to be really hard, but I'm sure that we could at least beat some of them. I think I'll need to learn Return by the time of Koga, but that's alright. I'm surprised we got away with Slash for this long anyway. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. First is Xatu, who confuses us right away as we put him to sleep. Slash was doing awesome damage though, so 2 hits took him out, and we thankfully didn't hit ourselves. Jinx is next, and she beat us to the punch, putting us to sleep right away with Lovely Kiss, then hitting a massive Ice Punch to bring us to below half health. I thought I was doomed when Quick Claw not only gave us the speed advantage, but we woke up on the same turn to one-shot her with Slash. Psychic hits us hard to bring us to red health as the second Xatu came out, but we put it to sleep and slashed it down quickly. Executor is next, and I'm very happy we outsped it and put it to sleep because our health is super low. 2 slashes took it down quickly, although I kinda wish I still had Leech Life. It would have done great damage and healed us by a lot. Last is Slowbro, and by all means, it could easily finish us with Psychic, but we put it to sleep and started using Giga Drain to try and get healthy. It actually did way more damage than I was expecting though, so we just two-shot it. A nice and easy first try. That easily could have been a loss if Confusion was meaner to us. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados is first, so we put it to sleep and slashed it down no problem. I'm kinda surprised it didn't use a full restore or a hyper potion or something since it went into red health. Venomoth is second, and I actually remembered it's not flying type, so I put it to sleep and hit Dig for once. Problem is that it wasn't super effective because it's part bug. I was gonna say that my brain works sometimes, but apparently not. Muck is next, and this actually is weak to Dig, so we just put it to sleep and hit it hard. Not quite a one-shot, but we still didn't get hurt. Crobat is next, and this is the one that I was worried about. But we outsped it and put it to sleep. I imagine that was the Quick Claw. Crobat's a fast Pokemon. He uses a full restore to wake up right away. We hit a big slash. He tries and fails with Toxic instead of just attacking with a flying move, and we took him out with another slash. Perfect. Last is Fortress, and it takes forever to make Feint, but it's no real threat at all. It hardly hurt us with Swift. That went so much better than I was expecting. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. This whole fight was pretty much an afterthought. Yeah, Ice Punch hurts a bit, but other than that, there's nothing they could do to us. Most of them have lower defense than special defense, so that plays into us being a physical attacker. Spore is amazing, and we even got to Giga Drain the Onix at the end. It was no problem at all. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. First up is Umbreon, and it's really important that we keep him asleep, since he could just sand attack us, but after a few tries, it goes fine. After that is Vileplume, and we have no issue taking him out while he's sleeping as well. The real problem is that after that is Houndoom, who obviously outspeeds us and one-shots us with Flamethrower. Alright, well, Houndoom is a physically frail Pokemon. Let's just try a handful of times. I'm sure as soon as Quick Claw kicks in and we hit Dig, it'll be a one-shot. Okay, a couple tries later, and we use Dig for our one-shot, so we're back in the game. Next is Gengar, though, and although Dig takes it out fast, we get hit with Curse, so we're taking a lot of damage. Last is Murkrow, and we would win if not for how Slash wasn't quite a one-shot, so we went down. Man, that is tragic. Okay, I'm gonna learn Return, then keep trying. Obviously, we're gonna need Return for Lance anyway. Hey, there we go. That was perfect. The very first try, we Dig first again. The whole fight goes the exact same way, but with Return, we're easily able to one-shot Murkrow. Now it's time to hit that brick wall. Finally, the Pokemon champion, Lance. First up is Water Onix, who was slower than us, so we just put him to sleep and two-shot him with Return. Second is the first of 3 Dragonites, though, and we put it to sleep, was fully paralyzed 2 turns in a row, then got rocked by Blizzard to lose over 100 health before finishing it with the second Return. I mean, I like that we're doing so much damage, but I don't see how we could possibly win like this. Next is Aerodactyl, who just takes it out with Wing Attack. Yeah, that Aerodactyl's probably going to be a brick wall for ages. I guess Giga Drain would be our best move there, but we're not really a special attacker. We're gonna need Quick Claw to save us there, but even if we could somehow fluke our way past Aerodactyl, there's no way that we can take out all 3 Dragonites plus a Charizard like that. We already can't use vitamins, so our sad experience seems to be good. Let's start using rare candies and trying the fight over and over. I get the feeling we're not winning this until level 80, but possibly higher. Okay, level 70. We're faster than Dragonite now, so we can put it to sleep, but for 3 tries in a row, it woke up early and paralyzed us. On this try, though, it didn't, so we took it out. Does that mean we can take out Aerodactyl? Nope. We got rocked by Wing Attack to go to low health, put him to sleep, hit a decent Giga Drain, then he woke up early and finished us off. This isn't hopeless, though. Either we need Quick Claw to kick in and for him to stay asleep longer, or for a crit. I'll try a few more times, and if it's not happening, then I'll level up so that Giga Drain could be a 2-shot. Well, literally the next try and Quick Claw kicks in, so we put him to sleep. And we get our 2-shot with Giga Drain. I guess it's in a damage range. The problem is, next is Charizard, who's super fast and one-shots us with Flamethrower. Oh, that's brutal. Nope, I need levels for sure. I tried the fight a handful of times at level 75, but it's just a disaster. We can beat Aerodactyl even without going first now, but it still doesn't matter. As soon as Charizard comes out, we're just helpless to stop it. I'm starting to think I can't win this until like level 85. Let's try 80 and see what happens. Hey, at least Water Onix is a one-shot now, so the attempts are a lot faster. Level 80, so Aerodactyl goes pretty well now with Spore and Giga Drain, although we do take some damage. This time against Charizard, we're faster, so that's probably the Quick Claw kicking in. We put him to sleep and actually ended up one-shotting him with Return. Nice! After that was the second Dragonite, who we just put to sleep. He wakes up with a full restore, then we return again to take him out. Last is his final Dragonite, but we beat him the same way with Spore and Return. That's a win! With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're going to skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. Okay, well, I got to Blue at level 85. We're slower than Pidgeot, so we took massive damage off Wing Attack, and although it was a one-shot, next was Arcanine, who obviously took us out. Well, this is already a disaster. Do I need Quick Claw to kick in twice? I think I'm going to need to just level up. Okay, level 90, and we're faster than Pidgeot now, so we can just one-shot it, but we still just faint from full health to an Arcanine Flamethrower. Okay, well, at least if we can one-shot our way to Arcanine, then it'll be easier to try until Quick Claw works. Let's just try until we can put it to sleep, then we can use Return and Dig and probably take it out. Alright, a few tries later. We had a try where Quick Claw kicked in, but he woke up super fast to Flamethrower us down in one shot. This time though, we put him to sleep, he wakes up with a full restore as we hit Return, he used a full restore again, we hit Return again, then Quick Claw kicks in again, so we take him out. That was perfect. Rhydon is of course a one-shot with Giga Drain, and next is Water Onix. We put him to sleep right away and take him out with 2 quick hits of Return. Second from last is Executor, who goes to sleep and goes down in 2 returns. And last is Alakazam. Knowing he's frail but fast, I just go straight for Return. He actually didn't hurt us a ton with Psychic though, so we got an easy win. Alright, Blue is down, but we're already level 90, so we don't have much room to get stronger. Red's a lot stronger than Blue, so I could see this going either way. I think I'll need to be level 100 if we're going to win this, but you never know. I'm going to try the fight at whatever level we get there at and just see what happens. First try at Red. So Pikachu actually goes great. We put him to sleep, he uses a full restore, then we realize that we can just one-shot him with Return. That makes things easy. Second is Venusaur, who also goes down pretty quickly, but he wakes up and uses Sunny Day before he faints. Third is Charizard though, and he just outspeeds us and hits a Flamethrower to make us faint. Even without Sunny Day, I'm sure that would have been a one-shot anyway. I'm going to try a few times and see if Quick Claw kicks in to make this trivial. 2 tries later and Quick Claw kicks in, so Charizard goes to sleep fast. It was looking like it was going to be a 3-shot, so I was worried about full restore, but it actually ended up only being a 2-shot. That was lucky. Next is Snorlax, so I put it to sleep right away. I figured this might be too tanky for us, but I guess our high attack is really paying off because we did crazy damage. It's because of a crit, of course, but we took him out in only 2 hits. This might be the run. Blastoise is next and it starts Rain Dance right away, but we put him to sleep and start using Giga Drain. It did amazing damage, getting us an easy 2-shot. Last is Espeon, and although we put him to sleep fast, he put a Reflect up first. That's not good. Return did a lot less damage because of that. Our second one brought him to red health though, and the third round, our Quick Claw kicked in to let us go first to knock him out. We just won the whole fight without getting hurt. That was a fun run, but Paris runs always are. I'm sure it helps that I really like the design of Paris, but I like the idea of having a frail but hard-hitting Pokemon that has a sleep move that always works. It's just a really fun, unique Pokemon to mess around with. I should probably use it in some later generations just to see what happens. Like, would Paris in Black or White 2 with the leftovers be really good? Or would it just faint really fast because better moves exist by then? I'm not sure. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge will be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with only one Chinchou. Chinchou? I should Google that. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments in the challenge request section of my Discord channel and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Do I have any fun things coming up for you? Yes, I do. So sometime soon, I talked about this in some of the outros, that I wanted to maybe start streaming some Bethesda challenges, where like I would stream the recording sessions of it, and then edit it all and do it in the exact same format that I always do the Bethesda ones in, you know, where it's just like these Pokemon ones, but with more editing gags and jokes and stuff. I want to start doing that again, but I don't really have the ability to just do that as a Saturday thing. So I think what I'm going to do is, because I tend to record those in just like 2 or 3 kind of bulk play sessions, which is not how I do the Pokemon ones. And the Pokemon ones is done more over the course of 5 days of playing, sometimes 6 or 7. I don't always get to take days off. So I do that over 5 to 7 days in lots of little sessions where I get up and I take little breaks and stuff. With the Bethesda ones, I typically just have 2 or 3 sessions where I sit down for a good 3-4 hours with little stretching breaks and whatever, and I just power through and get all that done. That would work better for a streaming format. So I think what I'll do is stream my sessions of recording that. It won't be like the best spectator sport in the world, because I'm going to be taking breaks often to write script and whatever, but you know, I'll be on mic and you can joke around with me, and I'm sure there'll be some fun moments that I could edit into the video having me on live mic like that. So that might be a fun thing to do. The streams will be probably some of them on Twitch, some of them on YouTube. If on YouTube, it'll be on this channel you're watching right now. If on Twitch, it'll be the channel linked in the description. Follow me there. Most of my streams are on Twitch. And I think that'll be a fun time. I already know what challenge I want to do next for the Fallout challenges. It's Fallout New Vegas with only a baseball bat, because I thought that was just a fun idea in general. And also, it's not like ridiculous. It's not easy for sure, but the baseball bat is a sleeper hit. It's probably a better weapon than you would guess it is. It's not strong. It's really not strong at all. But it's got a good special move if you have above 50 melee skill, and it has the second highest durability of any melee weapon in the game, so it's got some versatility to it. I think there's also a version of it that can be upgraded with the Gunrunners pack, so I don't exactly know what those upgrades are. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that before I do the challenge and figure, you know, where I'm going to get one and everything. But I'm excited for that. I think that'll be a really fun run. It'll be very challenging, but it's not going to be like the hardest thing in the universe, you know? So it'll make for some fun streams, I think, and it'll make for a very fun video in the end, I'm sure. And I'm just excited to go back to doing some Bethesda challenges. It's difficult to find time. Money's tight. Work takes up basically all of my free time. Is how it is. Everybody knows already about the algorithm changes that happened in like September of 2023 and how that really murdered a lot of people who are doing videos in this format. It's whatever. It's the ebbs and flow of YouTube. It's just a bummer for me because life's expensive. I just dropped $2,000 on poor Sabu's vet bills. Look, I went to the dentist recently. It was like $250, not the end of the world. Not cheap, but not the end of the world. Sabu just got dental work done. Sabu's dental work, grand total between it and him getting blood work and him getting ECGs and stuff, because they wanted to, and an x-ray, because they wanted to check his heart, and they wanted to check his breathing, and they wanted to check his lungs, because they worry he might develop asthma, and he hasn't yet. He's a little bit wheezy. He's a breed of cat that tends to have tooth and breathing issues, so this is expected. So he had a little bit of gingivitis. Thankfully, no teeth had to get pulled. That would have been rough. It's not fun. But no, thankfully everything went literally the best it could. It was still $2,000. But he's all healthy. He's got a clean bill of health now. His teeth have been cleaned and everything. And starting next week, or by the time you're watching this, it will have already started, I'm going to be brushing Sabu's teeth. I got a kitty toothbrush. I got some kitty toothpaste. My vet herself actually made a tutorial on how to slowly introduce brushing teeth to a cat. It's going to take a while to get him used to it, but I'm going to be brushing Sabu's teeth. I've tried to do it a little bit before over the years. It's not easy, but now that I got the vet on my side helping me learn how to do this, I'm sure I can figure it out. Whatever takes care of Sabu the best, you know? Anyway, I need to get editing. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Dunsparce was a real back and forth solo run. Let's follow that up with a very highly requested one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Rattata? You guys know this Pokemon, it's the first one I ever used in my first ever Pokemon challenge. Super weak stats, with much lower base stats than that of first form starter Pokemon. Our only saving grace is decent speed and tolerable attack? It's not much of a compliment, but I mean, look at these stats. By level up, all we get that's good is Hyper Fang and Super Fang. Hyper Fang is probably just going to be replaced by Return, but Super Fang could possibly still be good. Maybe it'll work on Red Snorlax. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's my best choice. By TMs we can learn some crazy stuff like Thunder and Blizzard, so that's cool. Maybe we do Return, Thunder, Blizzard, and Super Fang by the end of the game? Seems like a reasonable moveset. Our special attack is abysmal, but I'll take what I can get for type coverage. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about my chances. Rattata can learn some pretty crazy moves by TM, so I'm feeling good about our type coverage. I still think we might need to be max level before we can beat Red though. Oh, and I don't think it's actually pronounced Rattata. In fact, I'm almost certain it's not, but that's what I called it as a kid. So, I'm just gonna keep calling it that. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Rattata. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Rattata so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Man-Bar after a really old reference to an old series called Flash Trash that's on this channel, as well as a reference to Man-Bar, the Rattata I used in my first ever Pokemon challenge 3 years ago. Crazy how time flies. So, early game travel. Not too much to say here since the game is already balanced for a weak Pokemon like Rattata at this point. The first couple levels are hard since we have to heal after basically each fight, but as soon as we're at least 3 levels ahead, we're fine. I made sure to pick up the phone number of youngster Joey, of course. I feel like he's our real rival in this run. I bet our solo Rattata run goes better than his. Oh, and Bellsprout Tower was super easy. I actually considered not bothering with this yet since it's not required anyway, but Flash is super useful for getting to Red in the post-game, and we do need the extra experience. Yeah, the Flung Gym might be easy, but Pokemon Champion Russell is right after, and I don't think we can get our hands on any moves before then that are any good. At Faulkner's Flying Gym, we didn't even go in with full health, and we still took out his team just fine with Hyper Fang. Yeah, this isn't really the part that I was worried about. Literally right after, as I was gonna make some progress, youngster Joey called to tell you to follow me on Twitter, where I ask you fun questions like, do I have a YouTuber voice? Gonna be honest, still don't know exactly what that means. I kinda feel like YouTuber voice probably means something different to most people. Anyway, Joey didn't want to fight, so let's get moving. Okay, so we have that fight with some Geodudes coming up. We don't get any great moves to deal with this yet, and we don't get Super Fang until level 34, so I might just have to make sure that we're a high enough level to brute force it. I kinda think that we might already be a high enough level to do it with Hyper Fang, but at the same time, Rattata has really awful stats, so it's possible that we're still not ready yet. Maybe the flinches from Hyper Fang will carry us through though. So, the Hiker battle actually went pretty well. The first 2 Geodudes were one-shots, although the second one was probably just from the critical hit. The third Geodude couldn't really hurt us, so it went perfectly fine. Don't know why I was worried. All that's left before the Bug Gym and the rival fight is Slowpoke Well, so I actually really need to level up a little bit. We have no moves that hit ghost types, and our rival has one, so we're gonna have to learn Mud Slap for the fight. It's only a 20 power move though, so I'm gonna have to get every last level that I can on my way there. Okay, Bug Gym. Metapod and Kakuna were both fine, obviously. Scyther and his Fairy Cutter is a bit of an issue though. We could 3-shot him, but he can 3-shot us too, and he's faster. That's a shame. If we were faster, then we could make him flinch. Let's try the rival fight instead. So, I kinda thought the rival fight would be a challenge, but we never even took damage. Mind you, part of it is that our rival's move choice is really weird, but I think we'd have had to have missed a lot to actually lose. I still don't feel like I'm ready for the bug gym, but maybe I'll just grab one more level and give it another try. Well, this attempt went way better. Despite only being 2 levels higher than last time, we're not only faster, but can also 2-shot Scyther. Weird to think that such a small jump in attack could make such a big difference, but I guess that's pretty typical for the early game. Now, the next real big challenge is the normal gym, and I don't think that we'd be ready to handle Miltank's rollout just yet. If we're faster, then maybe we can make her flinch, but Miltank is actually really fast, so we'd need to be a higher level than her. I do pick up Return while I'm in Goldenrod, and that could get us the win, but at the same time, I'm not sure that our friendship is maxed out yet. Hyper Fang is already 80 power, so it's nearly as strong, plus it can cause flinching. Hyper Fang might be our go-to move for just a little bit longer. So Clefairy was just a one-shot with a critical Hyper Fang, and next was Miltank. I thought we'd probably win because of flinches, but Miltank just ended up missing a rollout, so we got a really easy win. Not gonna lie, I thought that would be harder. And as we left the gym, Joey called. Hi Joey, it's not evening. Well, he wants to fight, and I don't have Fly yet, so it's a little bit of a trip, but you've gotta give the people what they want. I biked the whole way there. On one hand, it's nice that I have the squirt bottle, so at least I don't have to go through Union Cave in the forest again, but I haven't fought the Northern Trainers yet, so that took a little while. Once I got to him, we just one-shot him with Hyper Fang. Sorry, Joey. Better luck next time. Wanna come with me to the Kimono Girls Dance Hall? I hear there are shirts on sales, and it looks like you could use a fashion upgrade. We're at the dance hall, so you know it's time for the Chimera ad. This week I'm going over the Essential Short Sleeve t-shirt. See, I can tell this shirt is great for 3 reasons. 1, I have a couple, and they're the comfiest t-shirts I own. 2, they're best sellers on the website, so people seem to agree with me that they're great. And 3, they're only 20 bucks. For a shirt that feels great and is literally gonna last you years, that's really good. As you can tell on screen, they come in loads of nice looking colors, so you get quite a bit of choice. And if you aren't into short sleeves, then they even make long sleeve versions. If you want to look as good as this guy, then you're going to have to dress as well as him too. And you can, thanks to Chimera, linked in the description. Make sure to use the code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout to get a discount and let them know that I sent you. Now, I need to get ready for the Ghost Gym. So before we can fight Morty and his team, I went to the National Park to pick up the TM for Dig. Not the strongest move in the world, but this is before Pokemon had abilities, so we can actually hit Morty's ghost types with this, and since they're all part poison type, it'll be super effective. I'm not totally sure if we can win yet, but between Dig and them not being able to use ghost moves on us, I'm feeling hopeful. The Ghost Gym itself is a weird fight. See, Curse doesn't work on us while we're underground using Dig, so they can't actually do much to us. We lost the first attempt because of Gengar's Hypnosis and Dream Eater combo being so strong, but on the second try he missed Hypnosis, and since he's the only Pokemon who doesn't get one-shot by Dig, we win pretty easily on the second try. That said, we have the Fighting Gym and the Steel Gym next. I'm really not feeling good about either of those. We can't learn any moves that are good against most of what we're going to fight, but at least Dig is strong against Steelix. Not that I'm expecting it'll do much, considering just how much defense Steelix has. Plus, the Fighting Gym is usually an easy one, but we're a frail normal type. I think I'll just get one shot. That's why I decided to do the Rocket Hideout early. We need the extra levels, and the money we make from this place means that we're closer to being able to afford the good TMs. I might get Thunder still, but I know for sure I want Blizzard. It's not as accurate as it was in the Gen 1 Rattata run, but it's still going to be just about required for the Lance fight later in the run. I want to make sure that I've at least got Blizzard before the Dragon Gym. Okay, boss rush time, starting with the Ice Gym. First up is Seal, who I just one-shot with Return, and second was Dugong. It hits us with Aurora Beam before going down, but we actually lost almost a third of our health from it. Last was Piloswine, who we just hardly took to half health, nearly took us down with Blizzard, then went down to Return. If we were a level or 2 lower, we probably wouldn't have gotten that knockout, and I bet we would have lost. At the first try at the Fighting Gym, we one-shot Primeape, but ended up going down to a single Dynamic Punch from Poliwrath. That's alright, it's only a 50 accuracy move. We can just try a few times. Literally the next try, he just misses Dynamic Punch, so we won. Let's hope it's that easy at the Steel Gym. Alright, first try at the Steel Gym. Both Magnemites were just one-shots with Dig, so that's pretty good. Against Steelix, though, we were doing almost nothing with Dig, in spite of it being super effective. We actually took him to red health, though, and all it took was a crit and one of his Iron Tails missing. Well, Super Fang always takes out half his health, so maybe 2 Super Fangs and a Dig will do it. A few tries later and we get this crazy attempt where his first Iron Tail missed, so we got in 2 Super Fangs. Then we got hit by Iron Tail, dug underground, then she used a Hyper Potion before we could come back. Man, that's brutal, she saw it coming. Maybe I have enough money for Blizzard? It's not super effective, but at least it uses special attack. Man, I only had enough cash to get 3,000 coins. For the whole last chunk, I had to just hang out at the game corner for ages. Oh, and it turns out Blizzard costs 5,500 coins in this game, so I need more coins than I expected. I swear this Blizzard TM better be worth it. Alright, so this took a few tries since Blizzard did less than half his health and damage, but once we finally got a run where Iron Tail missed, we managed to take him down with 2 Super Fangs and a Blizzard. I knew that fight was gonna be brutal. So, Radio Tower is next, and I actually kinda think I might need these levels. Rattata is really frail, and it's starting to catch up to us. There's loads of trainers at this part of the game, though, so I know that I could level up a bit. I'm torn. I think the next rival fight will be okay, and we probably can beat the Dragon Gym with Blizzard, so I don't really need levels for those at all. But right after that is the Elite Four, and I know for sure that we're not ready for that yet. I'm gonna try and level up here while I can. Getting them now will be better than brickwalling later. Rival fight time. First is Golbat, who actually survives Blizzard, hits a weak wing attack, then goes down to return. Magnemite was a one-shot with Dig, Haunter was a one-shot with Dig, and Sneasel was a one-shot with Return. Last was Quilava, who was also a one-shot. Wow, that was easy. Only 2 more fights before the Elite Four now, the Dragon Gym and the last rival fight. I don't think the last rival fight's gonna be an issue, it rarely is, but I could see the Dragon Gym being hard if we don't do much damage to Kingdra. If we can 2-shot Kingdra, then it should be easy, but if it's a 3-shot, then I could see Smokescreen causing issues. Only one way to find out. Now, the Dragon Gym actually took quite a few tries thanks to Blizzard not always hitting, but it didn't take long before we got a run where the only time we missed, they just missed their Thunder Wave. In Gen 2, the AI's status affliction moves have a built-in miss chance. Once we got to Kingdra, we hit Return twice for the win. Super easy. We're on the lead up to Victory Road now, and I'm thinking that we're not ready for the Elite Four yet. I'm sure the upcoming rival will go perfectly fine, but I just can't see us making it far past that. I don't have any good answer at all for Bruno, and I think that we're just too low of a level to put up much of a fight. I'm not gonna grind quite yet, but I did fight most of the trainers on my way. Last before the Elite Four was the final rival fight, but we literally didn't even take a hit. I mean, we should have, but the Typhlosion ended up getting crit by Return and went down in only 1 hit. The entire rest of his team couldn't handle us on a good day, so we're actually at the Elite Four at a lower level than I expected. Now that we're at the Elite Four, though, let's take a look at our stats. Not gonna lie, I don't think we stand a chance yet. Our defense and special attack are shockingly low. Our attack isn't even 100, and our health is only at 126. We'll probably just get one-shot by Bruno's Machamp or Hitmonlee. Even if we got all the way to Lance, I don't know how well we'd do against his Charizard. Still, it's at least worth a try. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. But right before I went up the stairs to the Elite Four, Joey called to tell me that he beat a really tough Caterpie the other day. Ooh, I hear that your solo challenge is going great. Thanks for checking in, Joey. First is Psychic Trainer Will. I don't even know what to say about this one. It didn't go how I expected at all. We didn't get hit a single time. Part of that was thanks to a lucky crit, but for the most part, it was just a load of one-shots. We got hit by Leech Seed, but that doesn't damage you on rounds where you make something faint in this game, so it never actually hurt us. Blizzard didn't even miss. This was the first try. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. It started great with a crit one-shotting Ariados, then we took down Venomoth with 1 hit of Return. For Fortress, though, I had to start using some Super Fangs to chip away at him, but then he just used Explosion to completely one-shot us. I legitimately didn't see this coming at all. Alright, so I'm gonna have to grind at least a little bit. I know we're gonna need 2 for Bruno anyway. I don't really have any good answers for the Fortress problem. He's only weak to Fire type, and we don't have any Fire type moves that we can learn. I tried using Blizzard on one of the tries, but that did even less than Return. So overall, pretty rough situation. The way I look at it, I should just grind till I'm maybe level 62 to 65. It's enough of a lead that I think I'll be faster than anything I fight. So between that and the little extra bit of damage and health, that might be enough to get a win? Okay, next time I'd got there was at level 64, and this time just using a Super Fang a couple times, then Return, got us the win. He didn't go for Explosion. I guess he might have known that it wouldn't have been a one-shot anymore, but I'm not sure. After that was just a Muck who never landed a hit, and his Crobat who stalled us out with full restores for a little while until we won pretty easily. Third was Fighting Trainer Bruno. Hitmontop was a one-shot with Return, as was Hitmonlee right after. Hitmonchan took out a good quarter of our health with Mach Punch before we one-shot him, and next was Machamp, who probably could have finished us off with a Cross Chop, but he actually missed, letting us take him down. Last was Onix, so I tried to finish it off with Return, but it did less than half of his health and damage. He started a Sandstorm, and I got hit again, as his Earthquake and Storm took us all the way into red health. We did take him out on the follow-up, though. I'm just surprised that we even got past Machamp. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Umbreon did a bit with Feint Attack before going down in 2 returns. Vileplume was a one-shot, and Gengar went down after we hit Dig, and she finished herself off with Curse. Murkrow was a one-shot, so no curse damage on that turn, and last was Houndoom, who was also a one-shot. That was actually pretty easy. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. First up is his Water Onix, who held on from a return with red health and made it rain. We took him out on the follow-up, and next is Dragonite, so we land a one-shot with Blizzard. Third was another Dragonite and another one-shot with Blizzard, followed by Aerodactyl. Return did just slightly less than half of his health and damage as his Rock Slide hit us hard. We missed Blizzard, but then he missed Hyper Beam. Our next Blizzard hit to take him out. That could have been so bad. Charizard was next, and Return did great damage, but so did his Flamethrower that took us to only 13 health. After that, we hit Return to make him faint, and then took out his last Dragonite with another Blizzard. With that victory, we go into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Because I just got a call from youngster Joey on the boat over to Kanto. Joey, I'm doing the post-game script thing. You can't interrupt me right now. So, Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including all 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. Most of those gym battles are super easy because they're weaker than the Elite Four, so I just grabbed the leftover some Celadon so that we could have a solid held item, then made my way to Blue. First was his Pidgeot, who we just one-shot with a critical Blizzard, and second was Alakazam, who went down in 1 return. Rhydon also went down in 1 Blizzard, so fourth is Water Onix. We hit Return for great damage, he made it rain, then we took him out. I love how they often waste time with weather moves in this game. For Exeggutor, I didn't bother with Blizzard and just used Return. He did get us with Leech Seed before we could take him down, though. Last was Arcanine, so right away he outspeeds us with Extreme Speed to take a decent chunk out of us, as we hit Return for a bit more than half of his health. He healed off Leech Seed, but it wasn't enough, and our next return got the win. Okay, that first try win was actually pretty good, but Red is a lot harder than Blue. We might have to level up quite a bit before we can win, but you guys let me use rare candy cheats in the post-game, so at least I won't have to grind. I'm just gonna get in there and give it a try at this level, then we'll start leveling up as we need to. I'm not seeing any obviously better moves in our TM move list to grab for this fight, so I think we're just gonna stick with this. First try, level 75. Pikachu goes down in 1 return despite being a higher level than us, because of course. Right after that is Espeon, who totally rocks us with Psychic, to the point where we can't come back, because of course. Well, you know what? We did a lot more damage than I was expecting. If we had the speed advantage, we'd have taken Espeon down. Level 80. This time Espeon actually went down without hitting us, thanks to our speed advantage and him just using Reflect. That meant I had to use Super Fang on Snorlax, though. It worked on the first round where he used Amnesia, but on the second round we missed Super Fang, and then he crit a Body Slam to one-shot us. Yeah, I don't think I was gonna overpower Snorlax with Return anyway. Level 85. This time Espeon hits Psychic to seriously mess us up, So when we got to Snorlax, a single non-critical body slam took us out. You know what? Return did decent damage. With a few more levels, maybe we can two-shot him. Level 90. This time Return one-shots Espeon, so we get into the Snorlax fight with full health and without Reflect. Thanks to a critical Return, though, we nearly one-shot Snorlax. Unfortunately, his body slam right after paralyzed us, so we just lost. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I'm just gonna try again. I don't even have to level up for this. Level 90 again. On the first return, we just did under half of his health and damage, so I guess there's a damage range going on here. Thankfully, he used Amnesia, then we crit to take him down. Venusaur just took in Sunlight for Solar Beam, so we got an easy two-shot, but against Charizard, we got seriously messed up by one Flamethrower. We took him down, but thanks to the damage we took, Blastoise was able to easily finish us off with Surf. I can't believe how frail we are. We're gonna need even more levels. Level 95, everything goes the same until Venusaur, who used Sunny Day this time. Because of that, Charizard's Flamethrower did way more damage, nearly fainting us before we could take him down. The best part is Blastoise could have just taken us out with Surf, but he went for the lower accuracy Blizzard instead. If he just missed, we'd have won. That's it, level 100. We lose literally the exact same way. Multiple times. Hey, why does Blastoise keep using Blizzard when he can take us out with Surf? Is it because he knows that water moves are weaker when Sunny Day is active? Because Blizzard is less accurate during Sunny Day, so it's an even worse choice than Surf. At least Surf has 100 accuracy. Of course, he hits Blizzard during Sunny Day every time he needs to. Alright, 9 entire tries later. Every run goes the exact same way without fail at this point until Blizzard, and then after being hit by it so many times in a row, it felt good to finally have it miss, giving us the win. Well, that got brutal out of nowhere. I'm gonna be honest. I'm honestly just really thankful that it didn't get brutal until the post-game, because at least I didn't have to grind for that. Man, if I had to grind from level 75 all the way to 100, all on the last workday on this, I don't think I'd be able to get the editing for this one done on time. The video would be late. My work has been packed. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, when we do Pokemon Emerald with only one Magcargo. I was gonna do Emerald with Slugma first, but a bunch of you pointed out that Magcargo's fire and rock typing might actually be harder since the Pokemon champion is water type in Emerald, and also because when Slugma evolves into Magcargo, it barely gains any stats other than a bunch of defense and special defense. Mostly just defense, actually. Every one of his other stats only raises by a base of like 10, it's kind of terrible. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, outro time. I actually started that Magcargo run already, with a Slugma at the start rather than Magcargo, obviously, like I usually do for any run where I can evolve Pokemon. And man, the rock gym was brutal. I'm not gonna tell you what level I had to get to before I could beat it, because I made a prediction of what level I'd need to be, and I also asked for people to give their predictions, so I don't want to spoil it now, but oh, it was harder than I thought it was gonna be. I'm telling you, I'm really not looking forward to how the end of this run is gonna be when I get to all the water types. You know, the Pokemon champion having 6 water-type Pokemon and I'm double weak against water. I'm not entirely sure what my game plan for that is even going to be. What, like Return? Earthquake? I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out later. Anyway, I need to go get some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon edited. Sorry there's been such big gaps in that, by the way. Just my co-hosts getting really busy for long periods of time, and I get really busy, usually making these Pokemon challenges, which, you know, understandable. I'm sure you understand it considering you're currently watching the Pokemon challenges. Anyway, I gotta go get those edited so that you guys can go check it out. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Soul Silver with only one Cyndaquil was pretty hard. Let's follow it up with another solo run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Remoraid. So Remoraid is an interesting one. It's a first form water type with super even stats, 35 in health, defense, and special defense, and 65 in attack, special attack, and speed. I guess you could say it's a glass cannon, although it doesn't exactly hit as hard as a cannon. By level up, we learn a few cool moves like Psybeam and Ice Beam, but overall, it's nothing too amazing. Weird that we get our moves at level 11, 22, 33, 44, and 55. Really, I think Bubble Beam, Psybeam, and Ice Beam are all that's really worth using here. By TM, we can learn a little bit more, but honestly, not anything that helps with our type coverage, so I'm not interested in most of this. I'll take Surf to replace Bubble Beam, and maybe I'll take Return for fighting water types, but either than that, there isn't really anything that I want that bad. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Getting Ice Beam makes me think that we can beat Lance, but we might be too frail for Red at the end. Are we going to be strong enough to even take out Snorlax? It's kind of hard to say. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Remoraid. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Totodile with Remoraid so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Totodile so that our rival would have Meganium, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Pillman. Only the real ones get it. Alright, so early game travel is actually a little bit harder than usual, mostly because we can't just do Bellsprout Tower for a bunch of experience. We're water type and still relying on Water Gun as our only attacking move for the first little while, so it's not worth it to try and struggle through a bunch of level 3 Bellsprouts. We'd have to leave the tower and heal all the time, so instead I just make sure to fight some extra wild Pokemon on the way to the Flying Gym. I even had to grind in the grass a little bit because we were fainting to trainers in the Flying Gym just thanks to being so frail. Kinda makes me worried about how many fights we're gonna be too frail for later, but I guess we'll find out when we get there. By level 12, we made pretty short work of the Flying Gym, although we lost over half of our health in the process. I know he's only using Pokemon that are less than level 10, but he's a pretty legendarily easy fight, so it's saying something that we lost so much health. That means that we're traveling to the Bug Gym and the rival fight, and I don't really think that we can beat either of them without some serious leveling. I'm gonna grab Swift on my way to the Bug Gym just so that we have a new move for when we have to fight our rival's Bayleaf, but I couldn't see us actually beating it for a while. I'll just fight everything I can and do the Bug Gym first. I figure that at least we stand a chance there. So I get to the Bug Gym at level 19, Metapod and Kakuna were obviously easy, but Scyther was the real threat. We lucked out though, and he missed a Fury Cutter on the first turn. The rest of them were hitting and building power fast, but we did exactly enough damage that we hardly took him out with only 8 health left. It would have been better if he missed later, but it was still a first try. After that was our rival. Ghastly was super easy because Lick hardly hurt us at all, but after that was Bayleaf. We did a decent little bit of damage, but a critical Razor Leaf obviously took us out fast. You know what? At level 22 we learn a bunch of moves, including Aurora Beam. That could probably get us a win. So next try at level 22, right away we crit Ghastly for a one-shot, then did pretty great damage to Bayleaf with Aurora Beam. He probably could have one-shot us with a critical Razor Leaf, but he used Reflect instead, so we just took him out. Last was Zubat, but it was a one-shot with Aurora Beam. Easy fight. So next up is the normal gym, and I don't really have high hopes. We have some medium power moves, but it takes a lot more than that to take out Whitney's infamous Miltank. It's tanky, rollout hits hard, she can use Milk Drink if she's hurt and not stuck in a rollout, and she's super fast and can flinch us with Stomp. We're kind of frail, so it doesn't really matter if she builds up rollout or spams Stomp, I'm sure she could take us down either way. Maybe Bubble Beam could drop her speed, but honestly, I don't think we could survive 3 hits, and I doubt we can take her down in 3, so I doubt speed matters all that much anyway. Let's fight a bunch of trainers on the way, then give it a try. So Clefairy hit Double Slap, so she was easy as expected, but right away we flinched to a Stomp, hit a Bubble Beam for a decent damage, and then went down to a rollout. Well, we lost, but we actually did more damage than I was expecting. We could 3-shot her. Now, if we could level up a little bit to 2-shot her, then this would be a pretty easy win. Alright, after clearing out all the trainers to the north and grinding a bit in the grass, we got to level 30, and now Bubble Beam is a 2-shot, so that battle wasn't too bad. Good, I was actually getting worried. Right away, I went straight to the dance hall so that we could get a little bit of experience, and most importantly, get the HM for Surf. This is going to be our strongest move, so naturally I want to get it right away. Hey, well, I get that HM. Let's do a round of MDB AMA. First is AJ Evans, who wrote MDB Q&A for some reason. I stumbled across this one just because I was looking at my comments at the time. Use MDB AMA, it makes it so I can actually search it. Also, sorry, I don't even know if these fireworks are gonna be audible in the background, but it's an Indian holiday right now, and there's fireworks going off incessantly, but I've gotta get the voiceover done today. Shoutouts to all my Indian homies, and whatever holiday it is on November 1st. I know it's one of them, but I don't remember the name. AJ is asking if I have specific HM Pokemon in each version. I actually get asked this a lot. Yeah, for most of them at least. In Kanto, I catch a Spearow, and I trade it for Farfetch to use Fly and Cut. Then what I use for Surf depends on what order I do things in. If I beat the Poison Gym before the rival, then I catch whatever I can through fishing for Surf. Usually it's like a Poliwag or something. Then I use Lapras later for Strength. If I beat the rival first, though, then I use Lapras for Surf and Strength. In Johto, it's Hoot Hoot for Fly, Sandshrew for Cut and Strength, Krabby for Surf and Whirlpool, then I use my Master Ball on a Goldeen for Waterfall. In Hoenn, it's Zigzagoon for Rock Smash and Surf, Geodude for Strength, usually a Wingull for Fly, and a Tentacool for Dive and Waterfall. In Sinnoh, it's Bidoof and Bibarel for basically everything, and a Starly for Fly. I don't bother with Defog, you don't really need it at all. Lastly, in Unova, you only actually use Cut once, so I use one of the Elemental Monkeys for it, and for Fly, I just use whatever the first flying type thing I run into. I know in Black 2 and White 2, you need to use more HMs, but I've played those so little that I don't really have set in stone HM Pokemon for them yet. I hope that was interesting to some of you, though. That was a long answer. Let's do 2 shorter questions. Do you think this one's Nate or Knate? I'm gonna say Nate. Nate wants to know if I've ever gotten around to watching Kung Pao. Okay, for anyone who doesn't know, my friends Whatageek and Truth both independently have been bugging me to watch Kung Pao for years. I know that I'll love it, I just haven't gotten around to it yet. You know what? I'll watch it before 2024 is over for sure. Last question. Gobel wants to know if I play any other video games while working on challenge runs or Let's Plays. I mean, not while I'm working on them, because, you know, I'm kind of busy working on them. Like, I'm not playing 2 video games at once. If you mean while I'm editing them, then also no, because I'm busy editing them. Maybe he's just asking if I play other video games in between when I'm working on stuff. Yeah, I play video games off-show all the time. If I have free time to myself and I'm not, like, watching wrestling, exercising, or cooking, then I'm probably either playing video games by myself or with my friends. I play all kinds of stuff, though. Lots of Victoria 3 in the last few years. That game just turned 2 years old, and it's my most played game on Steam. I've got thousands of hours on that. But I also play World of Warcraft on a free private server called Turtle WoW. It's not run by Blizzard, so it's actually good. You should join my Discord in the description and come to the World of Warcraft chat sometimes. Join our guild. It's all free, and Turtle WoW can run on even really old computers just fine. We'd love to teach you the game if you're new. I also play Haven and Hearth. I've been playing that since 2014. Love that game. But literally today, when I'm doing this voiceover on November 1st, it came out on Steam as well, and that game is free if you want to play it. That's like a really fun, survival, crazy MMO thing. And I've got a village in it. Again, go to my Discord. You can go to the description and you could join in. We'd love to teach you how to play. It's a real fun time. Be careful of raiders though. It's a very brutal game and anyone could try and take you out. So, you know, stay safe. Read up on the wiki a lot, learn the game. We're happy to teach you. And if you do join our village, whenever we get the village up and running, because new world, make sure to keep the doors closed. Never leave them open. You never know who's gonna come in. Anyway, that's it for this MDB AMA. I have a Ghost Gym to do. Alright, this was crazy. Ghost Gym was a sweep. It absolutely shouldn't have been, but the only Pokemon that could hit us was Gengar, and he just used Mean Look, so we didn't get hurt at all. That means we're on the road to the boss rush. I'm kind of skeptical about our chances at the fighting gym since Poliwrath will resist our better moves, but who knows? Psybeam might still pack enough of a punch that we could get a win if we don't get confused or put to sleep. The Steel Gym, though, I'm not sure. Maybe once we're strong enough that Surf one-shots the Magnemites, then we'll be fine, but if we're not one-shotting them, then I'm pretty sure that they're gonna paralyze us and it'll be all downhill from there. Steelix itself probably won't be that bad though, just because we're pretty strong with Surf by this point. So I was right that the Poliwrath at the fighting gym could take a few hits, and I'm sure it would have caused problems, but it just missed Hypnosis twice, so we ended up taking it out super easily on the first try. We didn't even get hurt. After that was the Steel Gym. The Magnemites were just one-shots, and all Steelix did was nearly get one-shot, use Sunny Day, heal back up, then get two-shot. Sunny Day weakened our Surfs, but not enough to prevent it from being a two-shot. That was really clean. That means we're going through the Rocket Hideout on our way to the Ice Gym and the Radio Tower rival fight. Now the Ice Gym is always easy, though he's got some water types, so I don't expect us to be using Surf the entire time. Still, I don't think it'll be hard. Our rival might be more of a problem, but who knows. Ice Beam might just take out Meganium like it's nothing. If so, then all we have to worry about is the Dragon Gym, so I don't expect it to be too brutal. Let's find out. So at the Ice Gym, we actually took more damage than we have in quite a few major fights, just because we couldn't hit Seal or Dugong all that hard. But they weren't exactly hitting us super hard either, so I don't think that we were ever in danger of fainting. Last was Piloswine, and it's part ground type, so it was obviously just a one-shot. After that is our rival, and although most of the fight was easy, Meganium held on from an Ice Beam and took out more than half of our health with a single Razor Leaf. Other than that, the Sneasel hurt us slightly, but we made it through fine. That's how Glass Cannon runs tend to go. Either we win fights super easily, or we get hit once and nearly faint. That means we're traveling to the final gym, the Dragon Gym. Now, I don't know exactly how this is gonna go. I'm sure the Dragonairs will be easy, but this is all about Kingdra. It can sometimes be a real nightmare to fight, and we have no super effective moves for it. You know, since Kingdra is only weak to Dragon type until Gen 6 when Fairy came along. I don't expect Ice Beam to be doing amazing damage to it, although I think Kingdra's strongest move is Surf, so it probably won't do insane damage to me either. It's hard to say how that's gonna go. Then we have the final rival fight after that. We might just go down to a grass move, but I don't know. I don't actually remember if he's got Razor Leaf by that point, because if he just has Solar Beam, then I'm sure we'll be fine. Let's see what happens. Dragon Gym time. As expected, the Dragonairs were all one-shots, but Kingdra was hard. We were doing less than half of our health and damage with Ice Beams, and Surf was really messing us up. She had Hyper Potions though, so I was gonna lose, when we lucked out and ended up freezing her off an Ice Beam. Because of that, we got a first try victory against the Dragon Gym leader when we absolutely would have had to grind for at least 3 or 4 more levels for a win otherwise. And last was our final rival fight, but it was nothing. We literally just swept our way through the entire fight like it was nothing. That crit on Megania may have been required. It's hard to say for sure. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our health is low, and our special defense and defense are both awful, but maybe we stand a chance? Our attack is actually way higher than our special attack. I'm not really thrilled about that. I don't really think that I could win without a few more levels, but then again, our type coverage is actually really good for most of the Elite Four. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. First is Xatu, who goes down in 1 Ice Beam, and second is Executor, who also goes down in 1 Ice Beam. Strong start. Jinx is next, so I tried for Surf to nearly take her out, but we got rocked hard by Psychic to lose most of our health. We took her out right after, but right after that is Slowbro, and he's pretty tanky, so we couldn't take him out, and he finished us off with Psychic. Okay, well, Jinx is physically frail. I'll try replacing Swift with Return so that we have a good attacking move, and then I'll try that next time and just see if we get a win. Hey, that actually worked great! Getting to Jinx was a sweep like before. Jinx herself went down in 1 return. Slowbro actually used Amnesia this time, so although 2 Psychics could have taken us out, we only got hit by 1, and last was another Xatu who just went down in 1 Ice Beam. Not bad at all. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This fight was just embarrassing. Despite not at all being a one-shot machine like in other fights, Koga just blew every chance to hit us. Every time he got a chance to do some real damage, he used Minimize or Spikes or something like that. In the end, we got hit by Toxic, but I really do mean in the end. It was in the last turn, we didn't get hurt. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. First is Hitmontop, who we crit with Psybeam to take out in 1 hit, and second is Hitmonchan, who took 2 hits, so he got us with a Thunder Punch for just a little bit of damage before going down. Third was Hitmonlee, who just survived a Psybeam, so we got rocked with a really strong high jump kick before taking him out, but after that was Machamp, who just took us out pretty quickly with a cross chop. Even with a crit we didn't one-shot him, but I think that we should just keep trying. Maybe we could get to him with more health if I picked different moves. So I tried again with Return to see if their lower defense would make Return a one-shot, but it seems like it was doing about the same damage as Psybeam. Same with Surf too, so I think Psybeam is still the right move since at least it might confuse them. Maybe if I try a few more times I can get Cross Chop to miss. Okay, so I learned my lesson from a bunch of failed tries that even when Cross Chop misses, 2 Psybeams aren't quite enough to take him down. 2 Surfs is though, so after a handful of tries later, we took him out, then we one-shot Onix after for a win. It wasn't exactly easy, but we didn't have to grind. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Now this one took a lot of tries thanks to Sand Attack, but as soon as we got a run where we weren't missing or hitting ourselves in confusion and Umbreon went down okay, we did amazingly well. We took no damage the entire fight outside of a sliver from Gengar using Lick, but not paralyzing us. It's funny, this fight is either super easy or super hard just depending on what Umbreon does at the start. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. First is Water Onix and our Ice Beams weren't doing much. Thankfully, his Surf wasn't doing much to us in return, but then he switched to Flail, so we were at about half health as he went down. Next is his first Dragonite, who is obviously a one-shot with Ice Beam. Then his second Dragonite was also a one-shot, and I'm sure it will surprise no one to find out that his third Dragonite was also a one-shot. His Charizard was next, and it was a one-shot with Surf, so all that's left is his Aerodactyl. Now, I'm sure we could have gotten a one-shot on it, but he's actually faster than us and crit us with a Hyper Beam. Okay, well, let's just try again and see if we can win if he doesn't crit us. That's not good. Couple tries later, and even though we don't get crit, we still go down to Hyper Beam. Okay, well, that move misses sometimes. Maybe we can just try until it misses. I mean, that or he does a different move. You never know. Hey, on the next try, Hyper Beam misses so we land our one-shot. I can't believe how well the Elite Four and the Pokemon Champion battles just went. How weird is it when Bruno's the hardest one? With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and the secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna have to skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. I made sure to pick up the leftovers, of course. I figure I'm gonna need it. First up is Pidgeot, and our Ice Beam hits super hard, but doesn't quite get the one-shot. Thankfully, we ended up freezing him so he didn't hit us before going down. Executor was second, and of course he comes close to being a one-shot, but he's just using Solar Beam so we take him out before getting hurt too. This is a strong start. Third is Alakazam though, and he's faster than us and rocks us hard with Psychic right away to nearly one-shot us as we took him out with a critical return. I doubt it needed to crit though. Alakazam is pretty physically frail. After that is Water Onix though, and of course we didn't stand a chance. Hyper Beam took us out fast. Well, we were really close to some one-shots. I'm sure in a few levels we could get those. Really, I think as soon as we're faster than Alakazam, we could win this. Level 70. So we're still not one-shotting Executor and Pidgeot, but it doesn't really matter. It's Alakazam being faster than us that still causes problems. We got some hits in on Water Onix at the end and did a bit more damage, but we still went down to Hyper Beam. I bet you that by level 75 we could win this. Okay, this time Pidgeot is a one-shot, as is Executor right after. We're finally faster than Alakazam, so we take him out in one hit too. Return hits Water Onix hard enough that he's just a two-shot, and instead of using a Hyper Beam, he crit with Twister. That move is super weak though, so we just took him out and ended up healing back up almost fully from leftovers. Rhydon is of course a one-shot with Surf, and last is Arcanine, who we're actually faster than, and is also a one-shot with Surf. That wasn't too bad. Okay, now that we beat Blue and had a pretty easy time with most of this run, doesn't mean that we can beat Red. We do have the advantage on how most of his team likes to waste time with like weather moves and stuff, but there's 2 Pokemon on his team that I think could totally shut us down. You might think Pikachu because it's electric type, but his Pikachu kind of sucks. I mean, I'm sure it'll be hard when we first get there, but after a few levels, it probably won't be. It's actually Espeon and Snorlax that have me worried. I doubt I can one-shot either of them, even at a very high level. Espeon's Psychic is absolutely going to destroy us, and Snorlax is so insanely tanky that I don't think that we could take it out for a long time. If anyone could shut us down, it's Red. Wish me luck. So first try and we get outsped and one-shot by Thunder. Alright, well I guess I should have seen that coming. I mean obviously this isn't happening at this low of a level. Let's start making real tries at level 80. Level 80! The exact same thing happened. Okay, I kind of figured we might have been faster by then. Alright, let's level more. Level 85! Okay, we're faster than Pikachu and we one-shot it with Surf. That really turned around. Second is Venusaur, who just gets frozen off Ice Beam, so we take it out on the second round, no problem. Third is Espeon, who uses Reflect, so we got a free hit in with Surf, but on the second round, we lost most of our health to Psychic before we finished it off. After that is Snorlax, and we did about half of his health and damage with a critical Surf, but then we went down to a Body Slam. Hey, that actually wasn't too horrible. I need to keep leveling, obviously, but we might be able to beat Snorlax at level 100 without having to rely on freezing. Level 90. Things went the exact same. I mean, even down to us freezing Venusaur again. I guess this time we didn't crit Snorlax, but he still beat us in one hit. Level 95. Okay, so Venusaur just goes for Solar Beam, so we don't get hit by it, and now we're faster than Espeon, so it only gets to attack us once. Its Psychic still hits hard and lowered our special defense, though. Then we got super lucky against Snorlax as we crit with a Surf. He used Amnesia, then we finished it off with Return. Second from last is Blastoise though, and although we got him to super low health, he fainted us with Surf. The worst part? If we didn't get that special defense drop, then I bet we could have won. I figure that we either need Espeon to use Reflect, or we need to crit Snorlax again. Then again, if Espeon uses Reflect and Snorlax uses Amnesia, then I don't know how we're gonna win. Maybe I just spam Ice Beam at that point and hope for a freeze. Level 100! Okay, so Espeon does hit Psychic, but we don't lose special defense this time, so she goes down, and we stand a chance. Against Snorlax, we ended up critting a Return right away to nearly one-shot him, and all he did was use Amnesia, so we got to take him out on the next hit. Honestly, we might not have needed that crit. 2 returns may have gotten us the knockout anyway. It's kind of hard to say. Second from last is Blastoise, and now that we didn't lose any special defense, we managed to take him out without losing too much health. We're still beaten up, but we have a bit left. Last is Charizard, though, and obviously, we just land a one-shot with Surf. It was close, but we got a win. That wasn't even a crazy amount of tries. That was actually a pretty fast run. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be a much longer one, thanks to how frail we are. But our type coverage was alright, and we hit pretty hard. I love getting to use these Pokemon that I never normally get to use. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Pearl, with only version exclusives. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time, I would love to go forever, but it's a weird day. I've been trying to fix my sleep for like, I don't know, months now, like 4 or 5 months. Has been slowly getting worse and worse, and I've been becoming more and more nocturnal. And like, it's not a huge deal in the summer because you still get a lot of daylight, but now that it's getting towards winter, it's no daylight, and I hate that. It feels so rough. Like, last night, I fell asleep at like 8 in the morning, so the sun was coming up, and then I woke up at 6 p.m. when the sun was coming down. Or like 5:30, I guess. That is miserable. I've been trying to fix it several ways. I've read all the guides online. You know, you take sleeping pills. I forget the name of it now. Melatonin. You take melatonin to help you fall asleep at a proper time, to help reset your sleep schedule, and it just doesn't work for me. And I try so many things. I find, and this is not what they recommend. They always recommend you like slowly go to bed earlier and earlier and stuff, and that never works for me. I find it's easier for me if I have a few days where I stay up way later and I kind of push my sleep forward like 3 or 4 hours at a time that way. Because like, you know, I work from home, so it's not a big deal when I'm awake, just as long as I'm awake long enough to get all my work done and everything, and all my obligations and whatnot. So pushing it forward tends to work better for me, and I got really close to fixing it that way this week, but then it all just went downhill. So I'm gonna have to try again. So I think what I'm gonna do tonight is I got up at like 5:30 p.m. It's 8 right now p.m. I'm gonna work like crazy today. I'm gonna walk a lot, get a lot of exercise in, eat well. I mean, stuff that I like doing anyway. and take some melatonin around 2 a.m. Hope I can get up at 10 a.m. And hey, if I can make 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. my new schedule for a little while, that's a massive, massive improvement. That's a lot more daylight. I would love that. Now, ideally, I'd like to do more like fall asleep at midnight and wake up at 8 a.m. I feel like that's like where I naturally want to land more. But we'll see what I can do. We'll see. So as much as I'd love to ramble forever, I've got to do that. And if you're wondering why I was like streaming a whole lot in like September and then not a whole lot in October, it's because I've been trying desperately to fix the sleep schedule stuff. It's miserable. I hate it. I always feel so rough if I don't get enough daylight. I like sunbathing and hanging out outside and stuff, and I miss it. All right. I gotta get this whole video edited today. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Torkoal was a fun and strange solo run. Let's follow that up with something totally new. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Shelder? So believe it or not, but I've actually never done a solo Shelder run. It's a solo water-type Pokemon with super high defense and decent attack, but is pretty weak at everything else. For a first form to have 100 in any stat is pretty cool though. It's a shame that all water moves in this game are special, but that's not the end of the world. I do worry about grass and electric moves though. Our special defense and health are both terrible. By level up, we get Aurora Beam at level 17, but other than that, our only good attacking move is Ice Beam at level 49. We don't even learn an attacking water move until level 41, and it's not even a good one. Ice Beam will be great, but other than that, our level up moves are awful. By TM, really all I care about is Surf. Maybe I go Ice Beam, Surf, Return, and Rest by the end? I don't think I've ever had so few good moves on a Pokemon that I'm resorting to Rest, not because I think it would save me, but just because there's literally nothing else that I want. This is probably going to be a pretty weird run. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure that I can beat Lance since I have Ice Beam, but I'm skeptical about if I can beat Red at the end of the game. We're incredibly weak to electric moves, and we're not that fast, so Pikachu might ruin us. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Shelder. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Totodile with Shelder so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Totodile so that our rival would have Meganium, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Shelton B, with the double L like in Shell. The real ones know. Alright, so I'm not sure how the first gym is gonna go. We do have really high defense, so I don't think that they're gonna hurt us much, but they've got Mud Slap, so they might just ruin our accuracy and beat us that way. We could level up to 17 to get Aurora Beam and just beat them with an ice move, but I doubt that I'll get there at level 17 naturally, so I'd like to see if I can win before that. Normally I would get levels in Bellsprout Tower, but since it's full of grass types and we're both water type and have low special defense, that seems like a bad move. Let's see what happens when we get to the Flying Gym. Wow, so the Flying Gym actually wasn't that bad. We buffed our defense once at the start, and they just hardly hurt us. I thought Mud Slap would be an issue, but they never used it. I even held a berry to stay healthy, but we absolutely didn't need it. What an easy fight. Alright, so we have the rival fight and the bug gym next, but I'm not too worried this time. Normally Scyther can be a real issue with Fury Cutter, but he's part flying, so Aurora Beam should do a pretty great job. And the rest of Bugsy's team are a Metapod and a Kakuna, so they should be easy. I've just gotta grind up a few levels to actually get Aurora Beam, then I should be fine. Our rival could be harder because of Bayleaf. Yeah, we can use Aurora Beam on it, but I'm feeling like we can't one-shot it, but it might be able to one-shot us. Wish me luck. Alright, well, as expected, Aurora Beam made pretty short work of Bugsy's team. We weren't exactly hitting as hard as I wanted against Scyther, but we're physically tanky, so he couldn't do much to us in return. I kinda think that this rival fight might be hard, though. Alright, so I had to retry a bunch at the start against Ghastly because we were getting put to sleep or paralyzed left and right. Eventually, I just put up with him using Hypnosis since he couldn't hurt us that much in our sleep, but being slower than him does make this a long fight. We really don't do a ton of damage, but we just hardly get our 2-shot in. Next is Bayleaf though, and even with it being weak to ice, we just get poison powdered and then taken out in one Razor Leaf. Okay, we for sure need to level up. I at least need Bayleaf to be a 2-shot. If we could get faster than it too, then we could actually win this. So I grind for 2 levels and try again. This time we're faster than Ghastly, so it's a little bit less luck-based, and we can actually survive a Razor Leaf from Bayleaf, but it's not quite a 2-shot, so we ended up fainting. Grinding here is really slow, but I'm confident that in 2 or more levels we could win this. I'm gonna go grind a little bit more, then keep trying. Alright, so 2 levels later, and we're now faster than his whole team, and do enough damage for our 2-shot. Bayleaf didn't even try for Razor Leaf this time, just used Reflect instead. Fun fact, while grinding for this fight, I saw a shiny Spearow. I was just mashing through though and accidentally made it faint before I thought to record it, but I think that's the second shiny I've seen in 2025. Obviously not counting Lake of Rage. So next is the normal gym and the ghost gym. I'm not feeling great about the normal gym, I have to say. We're tanky, so hopefully the stomps and rollout won't be too bad, but I just don't know that I'll be doing much damage, so Milk Drink might just keep us from winning. If we can win though, then I'm not at all worried about the ghost gym. We can just grab the HM for Surf outside of the gym, so I'm finally gonna have a strong move with the same type attack bonus. I guess it could still be hard if we get put to sleep or hit with Curse, but for the most part, I think that it'll actually be pretty easy. Anyway, I'm gonna go get the TM for Swift so I have a better physical move I can use if I need to. Alright, so the Clefairy at the normal gym was super easy. It just metronomed Synthesis, then did a weak double slap. Nothing serious. Next is Miltank, and we weren't doing much damage, but we were starting off incredibly lucky. Miltank kept missing rollout early on, so it couldn't build much power. It ended up using Milk Drink because of that, and it could out-heal us, but eventually it did another rollout, and we took it out during that. I think I easily could have lost this if rollout just hit more in a row, but that went great. I'm gonna go grab Surf and then try the Ghost Gym. So I tried the Ghost Gym over and over. This is how most fights go. The first Haunter tends to use Curse, so we take it out fast, but we'll still take a lot of damage at the end of turns. In Gen 2 though, we don't take Curse damage on the same turn that we make something faint. The problem is that Gengar right after always puts us to sleep, so we faint to the Curse pretty quickly. I'm gonna keep trying this one though. I know that this could be a win as soon as Hypnosis fails. 5 tries later, and we have this one where Haunter doesn't use Curse, and we still actually one-shot it, meaning we're healthier going into the Gengar fight. It doesn't put us to sleep this time either, so it goes down pretty fast. But we still nearly fainted to the Haunter at the end because of all of the nightshades they've been using. It was a really close call, but I'm impressed that we won. Alright, with that done, we have a few gyms coming up that I think will be really hard. There's the Fighting Gym that might not be too bad, but I don't expect to be doing too much damage. The Steel Gym where the Magnemites can probably wreck us. And the Ice Gym that normally isn't too hard, but where I really doubt I can do much damage either. I'm not really sure what I should do beyond fighting every single trainer I can for levels as early as possible. It's not like we can learn any good new moves to help. I guess I'll do the Fighting Gym first just because it might be the easiest. I don't see myself being able to beat the Steel Gym until after we're faster than the Magnemites though. So I tried the Fighting Gym a few times. Primeape always goes pretty easy, but as expected, Poliwrath is a problem. Every time we just don't do much damage, get put to sleep, then take dynamic punches until we go down. The worst part is that confuses us too, so often we wake up and hit ourselves. I think that I should just try the other gyms first, although I really doubt that we're gonna do all that well against the Magnemites in the Steel Gym. Yeah, that's kinda what I thought. We nearly one-shot the Magnemites, but of course it one-shots us with Thunderbolt. At least that means that I probably only need a few levels before I can at least get to Steelix, and I don't think that Steelix itself is gonna be too bad. So right away I start going to the eastern routes to fight trainers that I haven't seen yet. You know, the path to the Lake of Rage and the Rocket Hideout. I figure that maybe by level 38 or 39 we can beat the Steel Gym, and maybe by 40 or 41 I can beat the Fighting Gym, assuming we don't get awful Hypnosis and Dynamic Punch luck, of course. I figured that I should try the Ice Gym first though, just because it'll be in town when I finish the Rocket Hideout. I still don't know how that one is gonna go, but I figure that by the time that we're ready to beat the Fighting Gym, we'll for sure be ready for the Ice Gym too. Oh yeah, as a reminder, because I keep seeing people ask why these challenges sometimes have comments on them that are like a week old by the time they go public, people who pledge on my Patreon see these videos the moment I'm done editing them, so usually about a week early. All you have to do is go to my Patreon, link in the description, and pledge at least $1 a month, and you'll get all of these challenges as early as possible, as well as the ability to vote on polls to decide what challenge I'm gonna do once a month. It's always appreciated. Thanks. Alright, so the ice gym ended up being pretty easy. Swift still really isn't hitting hard, but they didn't do much to me either, and Piloswine is part ground type, so Surf does a good job. After that, I went straight to the Steel Gym, and it's just a one-shot sweep. We had a super easy time. Think we're finally ready for the Fighting Gym then? So Primeape is a one-shot now, but Poliwrath is still kind of an issue. We got really lucky and crit the first Swift for huge damage, but quickly we got confused, started hitting ourselves, and we were put to sleep. I was worried that I was gonna faint before I could wake up, or even wake up then hit ourselves, but we lucked out and landed another hit to make him faint. That was closer than I was expecting, to be honest. I guess that we just have to fight our rival in the Dragon Gym next. Wow, the rival fight ended up being really easy. Actually, of all the Pokemon in his team that could hurt me, I thought it was gonna be Meganium, and that it could one-shot us with Razor Leaf, but instead it was the Sneasel at the end who did a bit of damage. Not at all what I was expecting. Hey, I'll take an easy win, though. I'm gonna pick up the TM for rest on my way through Icy Path, and then go right to the Dragon Gym. I figure it won't be hard, but that I might need to level up to get Ice Beam first. We'll see. Alright, so I was kinda holding out hope that the Dragon Gym would be easy with Ice Beam, but although the Dragonairs were all one-shots, Kingdra was a problem. None of our moves do much damage to her, and Dragon Breath was doing quite a bit to us. Maybe if we were faster, then we'd actually stand a chance, but we were doing so little damage that I'm not sure it would have saved us. I think I actually have to grind, but hey, at least the local area has rock and ground types, so grinding a water type here isn't too horrible. I bet I can win this by level 55 at least. So after getting to level 53 and finally being faster than Kingdra, I lost the fight 5 times in a row due to either being paralyzed right away or being crit. Thankfully, on this 6th try, she just totally stopped using Dragon Breath and wasted time with Smokescreen instead, so I spammed Swift. She used a Hyper Potion, but we won anyway, and only took 1 hit in the process. Not bad! Now let's see how that last rival fight goes. Alright, so right away he starts with Sneasel, who outspeeds us and drops our defense 2 stages with Screech before we get our one-shot, and second is Magneton, who thankfully is a one-shot with Surf. After that is Meganium though, and we came just shy of a one-shot, so we had to take big damage from Razor Leaf. I don't know if it's a good thing that that move was special in this game. Maybe we would have fainted because of Screech, but then again our defense is so much higher than our special defense that who knows. We finish him off and then one-shot Golbat with Ice Beam right after. Second from last is Haunter, who's a one-shot with Surf, and last is Kadabra, who's a one-shot with Swift. That was pretty easy, but things are about to get a lot more difficult. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our defense rocks, and our attack is actually way higher than I thought it would be. I'm also happy that we're such a low level, all things considered, although I still don't think we can win this yet. Will's gonna be difficult because of our bad special defense, and Karen might be difficult too just because her team is reasonably strong. I'm actually not that worried about Lance though, just because we have Ice Beam and Surf, and that covers his entire team, other than Water Onix, who we can hopefully just brute force. I have a Quick Claw to help us out a little bit, but really, I think that will need to be a higher level before we can win. Make your final guess on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. Right away, Xatu is faster than us, so we lose half of our health before we score one shot with Ice Beam, and second is Executor, who thankfully is slower than us, and also a one-shot. The problem is, Jinx is third, and although her double slap did almost nothing to us, she wasn't a one-shot, so she just used Psychic after to take us out easily. Okay, well, we need to at least be faster than the Xatu at the start if we want to stand a chance in this fight, so I'm gonna level up a little bit more. Oh wow! So a few levels later, and we were fast enough to not get hit by Xatu, and although we can take out Jinx, it's only with a few points of health left, so Slowbro just takes us out on the follow-up. We hardly did anything to Slowbro. We might need some pretty serious levels before we can win this. Hey, we're not super far off of a one-shot on Jinx. Maybe once we can do that, we can win. Okay, so I get to level 62, and Jinx is finally both slower than us and a one-shot. Slowbro is actually still pretty dangerous, and we took a lot of damage, but a lucky crit saved us from having to get hit again. Last is Xatu, but of course we just outsped and one-shot it again. I'm not sure if I could have won that without a crit or not, it's hard to say. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Now, I wasn't too worried about this one until we got hit by Toxic early on, and Fortress was actually being smart and using Protect. Toxic isn't too dangerous in Gen 2 because we don't take poison damage on turns where we make something faint, but it's still pretty much a death sentence in solo runs. I figured this attempt was doomed until I remembered I have Rest and Muck probably can't hurt us, so I used it and things turned out fine. We won with about half of our health left in a pretty easy first try. I figured the next fight should be easy too. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. None of them could hit us very hard, and Surf and Swift did a good job. We did have a bit of a close call with Machamp, but we could have used Rest if we really needed to, and I figured that things would be okay. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. So I knew things would be hard when it starts with Umbreon's Sand attacking us, but thankfully, the second one failed, so we only got hit by it once before we took her out. Vileplume was a one-shot with Ice Beam, and next is Gengar, who instantly outspeeds us and uses Curse. We finish her off with Surf, so we don't get hurt, but this isn't good. Murkrow's next, but we get our first miss, so we take Curse damage and get hit by Feint Attack. We take her out on the next turn. Last is Houndoom, but we missed Surf yet again to take more Curse damage and faint in one crunch. Okay, that was awful, but I do think I can win this in a few tries if I just get better accuracy luck. Okay, this took a bunch of tries, but eventually we got this one where Gengar didn't use Curse, instead just wasting time with Lick. I still lost on another try where Curse didn't happen thanks to horrible missing luck against Murkrow, but on this one, we just hit lots and won pretty easily. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. Right away, Water Onix took a critical Ice Beam, hit a Hyper Beam, then we took him out easily as he was recovering. Considering he was using Swift though, I'm sure that I didn't need that crit. After that is 3 Dragonites in a row, but all 3 are obviously just one-shots with Ice Beam. Charizard was faster than us and hit a Flamethrower for a pretty decent chunk of damage before we one-shot him. And last is Aerodactyl, who hits pretty hard with Hyper Beam before we one-shot with Surf. Not bad at all. With that victory, we get in the Hall of Fame and we win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the postgame, including 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. I know for sure I'm picking up the leftovers on my way over there because I figure that it'll be pretty useful with a physically tanky Pokemon like Shelter. So we get to Blue at level 70. Pidgeot is nearly a one-shot, but all it gets us with is a weak wing attack and mirror move, so we take it down pretty fast. Second is Executor, and it's not a one-shot either, but all it did was charge Solar Beam, so it never hit us. The problem is Alakazam, who's faster than us and hits really hard with Psychic. We're not very close to a one-shot, so we just ended up going down. Well, if we could one-shot Pidgeot, then maybe we could get farther, but I really think that we might need to be faster than Alakazam. Let's get up to level 75 and then keep trying. Alright, so another try at level 75. Pidgeot is a one-shot now, and after that is Executor, who still just uses Solar Beam, so we're going into the Alakazam fight with full health. Now this time we survive, but it's just because he used Reflect instead of Psychic. We still get hit on the second round to lose half of our health, but we take him out on the follow-up. Next is Water Onix, and this fight went on forever. He doesn't do much to us, so I kept wanting to use Rest, but then he kept critting us so I'd have to rest extra. He even used 2 full restores to last longer and longer. The funny thing is, he started running out of Hyper Beams and even Hydro Pumps, so by the end he was using Twister, and it was so weak that our leftovers were keeping us almost perfectly healthy. It took nearly 4 entire minutes just to fight Water Onix, but eventually he went down, and we were very healthy. Second from last is Arcanine, who hit a Flamethrower, then got one-shot, and last is Rhydon, who was obviously just a one-shot. Not bad at all. I thought that I'd have to be a higher level. Let's go lose to Red. Alright, time for Red. Right away, Thunder misses us, and we nearly get a one-shot with Surf. Pikachu uses 2 full restores as we keep surfing, and then he finally hits us to make us faint. I mean, how crazy would it have been if we actually took out Pikachu there? Let's start the real tries at level 80. I still think there's a chance we don't win at level 100, but hey, who knows. Okay, so after getting one-shot again, we got this try where Pikachu missed, so we one-shot him instead. Problem is, Venusaur's next, and although he's going for Solar Beam, he's faster, so he still hits us on the second round for a one-shot. I think I'm gonna need to be faster than him to win this one. Level 85, and we still need Thunder to miss to get to Venusaur. Now, Venusaur is actually in two-shot range, but we're still slower, so we just go down again. Maybe a Quick Claw could help us, but I really think that we're going to need the leftovers if we're going to beat Snorlax later in the fight. I just need to level up more. Level 90, and after getting hit by Thunder 5 times, we got another run where we got to Venusaur, but we still just lost again. Starting to really worry that even at level 100, we're going to be too slow. Alright, we're level 95, and Venusaur is finally slower than us, so we take him out easily before he can hit us. Finally, some progress. Espeon is next, and it's faster than us and uses Reflect, but thankfully we were going for Surf. It hit us with Psychic for pretty huge damage, but we took it out. After that is Snorlax though, so I was worried. I went for Surf since Reflect is still up, and he ended up using Amnesia after the hit. I switched to Ice Beam hoping for a freeze, and we got it on the first try. Then I switched between Surf and Swift, trying to lower his health without dropping him into red to avoid a full restore, but we ended up critting just to take him out early. That was nice, but it meant that we had less health than I wanted for Blastoise. He was doing more damage than I had hoped with Surf, as I whittled him down to low health. Right as I was about to take him out, I used Rest. I could have just finished him off, but I know Charizard is last, and he's for sure going to be faster than me, so I don't want to go down to something like Slash. I rested to heal back up, lost a little over half of our health, then finished him off. Last is Charizard, and he outsped us with Flamethrower, but one Surf took him out. Not only did we win, we did it below level 100. For my first Shelter run, that wasn't too bad. I should probably see if I could get a better moveset in a different game so that I can try it in that one, because it is crazy how limited we were in that. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Heart Gold, with only one Sneasel. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Okay, I'm recording this on the 6th of June, this voiceover right now. There is a chance that next week's challenge might be late. I don't really know for sure. So here's the thing. I know a lot of you who listen to these outros or follow me on Twitter or whatever know about my health issues I've been having for like over a year now. A little bit over a year from when I was passing out last year, right? And the weird abdominal pains and everything, kind of like lower abdomen down by like the waistline of my pants, I guess. Well, I'm going through my whole medical journey and everything to try and figure that out. I finally saw a GI, which is what all the doctors at the hospital recommended. Took forever to get my appointment, but I got my consultation and everything. The big important thing is on the 11th, which is after this video is going to air on YouTube, but it'll be up on Patreon before that. On the 11th of June, I have my colonoscopy. Now, I don't really know if I'm going to have answers as to what's going on, if anything's going on that's going to get seen by a colonoscopy immediately after, or if I have like a consultation with the GI later down the road, and that's when we talk about this stuff. I have no idea. I've never done this before. That wasn't really part of the prep. Most of our prep discussion that the GI was just talking about, you know, the whole process, what the prep looks like, sending me the info so that I can get all of the laxatives and whatever to prep for the colonoscopy. I know, fun way to end the video, right? Colonoscopy talk. I'm looking forward to it so much. But honestly, I am hoping that they find something so that we at least know, like, hey, finally some answers as to this health stuff, and maybe that can lead us to an answer. Obviously, I'm not sitting here going, man, I hope I have something really bad. No, like, obviously I hope that it's something that is pretty treatable. I figure it's probably nothing, like, life-threatening, because if it was really, really serious, then how long ago did I pass out now? Like, a year and 1 month? or something. And yeah, I've had pains and I've had pressure since then, and I've had a few times where my blood pressure got really low. There have been some incidents like that since then, but not as severe. And I feel like if it was something really bad, it probably would have gotten noticeably worse over the course of the last year. And it hasn't gotten noticeably worse. It comes and goes, it can be really rough sometimes, and then other times, I don't notice it for like a straight month. So we really don't know what's up yet. Hopefully when I get scoped, they're gonna find something, but the GI already warned me that there's a chance that they'll scope me, they won't see anything wrong, but everything still isn't performing properly. In that case, I guess there's other things we do. I don't know. I'm not a GI. I can't exactly relay you the information that he told me perfectly, because we're talking about maybe 7 minutes that I was talking to him over a month ago, like a month and a half ago or something, so I don't remember all his verbiage and everything. But he explained to me that, you know, there's two different kinds of problems with intestines. There's the physical problem you can physically see on a camera, and you can look at that and diagnose that and say, that's the problem you're having, you know, inflammation or a tumor or whatever it is. But he said that you can also look at it, and there's a chance that there's nothing physically wrong with the organ itself, but it's still not performing the way it should, in which case it's some kind of nerve issue or something. I don't remember exactly how he worded it, but he did explain to me that just because the organ itself seems to be, like, healthy doesn't mean that it's going to function properly, because obviously your organs work in tandem with other organs. It might not be getting the right signals or whatever. Or who knows, maybe it's not even an intestine problem. We don't know yet. We won't know until I get scoped. Then there might be some answers. So I'm looking forward to that. I know it sounds weird to say you're looking forward to a colonoscopy, but I really, really want some answers on this. But basically what I'm saying is next week's challenge, from when you're seeing this, might be late, because, like, yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, the colonoscopy has already happened a few days ago. You can probably just, like, go on my Twitter right now, linked in the description, and I will have given you any updates if I have any updates there, and of course I'll give you updates in the next Pokemon Challenge voiceover thing, because I'm pretty sure that next voiceover is going to be after the colonoscopy. But yeah, there's a chance that it might just be late, because I have a dentist appointment on the Monday, which is the 9th. I have a dentist appointment, so already I'm not going to be working as much as I would like to that day. And then the Tuesday, I'm on a pure liquid diet for like 30 hours or something. It's like 9 in the morning, I have to start a pure liquid diet, and then the next day, my colonoscopy isn't until 2 p.m. It's like a 1:15 check-in time, and then 2 p.m. is the time I'm supposed to actually have the colonoscopy. So I'm not going to have anything but water for like a really long time. And on that Tuesday where I'm only having water, I also need to do all the colonoscopy prep, which is like a lot of laxatives and stuff like that. Basically, I'm working on the assumption that I'm not going to be able to work on the Tuesday, or at least my work is going to be very limited, because that day is pretty much dedicated to prepping for the operation. And then Wednesday is the actual day of the colonoscopy. I'm just assuming I'm probably not working at all that day, because the first half of the day before I go in for the colonoscopy, I'm going to be absolutely starving and probably very low on energy and not ready to, you know, work. And then after the colonoscopy, I mean, they knock you out for that. You're not awake for a colonoscopy. I'm probably going to be pretty woozy and waking up from anesthetics and stuff for, I don't know, the rest of the day. It's probably going to be affecting me for the bulk of the rest of the day. So I think it's pretty safe to assume I'm not going to be working the day of the colonoscopy. I'm assuming that I'm probably going to need Thursday as a bit of a recovery day. I do think I'm going to work that day, but probably not like as well as I would. I'm going to need to like get food back in me, and who knows like what my health is by then, you know? Because for all I know, by then they're going to have seen something during the colonoscopy, and I will have learned about it, and who knows, maybe by Thursday I'm going to be like on a bout of medication for something. I don't know. Maybe I have inflammation in my intestines and I need to take something for it, or maybe I need to radically change my diet and like cut certain foods out that I have some kind of allergy to, or something like that. I really don't know. So all of next week for me is very, very up in the air. But like the way I look at it, if I have limited work on Monday, limited work on Tuesday, I can't work Wednesday, and then the rest of the week is a mystery, but Thursday is probably at least limited work, yeah, I might not get the video done on time. And I know, I always get a wave of people who are like, don't worry if it's late, it's okay, we don't mind, we can wait, it's not a big deal. Yeah, but I also have to do my job, you know? like, think about it for yourself, right? You have a job. If you suddenly stood up one day and said, oh man, look, next week I need to take this day off and this day off and this day off and this day off. Yeah, you're not getting paid. That's the problem. You know, bills still gotta get paid. And I'm the only one working. So, if the videos are gonna get done, it's gotta get done by me. No one else can take that over. That's literally impossible with the way my workflow is, and it's all the stuff is on my computer, and I'm the one playing the challenges, and I'm the one writing the script, and I'm the one doing the editing, and I'm the one doing the voiceover and all of that. And then whenever people hear that, they're like, why don't you pay for an editor? I don't know, man. Two things. One, the editing is like the easiest part of it, by far. The editing takes me like no time. The only thing I could outsource that would save me time is the playing of the game, and I'm not going to outsource that. Two, the editing is where I put in a lot of my personality and what makes my show feel unique. Outsourcing that to an editor is just going to make it feel less like my show. I don't want to do that. Yeah, they can make things cleaner and nicer, but people show up for texture, not polish. I don't want them to clean it up. I like the little mistakes. I like the little eccentricities of my weird editing. And I think that a lot of you guys do too. And three, if I'm worried about having to work because I gotta get paid, how am I gonna pay for an editor? Sorry, thought I'd address that because I always get asked these things. Anytime I say a video is gonna be late, I already know the litany of questions I get or the litany of responses I get because this has happened many times, you know? Anyway, it might be late. And if it is, that's a bummer, but, you know, I'll survive. Well, I'll find a way. Hopefully it won't be late. I'm very sorry if it is. I'm probably gonna try and schedule a very easy run for me to play next week. So, like, you're already gonna see Heart Gold with one Sneasel, because I'm playing that this week. That's how that works. Is I'm doing the voiceover for a run that I had already played the week before, while I'm playing the next run, and it's very complicated, and I've talked about this a million times. But basically, the run after the Sneasel run is the one that could be late. I'm gonna try and pick a run that looks very easy on paper for that week, but that people still request. Because then hopefully it's a run that I could just beat in like a couple days near the end of the week, and then things won't necessarily be late. But again, it's all dependent on my health. I don't know. I don't have any answers until the colonoscopy. So, wish I could give you better answers? I cannot. But now I need to get some water in me. I need to go make myself some breakfast at 5 p.m. I need to make myself some breakfast, because I'm basically nocturnal right now, and I wake up very late. And then I gotta get editing this, and I gotta get playing more of that Sneasel run for you, so that stuff isn't late. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only one Meowth was a weirdly fast run. Let's follow that up with a harder one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Natu. Natu is a weak flying and psychic type Pokemon with passable speed and special attack, but not much of anything else. Overall, the stats are better than our Meowths from last run, but we don't get the magic of always critting. In fact, by level up, our move choice is pretty bad. Peck is at least our type. Nightshade could definitely be useful for a while, but the real move we need is Psychic, and that's not till level 50. By TM, we can learn a couple of decent moves, but honestly, not much that we're interested in. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with a challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can beat Lance, but I worry that I can't deal enough damage to beat Red's Snorlax. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Natu. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Natu so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Plasma, after Plasma Charizard, a guy who's been posting a random word of the day in my comments section for a few months now. I couldn't really think of a name, so I thought I'd just reward someone for giving me something interesting to read every day. Also, thanks for watching the Let's Plays, I appreciate that. They're my best stuff. So we start with just Peck and Leer. We get Nightshade at level 10, but it doesn't work on normal types in this gen, so it won't work for this first gym. We won't be level 30 to get Future Sight by then, so it's safe to say that we need to be a good enough level to peck our way through that fight. So I make sure to fight lots of wild Pokemon in the early areas as I make my way to town. Naturally, the moment we get to town, we go to Bellsprout Tower. We have Peck, and Bellsprout Tower is full of Bellsprouts, so this is a no-brainer. After that is the Flying Gym, but Falconer was a total pushover. You know you're not a great gym leader when you don't have a single Pokemon over level 10. Peck and Leer did a good enough job. You know, as much as I doubt that Nightshade is going to see much use in this run, I'm still happy I have it. The normally pretty slow Hiker in Union Cave was easy thanks to it. Later down the line, we'd probably just use Psychic for this, but it's not until we hit level 50, so until then, Nightshade will be our designated anti-rock type move. The Bugsy fight was a very easy first try. Peck and Nightshade did a great job here, and of course Fury Cutter wasn't all that bad, because although we're part Psychic, we're also part Flying. After that is the rival fight, and the first try went so hilariously bad after we got smokescreened, paralyzed, and confused. I'm kind of surprised that I still got all the way to Zubat on that hilarious run, but I could probably beat this without all the bad luck. Naturally, the very next fight things go much better. Isn't it interesting how differently the rival can act from fight to fight in Gen 2? Last time he switched to his Ghastly right away, but this time, he not only decided to keep it out, but he sent out Zubat as his second instead of his third. I wonder what made him decide to change the strategy. Maybe it's slightly randomized like in Gen 3. Anyway, Whitney's brutal normal type gym is next, so I made sure to fight every last trainer I could fight on the routes adjacent to Goldenrod City, as well as in the gym. Miltank's rollout is a rock move, and we're part flying type. That mixed with how Nightshade doesn't work on normal types, and I'm not sure we can win this fight yet. Once we actually did the normal gym battle, though, we got unbelievably lucky. Miltank missed on her second rollout, so it couldn't build as much power, and by the time she built it up again, we had hung on with 3 health and taken her out. If I were 1 level lower, we would have fainted. Let's keep making progress. Well, even after tons of trainers once again, the Ghost Gym is pretty brutal. Peck hits ghosts, but it still doesn't do much to the stronger ones. If we had Psychic, this would be a sweep, but we only have Future Sight, and that takes too many turns to actually use. Peck is faster at that point. We're almost level 40 though, and that's when we get Confuse Ray, so let's try leveling up a little bit. At level 40 I try again, and even with this incredibly bad sleep luck where we kept getting hit by Dream Eater, it was still a pretty easy victory. The confusion paid off, and the extra damage on our Peck made that first Haunter a one-shot, so it wasn't too bad at all. With that done, we easily beat the Fighting Gym on the first try. I didn't really do a great job in this battle, but it's the Fighting Gym and we're flying in Psychic types, so victory was pretty much inevitable. I decided to try the Steel Gym next, but it went about as well as I figured. Nightshade is our best move here, and we still went down to Magnemite almost right away thanks to getting paralyzed and confused. It's a rough combo. Maybe we should do the Rock Hideout in the Ice Gym first. Even after fighting every trainer in the Rock Hideout and getting to the Ice Gym, though, we can't quite win. It took a few tries, but we're weak against Ice and hardly deal any serious damage. But we're only a few levels away from learning Psychic, so let's come back then. Naturally, after getting Psychic, the Ice Gym was pretty easy. We still take a lot of damage from ice moves, but they don't get as many chances to attack us anymore. After that, I try the Steel Gym again, and though I thought I was going to lose to an unlucky critical Iron Tail, we just ended up critting our second Psychic for a win. Well, that was nice. Next is the Radio Tower rival fight, but it was a breeze. Now that we have Psychic, we're too strong for this rival fight to really be a problem. Let's just hope that we can say the same thing about the Dragon Gym once we get there. And lo and behold, we can! The Dragon Gym was such a breeze, we didn't end up taking any damage at all. Man, ever since we got Psychic, this run has just been breezing by. Finally, we get to the last rival fight, but even with us getting paralyzed early, we still won on the very first try just because they weren't aggressive enough. With that done, let's take a look at our moves. We're doing alright, but I'm not thrilled about our moveset. Peck is a pretty weak move, but it's the only flying type move we can learn, so maybe it's still worth keeping. Nightshade isn't very strong, but at least it's reliable for if nothing else is stronger. Honestly, with how limited our TM choice is, I think that we should just stick with this for now. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will, and this was a scary one. Naturally, we couldn't use Psychic since they're all Psychic types and would resist it, so we're forced to use Peck and Nightshade quite a bit. Anytime we can't at least two-shot a boss's Pokemon, we're in trouble. Well, we're just too fragile to take many hits, but as you can see, we got extremely lucky. If their move choice was a bit more aggressive, or if Executor at the end didn't miss Egg Bomb, we would have gone down. If we don't end up winning this whole thing, I'll probably replace Peck with Return for the raw power of it. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This one was much easier since Psychic is so strong against poison types. Not much to say here, almost a sweep. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. This one was even easier, as I'm sure you expected. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. I give this one quite a few tries after replacing Peck with Return, and never even got past Murkrow. We don't exactly hit hard without Psychic, but it doesn't work on Dark types. We can't learn any new moves to deal with this situation any better, so we're gonna have to grind at least a little bit. The grind here isn't great, but it isn't horrible. We have a house that gives us free heals right next to the patch of grass. There isn't a long healing animation like in Poke Centers, and we can one-shot all the Pokemon here with Psychic. I'd be grinding on the Elite Four, but my victory on Will was so luck-based that there's no way I could grind by fighting him without just losing all my friendship levels and thus losing power on return, so this'll have to do. At level 71, I try again, and thankfully we're dealing much more damage with Return now. I still took a few tries because of Umbreon's Sand Attack, but overall it wasn't that bad, and once we got past the Dark types, Psychic finished off the last two with ease. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. This is a rough battle on every attempt because Water Onix will set up a rain dance, so the first Dragonite's Thunder can always hit. But even on this super lucky run where Confusion kept the Thunder Dragonite from hitting us, the Blizzard Dragonite missed, we still got paralyzed and easily taken down. Aerodactyl's Rock Slides are pretty brutal. If we were just a little stronger though, I think Psychic would one-shot most of these guys, so I'll just fight the Elite Four over and over to grind, and we can just see the first attempt that we'll win at. Finally, after a solid 6 or 7 run-throughs the entire Elite Four, we get back to Lance again, and finally get our first win now that Psychic flat-out one-shots his entire team, other than the last Dragonite. 2 levels earlier, I was still getting beaten halfway through the fight. Now we're just sweeping them. Still, level 82 by the end of it shows you just how weak Natu is. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but we still have to do Kanto since this is Pokemon Gold. The only real fights here are Blue and Red. I think Blue might be really easy, but the Red fight might require we be at level 100. Let's find out. So by our first try at Blue, we were at such a high level that we could one-shot most of his team. We couldn't one-shot Water Onix, but he was just using Rain Dance then Full Restore, so it never actually hurts us. The only thing that did was Arcanine with Extreme Speed, but it did much less damage than I was anticipating, so I'm happy that went well. But it's on to the real boss of Kanto, Red. I made sure to hold leftovers going into the fight to make sure it was as safe as possible. Even after 10 tries though, this was the only one where we were able to get past the beast that is Red Snorlax, and even then we got paralyzed in the process. Between his crazy health, Body Slam's power, and him using Amnesia, this is brutal. We'll need to come back a bit stronger. At level 94, I tried again, and it took 5 tries just to not get paralyzed or crit against Snorlax. But finally, we got this great run where he hit himself in Confusion twice and went down as a result. After that is just a Charizard who can't deal enough damage with his Flamethrower to put us in danger, and last was Venusaur who's weak to Psychic, so we actually got the win. That was a solid run. I gotta say, it's a good thing that Natu learns Confuse Ray, or I'd probably needed either a lucky crit or double team just to beat Red. I really hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'm thinking Pokemon Emerald with Lotad and Seedot. They are baby Pokemon levels of terrible, so I'm not sure how this'll go, but we'll see. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Gooset playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Heart Gold with only one Munchlax was slow, but still faster than expected. Let's follow that up with an absolute nightmare. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Shuckle? Alright, you probably know the gimmick of this Pokemon, but if you don't already, then look at the screen. An absolutely insane base defense and special defense of 230, but a health of 20, attack and special attack of 10, and a speed of 5. We're insanely tanky, but with a trade-off of almost no ability to deal decent damage, low health, and we are literally as slow as it gets. We're tied with Munchlax for the slowest Pokemon in the series. Onto the level up moves, and once again, this list of moves is not instilling hope in me. Constrict is a 10 power move being used by a 10 base attack Pokemon who isn't normal type, so I can only assume that I'm gonna do 1 damage. The only move that we learn by level up that I actually want is Rest. I mean, why do we even learn Bide? We have a high defense and low health Pokemon. That's literally the opposite of what you want in a Bide Pokemon. By TM moves, I'm seeing stuff that I want, but most of it is really late game. Like, right away, everyone's probably thinking that Toxic is going to be amazing, but you can't get Toxic in Gen 2 until Kanto, so not until after we beat the Pokemon Champion. How about the TM for Defense Curl so that we can get more out of Rollout? Nah, that needs Waterfall, so even that's late game too. How about Curse? That'd be amazing, right? That's also in Kanto. Is there any TM that I even want in Johto other than Return? This is gonna be rough. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. This is gonna be an absolute nightmare. There's a reason why I've held off on doing another Shuckle run for 2 years. I do think I can beat Lance though, and I think I've got a decent shot at beating Red if the strategy that I have in mind ends up working out. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Shuckle. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Shuckle so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Hoovy, because he's got the juice. Okay, so I don't normally bother with IVs, but I actually kind of have to make sure mine are decent, so I tried restarting a few times until we got a decent one. I know in Gen 2 that it's gotta be male or else it'll have less attack. IVs are kind of weird in this game. I'm still not great at reading the IVs, but as far as I can tell, this third Shuckle that we have seems to have a lot of potential attack and speed, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Our defense and special defense is going to be awesome no matter what we do, and we're never going to use special attack, so I just want to make sure that we have as much attack and speed as possible. So what you're seeing right now is me trying to make a level 2 Sentret Feint. I can only assume with our 6 attack and 10 power move that we're doing about 1 damage. We can win, but it takes a minute and a half just to beat one Pokemon. Now, you guys always say to use speed up, and I do sometimes, but I never use speed up while recording footage for gym fights and stuff because I think it looks really ugly. I think it looks way nicer if I record at normal speed and then speed up the footage in editing to match whatever I'm talking about. In this run though, if I didn't speed up recording boss fights though, then we're looking at it taking an hour or more just to get enough attempts in to see if I could beat some of the bosses or not. So if I end up having to speed things up and the footage looks kind of ugly, that's why. Sacrifices have to be made so that we can have a Shuckle run today. Now give me a while to grind against some super weak Pokemon because we need every single level that we can get. So by the time we get to the Flying Gym Leader, we're level 13 and you can instantly see the nightmare scenario that we've walked into. Pidgey spams Mud Slap, destroying our accuracy right off the bat. Considering we're a Pokemon that needs to land roughly 1 million hits to make anything faint, this is a horrible way to start. Alright, so I went to Bellsprout Tower to get some levels. I really don't know what I'm gonna do though. I might just have to power level on a bunch of level 5 Pokemon, Gen 1 style. We don't learn any more attacking moves, Encore doesn't help us when he's already using Mud Slap from the start, Safeguard doesn't protect us from accuracy losses, and Rest would just give us more health. There isn't a single move that we can learn by level up to help us make them faint faster or protect our accuracy, so I think I literally just have to grind until we can brute force our way through the fight. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if we have to max out our effort values before we can beat the first gym. Okay, an hour later and we're level 20. Now I tried this over and over because I got very close a few times. Here's what I've learned. You take 1 damage per attack from Pidgey, and you take 2 damage per hit from Pidgeotto. You'd think that 6 defense boosts would be enough for Pidgeotto to do 1 damage, but weirdly enough, it still does 2, even when it crits. Outside of that, it's all just luck on if you hit or not. To make it worse, Wrap isn't 100 accuracy, so it's extra inaccurate when our accuracy has been dropped by 6 stages. This took a dozen tries, but eventually we simply got lucky enough with hitting enough times to win. Okay, so while we travel, I just realized that we have another potential nightmare scenario coming up. Okay, so we have the rival fight before we can get to Goldenrod, right? And he opens that fight with Ghastly. Yeah, you see where this is going. We can't get any good non-normal type attacking moves until we get to the national park and get Dig. We can learn Bide, but that only hits ghosts in Gen 1, not Gen 2. There is one move we can learn, it's just not a very good one, Mud Slap. I mean, if it's what we've got, then at least I'm happy I can hit Gengar, and I'm happy that Gengar's part poison type. Mud Slap isn't gonna cut it once we get to the Ghost Gym, though. That might need Dig or Rollout. Hey, we beat the Hiker first try, and he only took out 2/3 of our health. Doesn't that just fill you with confidence? Yeah, so our first try at the Bug Gym, and we don't make it to Scyther because his dud Kakuna keeps poisoning us, so we faint before we even get to it. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm trying the rival fight first. You know what? The rival fight went great. We never got hit by Hypnosis, we only got stalled for a little bit on Zubat Supersonic, and Quilava wasn't that bad to take down with Mud Slap. I expected a lot worse. Well, I guess I gotta go grind in the woods to get ready for this Bug Gym then. Okay, so I tried the Bug Gym some more. This time maxing out my defense early after using 4 Mud Slaps to damage Metapod's accuracy. Problem is, now Bugsy sends out Scyther next. I was hoping a Shuckle with 6 defense raises would be too tanky for Scyther to take down, but we got slaughtered by Fury Cutter. It builds power every time it hits in a row, and it's only got a 1 in 10 chance of missing. Okay, some well-timed misses might save this for us, so I'm gonna keep trying. So I want to show you this. This is at level 32, and it took forever to get to this level, by the way. I probably have my effort values maxed out. I should have probably just used Rare Candy at this point. This is literally the luckiest try at Scyther I've ever gotten, and we only got his health to just above red. Problem is, I can't just grind forever, because if I hit level 37, I learn Rest. It doesn't help me in this fight because of Fury Cutter, but I'll need it for the rest of the run. If I learn it now though, then I'd need to get rid of something that I actually need to use in this gym, since I use every move in this gym. I think I just need to hit level 36 and then keep trying until I get lucky enough to win. Okay, 47 attempts. After 47 attempts at level 36, we finally got this one try where we won. Of those 47 attempts, we only dropped him into red health twice. This fight requires an absurd amount of misses at the perfect timing for us to stand any chance at winning. Now excuse me while I rush to get better moves. So now that I can get to Goldenrod, I obviously go straight to get the TM for Return. This is the strongest move that we're ever going to learn, and I bet it's going to be insanely weak still. That said, I'm really pumped to see how much better this is against the normal gym than Constrict. Because, oh man, Constrict was useless. Alright, I kinda saw this coming. So although Return is a lot stronger, we can't beat Miltank due to Milk Drink. We deal less damage than she heals with it, and Attract means we lose tons of turns. Even with Rest and Mud Slap to make absolutely sure that we never go down, it just doesn't work. I need to level up some more. So at level 41, I had to give this one a bunch of tries. Here's the strategy that I found that works. I have to use Mud Slap about twice. See, if I use it all 6 times, then she'll just spam Milk Drink and heal faster than we can hurt her. But if I just use 2, then she'll often hit Rollout for a couple of turns, dealing very little damage, then have it miss before it gets strong. That forces her to keep using Rollout while we keep hitting her, rather than giving her the chance to use Milk Drink. She still does it, and it takes a long time before this strategy works out because of her attract making us miss turns, but eventually it worked. Finally, some progress. Okay, so the next big challenge is the Ghost Gym, then the Fighting Gym, Steel Gym, and Ice Gyms. I'm really not sure how the Ghost Gym will go since I think that Curse will doom us, and we're really slow, but if they don't go for Curse, then maybe we'll be okay. Rest doesn't get rid of Curse. I might need to replace Mud Slap with Dig for the damage. I mean, unless Curse works while I'm underground, then the extra turns on Dig might spell my doom. I don't think Curse works while we're underground though, so I think we're good. Before I'm ready for that though, this is a great time to talk about this episode's sponsor, Chimera. The heat waves are in full effect and we're deep into summer. You know what that means. You need some t-shirts. It's t-shirt weather, and Chimera has you covered. Literally, like in clothes. They've got both plain tees and graphic tees, so you can grab whatever your heart desires. It's an affordable and comfortable way to keep the sun from frying you alive while you're doing the lawn. So if you want to support the channel and look good while doing it, then hit up the link in the description to go to Chimera and pick up something breezy and nice to wear this summer. Now, normally I'd say to use the promo code Mah-Dry-Bread at checkout for 10% off your order and to let them know that I sent you, but there's actually a big 30% off sale going on the whole site right now. I think you can still use my promo code just to let them know that you came from me. I think. You know what, if that doesn't work, then just go with the 30% off, whatever saves you the most money. I think we're ready for the Ghost Gym. Wish me luck. Wow. Believe it or not, the Ghost Gym was a first try. Turns out that Dig is a one-shot on most of his team, and Curse doesn't work while we're underground. They seem to pick completely random moves, and the only time they went for Curse was while we were underground, so it worked out great. Alright, so we have the Fighting Gym, the Steel Gym, and then the Ice Gym. I think the Fighting Gym will go fine, but I'm pretty worried about not doing enough damage to take down Steelix in the Steel Gym. Ice Gym is always easy, though. Also, we're finally at the point of the game where travel is reasonably easy, and we're overleveled enough that even with our below 40 attack, we can still one-shot quite a few trainers. Trainer Pokemon in Gen 2 are notoriously underleveled. Wow, alright. So the Fighting Gym goes awful. Every single time I just get stalled out on Poliwrath badly. He puts us to sleep and then confuses us over and over. Every time we wake up, we just have to use rest to get our health back. I doubt it's going to be easier, but let's try the Steel Gym next. I can't believe it. It's one of those runs where the Steel Gym is easier than the Fighting Gym. That's really rare. Now, I don't want to say that the fight is necessarily easy. We could have lost this, but it was still a first try. The Magnemites are one-shots with Dig. Steelix is the only real threat. First of all, it has Screech, so we have to boost our defense to make up for whatever loss we can. She doesn't do much damage to us, but we don't do much damage to her either. 8 digs and a handful of returns is what it takes to make Steelix faint, so I had to keep resting for health and chipping away at it when I could. I'm just happy that she used a Hyper Potion a bit earlier than I was expecting. I still don't feel great about the Fighting Gym since we're not really any stronger, so I'm gonna do the Rocket Hideout and the Ice Gym first. I figure the Ice Gym will be easy. Hey, after we finally beat the Fighting Gym and go to Radio Tower, do you think the rival is gonna be hard? Because I'm a little bit worried about it. Oh man, in the Dragon Gym, Kingdra with Surf and Rest. We're weak to water moves, that's gonna be a nightmare. So the Ice Gym was very easy, real shocker, I know. I was a little worried about his Dugong at the end because I thought it could out-heal us, but it actually couldn't, so it went really well. Now the Fighting Gym really confused me. I think we're only about 5 levels higher than last time I tried this place, but it went much better. We got some hits on Poliwrath way earlier in the fight than usual, so I had an easy time finishing him off after a short time asleep from hypnosis. Time for the Radio Tower. The only dangerous thing about this place is that you tend to get poisoned a lot, but we have rest, so we can get rid of it. Nothing here stands a chance against us other than our rival. I could see that being pretty hard. Let's go give it a try. Nope, I was totally wrong. Wasn't hard at all. It was almost a sweep, in fact. They hardly hurt us at all. We are actually faster than a lot of them too. I think double checking our IVs at the start really paid off. Hey, last bit of travel before the Dragon Gym. This one actually has me really worried though. I know that they're going to be faster than us and they'll have Thunder Wave, so getting paralyzed and having to use rest to remove it is likely. Problem is, the ace of the gym is Kingdra, who could use Rest and spam Smokescreen so that we can't hit it anymore. If she Smokescreens, then spams Surf, we're bound to lose. I mean, I guess I could double team, and I could do it early in the fight, but honestly, using a Shuckle with Rest and double team is probably an auto win for me every single fight of the run that doesn't involve Leech Seed, Curse, or needing more power points than I have. TM double team is a last resort. Let's see what happens when I get there naturally. Okay, so we tried the fight a few times at level 60, and yeah, Smokescreen is what's keeping us from winning. We could win in less hits if we got stronger, but it would still take a lot of luck to actually win. The Dragonairs themselves aren't too hard, but they always paralyze us right away, so they take a while to take down. I figured the fight will be easy once we can handle Kingdra, but that might take a few levels. Let's come back 5 levels higher. Okay, so next try, and this didn't go at all how I expected. For some reason, she totally stopped using Smokescreen and just spammed Surf the whole time. That actually made the fight a lot easier. It does hit us reasonably hard, but we can heal and out-damage her, so we're good. The fight went great? Well, that just leaves us with one rival fight before the Elite Four. I still don't feel great about my chances against Lance, but I bet we could at least get partway through the Elite Four. I'm not even worried about our rival right now. He's been a total pushover the last few times. Yeah, that's what I thought. It only took 3 tries, and that was just because of Haunter using Curse on the first turn on a few attempts. This is kinda crazy. I feel like Shuckle's doing way better in this run than he did in Fire Red years ago. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, 133 health isn't much, but I kind of feel like our 348 defense and 340 special defense kind of makes up for it. 57 speed is pretty low, but we're still faster than I expected, and 64 attack is way more than I expected. It's still way less attack than we'd normally have at this level with other Pokemon, but it's really good for a Shuckle. If they don't have any crazy effects I can't handle, then maybe we stand a chance. I made sure to pick up the TM for Earthquake and Victory Road to replace Dig so that we have a better move to handle Gengar. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This fight was awful and I tried it a million times. Here's how all of them look. The entire thing would be super easy if we just didn't get hit by Leech Seed, but that's never gonna happen. We have a long fight with Exeggutor, so I can't get him to just not use Leech Seed. He gets too many chances to use it, and once that's locked in, we lose health to our opponent the entire rest of the fight, even after Exeggutor faints. Even Rest doesn't shake it. It's such a brutal move. I'll get up to our average Elite Four level of 70 and see how many hits it takes to take down Exeggutor. Literally the first try at level 70, and not only did they send out Exeggutor last, but he didn't use Leech Seed. Alright, well, thanks. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This was a really slow but pretty easy fight. See, they poison us all the time, so we have to use Rest pretty often to get rid of it. Nothing could really do a ton of damage all at once though, so I don't think we were ever in any real danger of fainting. I just had to be sure to take care of Toxic early on, since that move gets out of hand pretty fast. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Most of his team was easy, but we had a really close call with Machamp after he crit us with Cross Chop to bring us to just above red health. We actually had a speed advantage on him though, so he couldn't finish us off. Even Hitmonlee's high jump kick right after did like 11 damage. We're just too tanky for him. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. This fight took a ton of tries for 2 reasons. One is that Umbreon uses Sand Attack right away on every attempt, so accuracy is an issue. And the second issue is Vileplume, who can actually deal some decent damage, likes to paralyze us, and confuses us. I don't think we were ever really close to fainting on this run, mostly because I got a bit luckier with not missing a ton of turns in a row. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. We run into an amazing new problem in this fight that I should have anticipated. You know the running joke about how Lance is a flying trainer because his entire team in this game were flying types? Well, that means we can't use Earthquake, so we only have 20 power points worth of return to win the entire fight with. As long as I'm careful with Rest, this is a pretty easy fight, but we run out of return against the last Dragonite in my best attempts. I think I'm gonna have to run through the Elite Four a couple of times for some levels, and use some power point ups on return. I'm confident that I could win this fight in a few attempts if we're just a little bit stronger. Alright, we're back at level 78. Regular strategy for this, just spamming Withdraw against Aerodactyl to get our defense up. We actually had a really close call thanks to some flinches that made us go down to only 10 health before healing back up, but it never got any closer than that. We lost a few tries to Aerodactyl early from flinches, but as soon as we didn't flinch, we had a pretty easy time. They took us to just below half health a handful of times, but it was never really an issue. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. I made sure to pick up leftovers in my travels, and the Poison Gym got us the TM for Toxic, and I think we're gonna need that to win this run. Time for Blue. First is Pidgeot, who goes down easily, and second was Rhydon, so I took it as my chance to max out my defense. It was super easy, Rhydon never does anything to us. Water Onix crits a Hydro Pump while it's raining for great damage. I rested to heal, but he kept hitting Hydro Pumps, so I had to keep healing. Once he ran out of power points for it, though, he was super easy. RK9 was next, and he burned us, but other than that, he was also pretty easy. He did hang on longer once by using Roar, then using the extra turn that he got to use a full restore, plus I had to withdraw a bunch again after I switched back into Shuckle, but he was still fine. He couldn't hurt us that much. Executor was next, and he went down in 3 hits, and last was Alakazam, who was smart to use Reflect right away, but we still easily overpowered him. He could just hardly hurt us. Wow, I can't believe how well that went. Let's walk over to Red. We're here. Time for the first try at Red. Pikachu goes perfectly, with him missing and us one-shotting him with Earthquake. Awesome. I was worried about Charm ruining our attack. Next is Blastoise, and right away, his Rain Dance and Surf hit us really hard. I hit him with Toxic, but he takes us out way too fast. Okay, I anticipated this. Let's come back a few levels higher for a little bit more health and special defense. Level 90. Nah, not enough special defense yet. If I had a little more, then I could survive another Surf, though. Then maybe I could outlast him with Toxic. Oh man, would you look at how brutally close we come to making him faint at level 95? If we survived that final hit, then the Toxic poison damage would have finished him off. I think this is actually possible at level 100. So after a few tries at level 100 where the damage ranges don't quite work out, we had this one where it was perfect. We still lost tons of health, but we were finally able to take out Blastoise. As Snorlax came out, we were still asleep, but he was just using Amnesia to waste time rather than finish us off. As soon as I woke up, I used Toxic and then rested to heal, since he paralyzed us right away off a Body Slam. It took forever to actually take him down since his health is crazy, but Toxic helped a lot, and he only ever did like 10 damage to us, so we were fine. Next up is Venusaur, who makes it sunny and spams solar beams, but it really didn't do much to us. What was more annoying was Sunny Day and Synthesis out healing us. I was worried we'd get stalled out, but he stopped healing at some point, so we took him out. Second from last is Espeon, who put the fear of God into me right away when he outsped us and crit Psychic to deal tons of damage, then used Reflect to try and shut down our attack. Naturally, I just hit Toxic and then rested to heal back up. We took Espeon out, but we got crit right before he fainted. As Charizard came out, we had to heal again, of course, and we had some pretty close calls because he just kept critting me. We had to go right back to sleep the moment we woke up and hope the poison damage could chip away at him. It got too close for comfort at times, but as long as he didn't crit multiple times in a row, we could last long enough to keep using rest and let the poison take him out. It actually worked. We won. You know, that went a lot better than I thought it would. I kinda just assumed that Red was a 50-50 chance on being impossible or not. I really hope you guys like that run. The next challenge should be up next week on Saturday like usual with Fallout 3 with only silencers. It's my first Fallout 3 run in 2.5 years, so I'm really pumped to play again. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Oh man, it's time for the outro. Alright. I don't know if I've talked about this in one of these outros before. I feel like I did a few weeks ago, where I was talking about Fridge Repairman and how Fridge Repairman may be a myth. I have had a saga for over a month now of the fridge not working properly, and finally, we got the new fridge installed yesterday, but they didn't take away, like, the old fridge yet. That's getting taken away today. So this whole day, I'm just expected to check my phone constantly to see if I get a message telling me what time the fridge people are gonna be here to just pick up the fridge real quick. Almost out of this never-ending fridge nightmare. Because knowing my luck, they're going to show up as soon as I'm in this room with the door closed recording a voiceover, and they're not going to ring the doorbell, and I'm not going to hear it, you know, it's... Oh man, that's life. So, I need to go make myself some food. I have had breakfast, don't worry. I need to go make myself some more food, and keep an ear out for the fridge people. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Diglett was a very start and stop run. Let's follow that up with a chaotic and creative one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only Smeargle. First of all, you heard that right, a team of Smeargle, multiple Pokemon. Dude, this is gonna be a fun one. I'm actually pretty pumped. I'm sure you can see part of why we're gonna need a team right now with those unbelievably horrible stats. Less than half of the base attack of a Pidgey. But the level of moves are where you start seeing the real fun. The only move we learn is Sketch, a move that lets us permanently copy a move from our opponent. It copies whatever they used last. That means that Smeargle could learn any move, as long as we can find someone who uses it. That means that for this run, I'll have to study up on what trainers have what moves, and try and find a winning formula through that. This should be a pretty crazy one. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I can win for sure, although I think that the early game is going to be brutal. As for Red, though, I'm going to need some pretty great moves if I want to win that one. Oh man, our stats are going to drag us down by that point. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Smeargles. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Totodile with Smeargle so that we can do the whole run with it. I name her Justine. I decided that since I don't know how many Smeargle I'm actually gonna need in this run, I should just name them after you guys, who I see on Twitter all the time. Speaking of, follow me on Twitter, link in the description. I actually had a video get released early recently on Twitter, so maybe I'll do that more often. I don't know, just to thank you for following me. So, right away we have slim pickings for our first move to copy. We really can't find anything better than Tackle, and I'll need something to make progress, so I bite the bullet and learn it. Hey, at least it's normal type, right? So I go to learn it, and realize I can't. Sketch copies whatever the last move they used was, but we're faster than everything here, and Sketch only has one power point. So we can't actually use Sketch until we find something that we're slower than, or until we hit level 11 and learn a second Sketch, I guess. So I just end up having to grind a bit with Struggle. You saw how horrible Smeargle's base stats were from the start of the game, right? We are pretty frail to be using Struggle, but it's what we have to do. Alright, it's Flying Gym time. So we have no real choice but to just use Struggle to get through this. There are a few berries at the start of the game, so I decided to hold one so that we could last a little longer in the fight, but it's still pretty close. We lose, but we don't lose by much. Bellsprout Tower is pretty easy though, so I'll pick up a couple levels over there. Once we come back a few levels higher, we have a much better time. We actually still lost this a few times because of crits. This early in the game, they don't crit us very hard, but this is an incredibly close fight in general. Any misses or crits matters a lot here. Once we tried this a few times though, we got the win. After the Flying Gym, I managed to track down Rattata? Sorry, it feels so wrong saying it that way. Just south of town, it had Quick Attack, finally giving us our chance to get a move. This is better than Tackle anyway, so I'm just happy that we got it. I feel 1,000 times stronger than using Struggle. I mean, 1,000 times stronger than Pathetic still isn't great, as we have to grind just to be able to beat a hiker in Union Cave, but hey, this is progress. Before we leave, we grind up to level 21 so we could finally learn another Sketch. It's important because the Fire Breather at the end of this cave has a Vulpix, letting us get Ember right before the Bug Gym. Thanks to having Ember and getting very lucky on a first try burn on Scyther, Bugsy ended up being pretty easy to deal with. Now next up is our rival. I was actually pretty worried about this because I knew we'd be doing so little damage, but on the very first try, his Ghastly and Zubat ended up doing almost nothing thanks to spamming low accuracy effect moves. Bayleaf didn't take much damage, but thanks to Ember being super effective and a pretty nice burn, we actually got through pretty easily. Oh, did you notice we dropped a level, by the way? It's because I'm an idiot and forgot to save after the bug gym at the end of a play session. I left this in because it's literally the first time I've ever made this mistake in, what, 2 years of doing these challenges? I'll just go off-screen the bug gym again real quick. So, next up is the normal gym, but man, we are crazy weak. Would you look at how little damage we're doing to Clefairy? We managed to get Miltank down to about half health, but she has Milk Drink, so she'd have plenty of chances to save herself anyway. That's fine. There's a lot of trainers around here, so it won't take long to hit level 31 so that we can learn a new move. At level 31, I tried over and over, getting stopped by Miltank every time. I came into the fight with Sketch ready to go, thinking I'd get a chance to copy Milk Drink so that I could win the next try with that, but she never ended up using it once. By the time we actually won, it was thanks to a burn. Well, we can still get Milk Drink later if we really need to. So after hunting through every available route, my friend researcher Leela and I couldn't find anything stronger than Confusion that would be super effective in the Ghost Gym. We can learn it off a bunch of different trainers, but I ended up getting it off of one of the Kimono girls. It's not great, but Justine only has to make it through the Ghost Gym, then we can finally catch more Smeargle. Alright, time for the Ghost Gym. I actually thought this one would be much harder, but between them not being able to use Shadow Ball and Hypnosis missing each time, we actually breezed through on the first try without taking a hit. That means we can finally go catch some Smeargle. So the Fog Badge from the Ghost Gym makes it so that we can use Surf outside of battle. Because of that, we can now use an HM Pokemon to surf across some water inside of Union Cave. That gets us to this little hidden patch of grass in the back of the Ruins of Elf. And this is the only patch of grass in the game where we can catch Smeargle, so I stock up. These things only have a 10% encounter rate, by the way, so this takes a while. Also, because they have Sketch, and we don't want them to accidentally learn the moves we already have, we have to start the fight by throwing a Pokeball. They only start with one Sketch with one power point, so the moment they fail it, they start using Struggle. The catch rate on these things is pretty horrible, though. Seriously, they make themselves faint half the time. It's really brutal. Many Great Balls later, and I've caught quite a few. I went ahead and named all of them after people who I see in the replies of my tweets, so thank you for that. We've got Dreen, Retra, Yagamoth, Unalisian, Alexis, Joshua Finn, Matt, and Greenclonk. I believe Dreen, Yagamoth, and Unalisian all stream, by the way, in case you want to go look them up. Sorry if I pronounced anyone's name wrong, it's part of MDB canon that I never learned how to read. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use all of these Smeargle in the run, or if I'm even going to need them all, but I wanted to at least show all of them to you, just in case your name made it in. Thanks for putting up with all my Twitter stuff. I have a fun time with you guys over there. Right away, I make sure to pick up some new moves. First, I look for a Mantine so that Dreen could pick up Bubble Beam. I actually remember this from my No New Moves run that I did in Gold way back in the day. This is one of the better water moves you can find in the wild right now. Next, I go to the Steel Gym. Not to actually beat it though, we're just interested in picking up Thunderbolt on Justine. Thanks to that, we're able to go to the Fighting Gym and beat it after Poliwrath decided to take aim rather than attacking. It seems silly, but we probably would have lost this without Thunderbolt. Now, Gen 2 is loaded with some pretty lame moves, so there actually isn't much that I can find right now that I'm very interested in. I do know that I'll need some good ice moves for the Dragon Gym, though. I can't get Ice Beam anywhere that I can find, but I can get Blizzard off price, so I just go ahead and get the Rocket Hideout out of the way so that we can get to him. Blizzard does hit really hard, though, and most of our new Smeargle are still at a pretty low level, even with the experience share. Knowing that they wouldn't actually survive getting hit by Blizzard to be able to Sketch it, I instead just leveled up Justine a few more times, replaced Quick Attack with another Sketch, then go to the Ice Gym. Price started with a Seal and Dugong, but both went down pretty quickly. We actually almost took out Piloswine before he could use Blizzard thanks to a crit, but after he healed up, he missed Blizzard, we Sketched it, then we finished him off. Justine has more special attack than attack anyway, so I'm happy with putting Blizzard on her. After that, I go ahead and take on the Steel Gym proper. It took a few tries because we need a bit of luck with Iron Tail missing, but thanks to a crit, we actually had a pretty easy time. Next up is the Radio Tower takeover. We really don't care about any moves here outside of what our rival has, though. Believe it or not, I don't really need Sludge and Smog. That's most of what they seem to use here. First, we pick up Wing Attack off our rival's Golbat so that we finally have a flying move. Naturally, we're going to fail this fight because of paralysis, but I don't mind. The first attempt is just to get Wing Attack anyway. On the first attempt where we didn't get paralyzed, we made it through the whole fight pretty easily with Justine. I really didn't think that one Smeargle was going to get us this far. I'm kind of dreading grinding up the other ones, though. They're in the fast experience gain category, but it's still not that fast. I mean, how fast can it be when you can't even one-shot most of the wild Pokemon you grind on? Next is the Dragon Gem, and this was a chaotic one. The first two Dragonairs went down to Blizzard, but knowing that the third one had Ice Beam, I switched to Yagamoth to sketch it, just to accidentally end up getting Thunder Wave. Well, that's not bad, I actually wanted that move too, so I paralyzed him and switched to Retra to keep trying to learn it. It took a while, and we did get paralyzed, but eventually we managed to sketch Ice Beam. Retra went down, but Justine was able to easily finish it. Last was Kingdra, and I was worried because of all of the smoke screens ruining our accuracy. I was gonna switch to another Smeargle to get rid of the accuracy loss, when I realized I only have HM Pokemon left. I'm not allowed to switch to them. I took the chance with Thunderbolt and actually ended up hitting enough to win. Not only was that a first try, but we learned a couple of solid moves. Finally, we have the last rival fight. Sneasel's first, but a couple of Embers take it down before it does any real damage. Golbat also went down after only landing a weak hit, so it's a strong start. As Magneton comes out, things get harder. We took him down, but not before getting paralyzed and dropped to half health. Hunter drops his health instantly with Curse, and we could have taken him out with Confusion if not for being fully paralyzed. We took him out on the next turn, but we have to switch out to Yagamoth to get rid of the Curse. We used him to paralyze Kadabra. Unfortunately, he can't do damage because he just has that in Sketch, and I really don't want to steal Future Sight, and that's all he's spamming. So I just wait until he makes us faint. Justine manages to get a 2-shot, although we did lose one turn to paralysis, so as we send out Retra from Meganium, he takes a Future Sight worth of damage. Ice Beam didn't do much damage, but we ended up getting a much-needed freeze, letting Retra take him down, winning us the last rival fight. That was a lot closer than this fight usually is. With the Elite Four as the next step, let's take a look at our team. It's not super high-leveled. We don't know many moves, and most of our moves aren't that great. Smeargle's in the fast leveling group, so we can raise them reasonably fast, but it's hard to actually find good moves, and the stats are just horrible. Well, for once, we're actually going into the Elite Four completely underprepared. Why? Because we're going to learn some moves off them, of course. We don't have to get all of them right away, since we can refight the Elite Four if we really want to, but I'll need some of them just to get to Lance. First is Will, the Psychic Trainer. I made sure to get a couple more levels on Justine so that we could replace Confusion with Sketch, then use that to copy Psychic. This will be a must-have for Bruno. After that was the first real attempt at this fight. The first Xatu nearly got one-shot by Thunderbolt, but we only took 40 damage from Psychic. Jinx is second, and this beast puts us to sleep and ruins us on most attempts. We do a bit of damage with Thunderbolt, and she does a ton of damage back. Thankfully, on this run, she ended up missing a lovely kiss, letting us take her down. For Executor, we just went with Blizzard, just to miss as he used Reflect. The second one hit for a one-shot. Naturally, we kept Justine out to Thunderbolt Slowbro. I thought this would be harder, but a crit took him down right away. Last was one final Xatu, who took us down to pretty low health with Psychic, but our Thunderbolts were just too strong, getting us the victory. Next up is the Poison Trainer Koga. It starts pretty well with his first 3 Pokemon all going down easily, when I decided to start switching into the rest of the team to learn Toxic. Unfortunately, because he could one-shot our weaker Smeargle with Sludge Bomb, he just used that instead. That's alright, we can always come back and learn it later. His whole team is weak to either Psychic or Ember, so it's a super easy first try with Justine. Future MDB here, by the way. I literally can't find any of the footage for this battle. I don't know if I forgot to record it, I don't know if the footage died, I don't know if I accidentally deleted it thinking it was one of the failed runs that aren't worth keeping. I have no idea, so here's a picture of my cats. The white one's Sabu, named after Sabu, you know, the wrestler. Rocky is the orange one. We didn't name him. They're absolutely wonderful cats. You can find all kinds of pictures of them on my Instagram. How did I manage to turn losing my footage into an Instagram plug? After that is Fighting Trainer Bruno, and this had me rightfully worried. Psychic was enough to get us through Hitmontop thanks to him just using Dig, but Hitmonlee did some serious damage with Double Kick. By the time we got to Hitmonchan, he quickly took us down with a couple hits of Mach Punch, a fighting-type quick attack. We're not gonna go home empty-handed though, as I had Retro Sketch Mach Punch on the way down. This could be good for Karen, the Dark Trainer. While I was grinding up some of the lower-leveled Smeargle, I was doing some research on the side trying to figure out a better move to handle Bruno with, but I just couldn't find anything. There aren't many wild Pokemon around here with good moves to sketch, at least nothing better than Psychic. That was super easy to pick up off Will since he uses it all the time. That's when I had a genius thought. One that I probably should have had a long time ago. I just went and got a couple of my other Smeargles to learn Psychic off Will. I mean, we have tons of move slots and we learn Sketch every 10 levels anyway. I'm hardly even using the other Smeargles. What's the harm in a bunch of them knowing Psychic? It's probably the most reliable move we could teach them right now anyway, weirdly enough. So, now we need at least 3 good Smeargle, but I'd like more. We have some in the low-level 40s, but they hit for so little damage that they aren't even great at grinding. Smeargle are in the fast leveling category, but when they take multiple attacks just to beat any enemy, it's hard to call that fast. I actually ended up spending a great deal of this grind in the ruins of Elf, believe it or not. The experiences here is horrible, as you'd expect, but after doing some research online, it seemed like it was one of the more reliable places to catch up the newer Smeargle on stat experience. Pretty much what effort values were before Generation 3. It would take me forever to explain how stat experience works, and honestly, I hardly understand it myself. Just know that every 500 or so unknown that we take out, we'll max out at least the attack and special values, I think. That's what we care about the most anyway, since, my god, it's slow. It takes more like 800 unknown if you want to max out the rest of the stat values. I decided to do 5 trips to the ruins with each Smeargle in the party, other than Justine, who probably already maxed out her stat experience a long time ago. That's about 30 unknown a trip per Smeargle, so roughly 150 unknown per Smeargle taken out. Not even close to max stats, but we'll see how much this helps. Normally this wouldn't be worth it, but our Smeargle can't one-shot anything of value reliably, so this is the next best thing. Normally I don't have time to do stuff like this anymore, but now that I don't do daily videos, I have a bit more time. Well, a bit. At the time I'm doing this challenge, it's been a crazy busy few weeks between dental surgery for my cats, lots of work going longer than expected, and all kinds of stuff in my personal life that requires time to fix. You know, it's been a busy month when I've had to be on and off the phone with technical support people from multiple different companies. Look, if you're a kid and you're hearing this part, this probably sounds like the most boring, stupid thing ever. But if you're an adult listening to this right now, it's like the most relatable thing you've heard in your life. Anyway, I'm rambling. What I'm trying to get at is that I'm going through a bit of a rough time right now in terms of workload, but the bills have to get paid, so I'm not slowing down. I could go the route of sponsorships, and maybe I will if something comes along that I really enjoy, but I'd kinda rather just put in an extra day of work and give you guys a challenge that you guys request constantly, like this one. I would've never paid off my debt right before the pandemic hit without the support of all of you watching, and I don't forget easily. As long as the hours are, you guys let me make a living and support my family by doing what I would've done anyway. Playing Pokemon a lot, and editing videos. So if you guys want to see me make some dumb long Smeargle challenge, then heck yeah, I'll do some dumb long Smeargle challenge. Thanks for putting up with how busy I've been the last few months. Now let's go check out the team. So, after tons of unknown and quite a bit of grinding in an area that actually had decent experience, here's our team and our moves. Some of these moves I got just so that I'll have something, like Slash. Some of these we got by accident, like Fire Spin and Rage, and some of these we got just because, who knows, maybe it's good, like Hidden Power. Our stats are still completely horrible because I only fought maybe 150 unknown per Pokemon, and Smeargle's base stats are horrible in the first place, but hey, it's progress. It is definitively progress. Let's make our final guesses on whether we can win this or not. Let's do this. Okay, so back at Bruno, things go pretty much the same way until Hitmonchan, who I send in Dream to confuse. We went for Psychic, but Mach Punch took us out, so it's out to Retra to give Wing Attack a try. It actually worked out pretty well, taking him down with about half of our health left. Machamp is next, so I sent in Yagamoth to paralyze him. He ended up missing a cross chop that surely would have one-shot us, but our psychics were doing next to nothing. We got lucky, and he missed again before taking us down. At least we got a special defense drop-in on him. Thanks to that, I was able to switch out to Justine to finish him off with Psychic. Last was Onix, and we could have one-shot him with Blizzard, but we missed twice in a row and got taken down by a crit. After switching to Retra, he was able to one-shot Onix from full health with Ice Beam. Finally, some progress again. After that is Dark Trainer Karen. Right away we paralyze Umbreon, then get hit by Sand Attack, so we switch out to Retra. We get confused in the process though and end up hitting ourselves a bit. Mach Punch was doing just about no damage, but neither was Umbreon with Feint Attack. We traded shots for ages before winning thanks to Paralysis. For Vileplume, we went for Blizzard just to miss and get hit by Petal Dance. The second one hit, leaving Vileplume with a Sliver. Ember ended up finishing it off right after, but we're still a bit beaten up. Gengar is next, but we ended up one-shotting it with a critical Psychic, and Murkrow went down in a single Thunderbolt. Last was Houndoom, so I switched to Alexis so that we could go for Magnitude. I picked it up in Victory Road earlier, just to get almost taken out by Flamethrower while dealing almost no damage. Yeah, she went down. Failing that, I paralyzed him with Yagamoth. I then tried to use Psychic on the Dark types because I wasn't thinking, but Paralyze saved us and let us get a couple of slashes in. I switched it to Justine and Karen used a Max Potion, so I just hit Thunderbolt a few times for the knockout. Finally, the Pokemon champion. First is Water Onix, who goes down in one Thunderbolt, as I'm sure you'd expect. His second and third Pokemon are Dragonites, who go down in one shot to Blizzard. This is the fight I had in mind when I got that move in the first place. It's double super effective against 3 of his Pokemon. Aerodactyl's out fourth, and although it goes down in 2 Thunderbolts, his Hyper Beam finally did some damage to us. Fifth is Charizard, so I stay out to hit a big Thunderbolt for massive damage. Then we took a Flamethrower to drop to yellow. A second Thunderbolt took him down. Last was his final Dragonite, so for safety, I switched out to Yagamoth to paralyze him. He outsped us and hit Hyper Beam though, taking us out before we could hit him, so it's back out to Justine. It's a good thing that he has to recharge from Hyper Beam though, because we ended up missing our first Blizzard. The second one hit, landing a one-shot and finishing the fight. With the Pokemon Champion down, we get our gang of Smeargle into the Hall of Fame, but this is a Gen 2 run, so you know it's not done yet. Now, normally in Gen 2 runs, we just breeze through Kanto, since the gym leaders are really easy until Blue. And they are still easy, but because we actually learned some moves off the gym leaders, I have something to show you. With Blaine, we had this hilarious exchange where I had to keep switching my Pokemon in and out for ages, so that I wouldn't make his Magcar go faint. Well, I was trying to wait for him to use Flamethrower on Justine so we could finally get a better fire move. This actually took 2 tries because he kept using Flamethrower on everyone but Justine. Next on Erica, I made sure to pick up Leech Seed. I think this is going to be a must-have for dealing with Red Snorlax at the end of the game. At Jasmine's Poison Gym, we finally picked up Toxic. I've been wanting that one for a while now. It's kind of a last resort move. We're fragile, so I really don't want to have to outlast anything, but it's worth a try if it comes down to it. And last, I pick up Surf off Misty. I think those are all the moves that we care about from these gym leaders. Let's grind up the team so that each Smeargle's at least level 60, then take our first shot at Blue. First is Pidgeot, so we Thunderbolt right away. We actually get hit by one too thanks to Mirror Move, but it does so little damage that we almost healed back up thanks to our new leftovers we're holding. After he went down, we switched to Yagamoth for Alakazam. We have no great answers for him, so we paralyzed him, but he ended up using a Reflect. Slash will bypass it on crit, so I go for that, but we didn't end up critting a single time with Yagamoth before going down. I sent out Joshua Finn to slash some more, getting us the knockout as Reflect faded. For Rhydon, we sent out Dreen and did big damage with Bubble Beam, before he started a Sand Attack and then switched out to Water Onix. Weird move. Okay, well, I confused Water Onix into hitting himself, then Leech Seeded it, not wanting to switch and risk Justine taking a big hit. Well, we went down to Hyper Beam, so we got the free switch, and then Justine Thunderbolted it down. Rhydon came back out and quickly went down to Psychic, and next is Executor, who took big damage off Flamethrower. He just charged up for Solar Beam, so we easily two-shot him. Last was Arcanine, and this was tense. We started trading Flamethrowers and Thunderbolts back and forth, with me hoping to either outdamage him or to paralyze him. And I mean, we would have won if not for Blue using Full Restore. We went down, so I tried switching out to Joshua, but he ended up getting taken down by extreme speed. I tried using Alexis to spam magnitude, but not only did it not do much, but he used another full restore to hang on. It wasn't too long before we have to send out Retra, and he goes down in 2 hits as well. Maybe if I hit Toxic on RK9 earlier, we could have won, but then again, he had so many full restores that I doubt I could get it to stick. Let's come back a few levels higher. Grinding has really slowed down at this point. We don't get much experience by fighting Pokemon that are this low of a level, and yet we still often don't one-shot them unless we're using super effective moves. I feel like I'm torn between 2 strategies. Either we can grind her up a bunch and use her as the spearhead, with the rest of the team being there to tag out for specific problems, or I can spend that time grinding the whole team so that no one's useless, but no one's great. Considering just how weak Smeargle is, I think I'm gonna have to do a bit of both. We need one Smeargle to be ahead of the pack to deal the damage, but the other ones can't be such a low level that they get 2-shot every time. If they can at least handle 2 hits without going down from a gym leader's Pokemon, then maybe they can get something done. Alright, we're back at the blue fight. This time Pidgeot was a one-shot from a crit. Cool, but it wasn't gonna hurt us much anyway. This time for Alakazam, I went straight for Retra and hit Toxic. We went down without dealing any direct damage though, so I'm not sure if this actually worked out any better. I traded out to Justine and was able to power him down, but he did hit both Psychic and Reflect. Thanks to the special defense drop we took, I made sure to switch to Yagamoth. This is so that we can get rid of the stat loss, and also to 2-shot him quickly with Surf. Like last time, he started another Sandstorm on the way. For Water Onix, we got a quick one-shot with Thunderbolt, and Exeggutor went down after a couple of flamethrowers like last time. It's time for RK9 again. Right away this time, we ended up paralyzing with Yagamoth. He has full restores though, so this might not stick. We ended up going down fast to Flamethrower and Extreme Speed. Drain is next, so we landed Leech Seed, but we got one shot with a crit before we could get our Confuse Ray in. That's when Alexis finally has her big moment. We switch out to her and started spamming Sand Attack to drop his accuracy, and using Healing from the Leech Seed and Moonlight to stay up. RK9 has Swift, so he can still hit if he wants to, but it doesn't do much. There are many times in this exchange where we almost fainted, just to hold on thanks to either Sand Attack making a miss, or Leech Seed healing us just enough to hang on from a hit. Eventually, we started using Magnitude, and although it did some decent damage sometimes, we did faint in the end. All we have left is injured Justine and healthy Joshua Finn, so we go for Josh just for him to end up using another full restore. In the end though, thanks to all of his misses, we were able to whittle him down with Slash, winning the fight. With that done, all that's left is Red, but here's a look at his team. His lowest level Pokemon is an Espeon, who could probably one-shot our weaker Smeargle. I think it's pretty safe to say that I'm going to need to grind them up quite a bit so that they can actually participate in the fight. All of Red's Pokemon, but his Pikachu, have base stats in the 500s. Our Smeargles have a base stat count of 250, meaning that overall they have more than double the stats we do. No matter how good of moves we get on them, if they outspeed us and one-shot us, then we can't use them. I mean, we can hardly even beat some of the wild Pokemon here, it's crazy. My prediction is that we can't beat this until the average Smeargle is level 80, and Justine is level 100, but I'm willing to try this fight before that point. Also, a funny side effect of this not being a single Pokemon run, I actually don't have space on my team for an HM Pokemon when walking to Red himself, so I have to navigate this garbage on my way through. Gen 2 Darkness is the absolute worst kind. I actually have Bulbapedia up on the side so that I can look at the map. This is what I'm gonna have to do after each time that I have to leave this place to go grind or get new moves for Red. So you can probably understand why I don't exactly want to try this fight every 5 levels. The trip sucks, but hey, it's still better than having to ditch a Smeargle for Flash. It's finally time for our first attempt at Red. I started by having Alexis spam Magnitude, and we got super lucky with Pikachu missing quite a few Thunders. But even with that, we fainted because he can just spam full restores. Justine managed to finish it off. Second was Espeon, so I sent out Yagamoth to paralyze him, just to get outsped and nearly one-shot. I knew this would happen. Once he went down, we sent out Dream to hit Confuse Ray and Leech Seed. After that, we switched her out. We still need her Leech Seed for Snorlax after all. Unfortunately, when we switched to Finn to take the hit, he just ended up getting one shot. For the rest of the Espeon fight, I just tried to brute force it with Justine. Next is the dreaded Snorlax, so right away we have Dream hit Leech Seed. Now keep in mind, Leech Seed only kicks in at the end of the round if nothing fainted, so this doesn't hurt him on turns where he makes us faint. And man, does he ever make us faint a lot. Even against Justine, we were taking massive damage off Body Slam. We could try Toxic, but he'll probably just use Rest to get rid of it. We throw our whole team at him, but hardly deal any damage. It really does look like we need to grind more. Alright, we all know I don't have infinite time. But while I'm grinding, I've been looking back at the script for this video that I've been writing as I go. This is the longest one I've written in a long time. I actually have a lot to say without just repeating myself. This is a brutal challenge, but it's also probably one of the most interesting ones to read back. It's kind of funny, I ended up working through my previous day off just to keep working on this challenge, and here I am working on my day off again, because I'm just terrible at this whole relaxing thing. But I don't regret it. Some challenges can make you want to pull your hair out while you're playing it, but when you look back on it in the future, it's just kind of fond memories. The Magikarp and Wobbuffet challenges are both like that for me. Some of the earliest ones I've made, but also some of the ones that I'm most proud of, just because of what I was able to overcome. But I never did win that Wobbuffet challenge. It's funny, I thought at the time that people would be really disappointed, but it really didn't seem like anyone was, and I think that's part of why I don't feel worried right now. If I get to the end of today and I still haven't beaten Red, I don't really think anyone will be mad. And you know what? That's rare on YouTube. I'm grateful that I ended up with a seriously supportive and wholesome community, because anybody would have gotten burnt out at this point without support. Thank you again everybody so much for sticking through what is no doubt a crazy long video. But would you look at that, level 100. Man, only 120 special attack? Well, it'll have to do. Let's go take on Red. Pikachu was still pretty easy on this run thanks to him just using Charm. Normally that's a huge issue in single Pokemon runs, but in this it didn't do anything since Justine doesn't use her attack stat. Espeon was next, so I started with Thunderbolts right away. We took a lot of damage while trading shots, going all the way down to yellow health, but we managed to take him down. Next is the terrifying Snorlax, so it's straight to Dream for Leech Seed. The first one missed though, so he got to use Amnesia. That's scary. The second Leech Seed hit, although we took massive damage from Body Slam. Next we hit Confuse Ray, and then start laying in hits as long as we could. We held on for ages thanks to Leech Seed healing us and Snorlax hitting himself in confusion. Weirdly enough, when he got the chance to finally heal with Rest, he instead Body Slammed Dream down. Thanks to that, Retro was able to come in and hit Slash to actually take out Snorlax pretty easily. Next was Venusaur, so we sent Justine back out with Blizzard. It doesn't get the one-shot, but he just charged for Solar Beam anyway, so we easily finished it with Flamethrower. Fifth is Charizard, so we Thunderbolt it right away for big damage. We took a Flamethrower in return to go all the way to red health, just to go back to yellow from leftovers, and score the knockout with Thunderbolt. Last is Blastoise, so for safety, it's out to Yagamoth to paralyze him. Then I just started using Slash and Psychic for damage. We got super lucky with him being fully paralyzed 4 different times, but eventually, he managed to make it rain and hit Surf. Shockingly enough though, we actually held on with red health, giving Yagamoth the opportunity to finally take him down, beating the secret final boss of the game. This was easily one of the most unorthodox challenges I have done in a long while, but it was pretty cool. If we can figure out a way to get a team of Smeargle in other Pokemon games, then I wouldn't mind trying this challenge in those ones too, as long as you guys are interested. Let me know in the comments if you want to see that or not. I hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'm going to be doing another weird one with Pokemon Red with only HMs. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only one Fungus was a pretty quick run for such a weak Pokemon. Let's follow that up with another solo run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Snubbull? When I think of Gen 2, I think of Pokemon like Marill, Mareep, and Snubbull, so I'm pretty pumped to finally do a solo run with one. It was normal type back in the day, since Fairy wasn't a thing yet, and these base stats are looking pretty low. We've got solid attack, but our special stats are low, and our speed is even lower. We may have lower stats than a first form starter, but I'm hoping that the decent attack might carry us through. By level up, we don't really learn much that we care about. Tackle is going to be our main attacking move until we can get a TM for a better normal move, but at least we learn Bite to deal with the rival's Ghastly. Really though, these level up moves are terrible. By TM, we learn a few cool moves, but not much that we're good with. Elemental Punches are cool, although they use special attack in this game, and that's a pretty bad stat for us. Shadow Ball is physical in this game, so I figure that that could be good, and getting Headbutt does seem like a good idea. I might even need Return if we're gonna beat Red at the end of the run. Our moveset just looks so limited that I'm not even sure what 4 moves I want. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I know that I can beat Lance, but I'm pretty iffy about Red. I think that I could win, but it might take quite a few tries at level 100. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Snubbull. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Cyndaquil with Snubbull so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Davy Boy, after the strongest Bulldog of all. Alright, so I'm not really sure how this early game is gonna go. Tackle is our best normal move we have by level up, unless we count Takedown, but that's not for a very long time. We get Bite along the way, but that's a special move in this game, so it might not be all that strong. I'm thinking the Flying Gym won't be bad as long as accuracy doesn't become a problem, but I can see us having to grind quite a bit before we can beat the Bug Gym. I don't think our rival is going to be too bad, and if we could get past those fights, then we could get our hands on the TM for Headbutt for a much better normal move. But I really do think that the Bug Gym might be rough. Maybe Charm is how I'm going to get my way through, or maybe we can hope for flinches with Bite to break the Fury Cutter streak. It's hard to say. Maybe our high attack will carry us through, and I'm wrong to worry. Let's go find out! First is the Flying Gym, but this one's really easy. They could hardly hurt us, and we did a lot of damage to them. But the surprising part is that his level 9 Pidgeotto was faster than our level 16 Snubbull. I guess that just really puts into perspective just how slow our Snubbull is. Now the Bug Gym after really surprised me. I thought this fight would be pretty hard, but despite getting into the Scyther fight already poisoned from Kakuna, we survived with quite a bit of health left. It only took 3 tackles. We're slower, so I knew that I couldn't get flinches with Bite, and I figured I would just skip using Charm on the first try, and you know what, it paid off. Last is our rival, but it was also a pretty easy fight. Ghastly missed Hypnosis and got one shot, Zubat was nearly a one-shot, and Croconaw just didn't do much damage. I used Charm once to weaken his rage, but he switched to Water Gun. We still won through Brute Force. Now with that done, I can go get the TM for Headbutt for a much better normal move. I can also get the TM for Ice Punch from the department store in Goldenrod, although I think I'm going to hold off on that. I don't think it's going to be all that useful yet, especially since our special attack is not very high. I figure the Elemental Punches will be helpful though. I'm thinking I use the Fire Punch for the Steel Gym, then Ice Punch for the Lance fight. First, we do have the normal gym though, and I don't really have high hopes. Rollout might be a problem since we're going to be quite a bit slower than Miltank. I'm going to have to get Quick Claw and hope that maybe I can break Rollout through Headbutt flinches. Then I have the Ghost Gym, but that should be pretty easy with Bite. They can't Shadow Ball us thanks to being normal type. Plus that gets us the TM for Shadow Ball, and that'll be our upgrade from Bite. It's a higher power move, and it's physical rather than special in this game, so it'll be a pretty noticeable upgrade. Then it's a probably hard Steel Gym, a probably also hard Fighting Gym, and an always easy Ice Gym. Let's go. So first is the normal gym, and this actually went great. We hardly took any damage because our first Headbutt crit to do a ton of damage, and Miltank opened with Rollout, so she never got to heal up with Milk Drink. Easy win. Now the Ghost Gym wasn't exactly hard, but being slower than them was a problem. For 6 tries in a row, we got put to sleep and hit with Curse, a combo that we were never able to survive. But on the 7th try, our Quick Claw got us an early knockout on Haunter, and Gengar missed Hypnosis, so we got a no damage sweep. That gets us Shadow Ball, so now we have an upgrade from Bite. I guess I'll do the Ice Gym next, since I'm pretty confident I can win that one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fighting every trainer I see is really paying off because our headbutts did crazy damage to the Ice Gym leader's Pokemon. His whole team was really easy, but I'm skeptical about if we're strong enough for the Fighting Gym yet. Well, the Fighting Gym fight was a weird one. Primeape went down just fine, but Poliwrath put us to sleep right away. Then he kept missing Dynamic Punches over and over. Eventually, he hit us to do a ton of damage, but we woke up and took him out after quite a few turns. Man, at that rate, he probably could have made us faint to Surf. I'll go get Fire Punch, then try the Steel Gym, but I could see this being pretty difficult. So the Steel Gym ended up being incredibly easy with Fire Punch. I was a bit worried that it would be too weak thanks to our low special attack, but nope, it was actually pretty easy. Last for this boss rush is our rival, and thanks to the Quick Claw giving me the first attack on Golbat, we took almost no damage the entire fight. It was incredibly easy. I can't believe how well this run is going so far. Well, I have to say, I didn't think this run would be so easy. Most major fights are a first or second try, and we're sweeping trainers' teams so easily. We're just headbutting our way across Johto for the most part. I think that we might have a hard time at the Dragon Gym if we can't one-shot the Dragonairs thanks to Thunder Wave, but who knows? I might waltz in there, one-shot all of them, then flinch Kingdra and take no damage in the process. I don't see the rival after being difficult, so we might have smooth sailing all the way to the Elite Four at this point. It's crazy that we're having such an easy time with a Pokemon that only has 300 for its base stats. I mean, the vast majority of major fights of the game have just been a first try. I guess the Ghost Gym is the thing I was attempting for the longest, and even then it doesn't take that long to wait for Hypnosis to miss, especially in Gen 2. The AI has that built-in chance for effect moves to fail, and I'm pretty sure that applies on top of the bad accuracy of Hypnosis, although I could be wrong. They did get me with Hypnosis 6 tries in a row, which, now that I think about it, is probably really unlucky. Well, I thought that the Dragon Gym had a chance of being difficult, but we one-shot the Dragonairs and even did crazy damage to Kingdra. Do I have the highest attack IV Snubbull ever? Or is this thing just way stronger than I ever thought? Last is our rival, but the only reason he got any real damage in on us is thanks to Curse and Confusion. We lost the most health that we've lost in quite a while, but it was still a really easy first try. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. I mean, sure, these stats don't look amazing, but we just breezed through all of Johto, mostly just using Headbutt with a Pokemon that's got lower stats than Chikorita. I'm pretty sure that is just because Gen 2 has really low-level gym leaders, and a lot of trainers have terrible moves, but this is still pretty insane. I even think this Elite Four is mostly gonna be really easy. I guess let's just go take them out real quick and get to Kanto. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This was a pretty easy first try, but it could have gone worse. We were slower than some of his team, and Psychic hit us pretty hard. We got by because Shadow Ball is strong, but our low speed is probably going to be more noticeable of a problem in the Elite Four. We got by because Shadow Ball is strong, but our low speed is probably going to be a more noticeable problem in this Elite Four. Let's hope that the Quick Claw helps us out. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Now this took a couple of tries because Confusion and Toxic is an awful combo. The winning run is pretty unremarkable. Just a whole lot of headbutting plus Fire Punch for Fortress. Hey, if any one of these Elite Four members is going to be difficult, it's the next one. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Now this is a terrifying fight where we hit incredibly hard, but they keep whittling us down with fighting moves. I was convinced this is going to be one of those fights where I need something like the Quick Claw or a crit to save us at some point, but on the very first try, we caused Machamp to flinch with a headbutt. The Onix at the end probably could have finished us off if not for how terrible its attack is. Fun fact I like to bring up because it bears repeating, but Onix has the same base attack as a Pidgey. We won, but I'm gonna need to use some ethers and elixirs for sure. We're running low on headbutts. This Snubbull is like my cat Rocky. He just answers everything with a headbutt. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. This one was really no problem though. I'm sure with worse luck on their move choice, it could have gone way worse, but Sand Attack missed and Vileplume flinched, so we never lost accuracy or got a status affliction. Guys, is this literally the easiest Gen 2 run I've ever done? I remember a Growlithe run that I did many years ago being fast, but this one is unreal. I'm gonna learn Ice Punch to get ready for Lance. I could see his Dragonites being faster than us and us losing pretty badly, but if we end up going first, then this might be another cakewalk. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. Alright, this is exactly how I thought it would go. I'm slower than his team, so we can two-shot Water Onix after getting hit by Hyper Beam, and we can even one-shot the Dragonite after its own Hyper Beam, but the second Dragonite finishes us off by hitting us with, you guessed it, Hyper Beam. Snubbull, obviously, could not survive 3 Hyper Beams in a row, 2 from pseudo-legendaries. Shocker, I know. To be honest though, I bet we could win this with just a few level ups. Alright, so I got to level 70 and things changed a lot. We're now faster than Water Onix and can score one shot with Headbutt. We also one-shot the first Dragonite with Ice Punch, as well as the second one right after. Already, we're getting to past where we used to faint, and we still have full health. After that is Aerodactyl though, and obviously we can't outspeed it, but on this try it misses Hyper Beam. We don't one-shot it with Ice Punch, so it just hits us with a Hyper Beam next turn, but we still have a lot of health left as it goes down. Second from last is Charizard, and it hits us hard with Flamethrower, as we nearly one-shot it with Headbutt. Next turn though, and Quick Claw lets us go first for the knockout. On the previous try, we fainted to this Charizard thanks to a burn, even with good Quick Claw luck. Last is Dragonite, and it nearly takes us out with Outrage, but one Ice Punch took it out. It was really close, but we just won at level 71. Normally that's around the level we are when we get to the Elite Four. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and the secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna skip ahead to the next real challenge. Blue. Yeah, you guessed it right. I have to say though, I really underestimated how strong Snubbull is. I knew that the mid-game would be pretty easy, but I didn't think that most of the run would be this easy. I'm really thinking that we can beat both Blue and Red at this point. Now, will I need to level up for Red? Oh yeah, almost for sure. I bet that the Charizard could really mess us up. Maybe his Snorlax and Espeon too. But Blue might be a first try. I'll go snatch those leftovers and give it a try. Alright, first it's time for Blue. Pidgeot was a 2-shot with Ice Punch and thankfully didn't do much damage to us with Wing Attack and its own mirror-moved Ice Punch. How it punches with a wing, I don't know, but I'm sure there's plenty of other Pokemon that can learn the punches and don't have fists. The leftovers are keeping us pretty healthy so far. Alakazam is faster than us and took us to just above half health with Psychic as we one-shot it with Shadow Ball. Rhydon is a one-shot with Ice Punch, and after that is Water Onix who makes it rain right away. Our Headbutt did great damage and we lucked out with Hydro Pump missing, so we got the knockout. If that hit, then I think we would have fainted, or at least come pretty close to it. Executor was a one-shot with Shadow Ball, and last is Arcanine, but it's still raining. Because of that, he had to use Extreme Speed, and although he crit, it didn't really do that much damage. We Headbutt for big damage, it was still raining, so he had to use Extreme Speed again, then we finished him off with Headbutt. I think that rain actually saved us. Flamethrower would have been a lot worse than Extreme Speed. Next is Red, and thanks to getting hit by Charm at the start, we're pretty useless. We actually had amazing crit luck, and lucked our way through Pikachu and Espeon when we absolutely should not have, but we did nearly nothing to Snorlax before he crit us to put us down. I'm gonna get a few levels and keep trying, because I know that there's no way we're winning this without being faster than at least some of these Pokemon. Also, I'm probably gonna have to keep trying until Charm misses, because I don't see how we could possibly win this fight with our attack down 2 stages. Crits were the only reason we got those knockouts. So I got up to level 85, and believe it or not, but we actually did worse. I mean, I guess in the end we did a little more damage to Snorlax, but man did Espeon ever hurt. Hey, at least we don't have to worry about Charm, but it's because Thunder hit us hard instead. I know this looks pretty bad, but I think that with the way this is going, we could absolutely win by level 100. We'll probably need to be at least level 95, but I'm confident about this win. Man, so we're at level 90, and although we do much better against Snorlax, we never get a win. The problem is that Espeon always goes one of 2 ways. Either we take way too much damage because he hits Psychic twice, or he uses Reflect on one of the turns and it results in Snorlax taking way too long to make Feint. I mean, we never actually get past him, but I do really think that this is possible. Alright, level 95, and we're finally getting somewhere. Pikachu failed Charm, and although Espeon used Reflect and hit Psychic, we still had a good amount of health left. Snorlax was a problem as always, but for the first time, we managed to knock him out, although we took a ton of damage in the process. Next is Venusaur, and it used Sunny Day, but we crit a headbutt for a one-shot. The problem is, Sunny Day powered up Charizard's flamethrower, so we nearly fainted. Naturally, it's faster, so we fainted on the next round. Okay, we need to be level 100 for sure. Maybe on a round where Espeon just uses Psychic, then we could win this. Well, this is really disappointing. After 9 failed tries where we mostly either got hit by Charm or Reflect happened, we finally got this one where we didn't have to deal with any of that, and got pretty far into the fight. I even lucked out against Venusaur, and he was using Solar Beam instead of Sunny Day, so I could waste a turn to get a little more health out of leftovers, but it didn't matter. I kept fainting to Charizard no matter what I did. Maybe this is a bad idea because the leftovers are really important, but I'm starting to wonder if the Quick Claw would help more. I'm gonna try 10 more times with it, and if I never get any farther, then I think I might need to call it a challenge and move on to the next one. I really do think that if I can make Charizard faint, I could stand a chance against Blastoise at the end. So I tried a few more times with Quick Claw, and although it started badly, we eventually got this really great run where Quick Claw was kicking in a lot, and with pretty great timing. Espeon only used Reflect, so we didn't even take damage against it, and we took out Snorlax and Venusaur faster than I expected. Not only that, but because of our Quick Claw, we took out Charizard for the first time. We had almost no health, but I was confident that a flinch could beat Blastoise. Well, that came crashing down when we were somehow slower than him and lost to Surf. I really thought we would have been faster, but if we're slower, then it would require way too much luck to survive that far into the fight. Have Quick Claw let us go first, then we'd need either a crit or a flinch. If it's a flinch, we'd probably need Quick Claw to happen twice in a row to win. I think it's safe to say I'm not going to beat Red. Actually, wait, no, I have an idea. So I come back and try the fight a few more times with Return instead of Headbutt. It one-shots Espeon, and it wasn't enough to one-shot Snorlax, but it was doing a lot more damage than before. Venusaur starts with Sunny Day as we one-shot him, so I was worried about Charizard, but our Quick Claw kicked in, and we actually somehow did enough damage to one-shot him. I can't believe it, I really didn't think that that would be a one-shot. We're finally at Blastoise, and between him having to change the weather and his Surf not being all that strong, we finally got a win! You have no idea how close I was to moving on to the next run. I really didn't think that extra little bit of damage from Return was gonna be enough to get some of those one-shots. Man, what a crazy run. So much of it was so fast and easy, just for there to be a really brutal Red fight at the end that I was convinced I could win, then convinced I couldn't without great luck, just to end up winning in only a few short tries with Return. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon X, with only one Sandile. I love Sandile so much, you have no idea. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. I can't go super long on this outro because my shoulders and neck are killing me, but I got a little bit of a new physio routine now, which is really nice. It's genuinely been helping a lot. I've been having like a lot of tension in my neck and my back and the upper area. However, I'm getting way less nerve pains, way less chest tightness, and shooting pains down the side and everything. And it's kind of more of a soreness of like overworked muscles, which is good because that's temporary, you know, that will get better. What matters is taking pressure off my nerves, which means I can finally get back to doing more stuff again, which I've really been excited for and really would like to do. Maybe I could start like another RimWorld stream through. There's that new DLC that came out like months ago now, and I have it, and I just haven't played it. And everyone loves when I play RimWorld on the show. It's like one of my all-time favorite video games ever. And I love streaming it, and everyone loves that I name all the colonists after people in the chat, and all the animals after people in the chat, and we all have horrible, tragic deaths. It's always a really fun time. But $50 supporter shoutout tier, we have another new name. We got Jacob Busby, Javid Kusro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Alessandra Hedgeblog, Joel Mann, Dark Soul, Smokey VP, Cal Anderson, and now we have Crystal Sunrise, which is a great name, by the way. It evokes a lot of imagery that I can't see. Also, real quick, can I just say that YouTube, okay, the YouTube members only post system is terrible. So I do these members posts like once or twice a month usually. on Patreon and on YouTube, where I just kind of talk about stuff with you guys, and you guys can give me like suggestions on Pokemon videos or just chat back and forth with me on it. And it's fun. And by it's fun, I mean it's a lot more fun on Patreon where people actually get notified that they happen. Over on YouTube, I get analytics for it, which is kind of cool that you don't just get analytics for like live streams and videos. You can also get it on posts. And man, it gets shown to like nobody. Almost nobody who signed up for that tier actually gets to see those posts. Like, okay, if you were to manually go to my posts page, I'm sure you'd see it. But like, you don't know when the post is gonna go up. And so almost nobody sees it because it has no way of like properly going out to you. And also, they just don't work that well. Like, I decided today, what is it? It's the 8th of January. I decided today that I would do my poll for like, okay, I do a monthly poll on like a bunch of ideas for Pokemon challenges and people pick one and I do that to like cap off a month, right? Well, I did that and I decided this time, oh, you know what? I'm gonna cross-post it to YouTube at the same time for the same money tier. And, I mean, if people on one side vote for one thing and people on the other side vote for the other thing, I don't know exactly what to do. I guess I'll maybe have one end January and the other one open February. I don't know, we'll find out. But as I went to input all of the names of the stuff from the Patreon, like all the challenge ideas, I noticed, oh, on YouTube, you can only pick 4 options on a poll. What? Why? What is this arbitrary limitation for? On Patreon, I think you could literally do unlimited. Like, I don't do unlimited. I usually do like 5 to 8. But you can only do 4 on YouTube, so I just picked the 4 that I think are the most likely to get voted for, and I put them on YouTube as well. So how's that gonna go? I don't know. But hey, if you're watching this early right now on YouTube, then you can go to my posts section on my channel, and you can go vote on that poll if you want to. If you're on the Patreon watching this, then you probably already got an email, so you already know that you can go vote on the Patreon version. I don't know, man. It's so dumb. Welcome to YouTube, though. They can never implement a feature and have it work the way you'd think it would work. Alright, I gotta get this edited. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Elder Scrolls Oblivion with only 2 people controlling 1 character was hilarious. Let's follow that up with a challenge that I doubt I can actually beat. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only 1 Spinarak. So, Spinarak is a super weak bug and poison type Pokemon from Gen 2's early game. Stats-wise, we're almost totally equal, with a bit less speed and a bit more attack. We're weak to Rock, Fire, Flying, and Psychic, so we've got some pretty common weaknesses, and our moveset by level up is awful, with the first move with more than 20 power not showing up until level 53, and even then, it's a special attack move. By TM, there isn't much we want, but at least we can get Sludge Bomb. Problem is that I won't be able to get that until we have at least 4 gym badges. So for a solid half of the Johto part of the run, we won't have any good moves. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm gonna say that I can beat Johto, and maybe I can take out Blue, but I think Red will just be too strong for us. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Spinarak. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Spinarak, so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Chikorita so that our rival would have Typhlosion, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Sabu, because he's just like my new kitten. Climbs on everything, loves using Fury Swipes, and probably hides great evil behind his veneer of cuteness. Also, he has lipstick on his head, isn't that absolutely adorable? Anyway, the early trainers are surprisingly easy after I leveled up on Metapods first. For as weak as we are with only Poison Sting, we still poison Pokemon safely enough to take them down. The first gym is a flying one though, and even their gimmick move of Mud Slap would be super effective against us, so I'm not exactly confident. I decided to do Bellsprout Tower first. We're only neutral against them and we can't poison them, but we quad resist grass moves, so they can't do more than 1 damage to us. So this is a first, but we actually didn't just lose to Falconer, we lost to the first trainer in the gym. We can't beat Spearow at this level since he's faster and has Peck, so I actually have to grind a little more. Finally, at level 16, I could get to Falconer, but I couldn't actually beat him. I was just 1 or 2 poison stings away from victory, but his gusts took us down. I bet I could win at level 17. So, I try again at level 17. I have Nightshade at this point, but all of Falconer's Pokemon are half normal type, so we can't use it. I still can't win though, so maybe at level 18? Finally, at level 18, I managed to hang on from Pidgeotto's final gust with only 1 health left, and we took him down. Well, that was harder than I expected. Thankfully, the trainers on the way to the next gym were all really easy. Because we're such a high level, Nightshade is pretty strong this early in the game at least. It does the same amount of damage as our level, so this early in the game, dealing 18 damage reliably is pretty strong. Can't use it on normal types though. Anyway, Bugsy's Bug Gym is super easy. We resist bug moves because of our poison typing, and Nightshade carried us through. I doubt that strategy will work much longer though. Right outside is a rival fight. We're just not ready for it though. Nightshade does just under half of his health and damage per hit, and we're outsped and go down to Ember fast. I'll need 1 or 2 more levels. 2 levels later and we're level 25. Thanks to the extra damage on Nightshade, we're able to win the battle pretty easily on the first attempt. Finally, we can go and upgrade our moveset again. Now that we have access to the National Park, I went ahead and grabbed the TM for Dig. It's going to be our strongest move until after the 4th gym, and because abilities didn't exist yet, Haunter and Gengar can still get hit by ground moves. Since they're part poison, this is probably the best way of beating the Ghost Gym Leader. I also grabbed the Quick Claw while I was here since our speed is terrible. Let's worry about that normal type gym first though. So it's on to the normal gym, and I tried this 20 times. I kept on almost winning, but Miltank would either make me flinch, I'd get crit, or awkward Quick Claw timing with Dig would occasionally cause me to take 2 hits of rollout instead of just the first one, guaranteeing we faint. Miltank is a beast, and I need to level up more. Finally, at level 32, after many tries, we got this victory. Honestly, if not for all the weirdness with crits and Quick Claw activating when we needed it the most, we probably would have lost. I thought it was over thanks to her using Milk Drink so much, but I did manage to whittle her down to low yellow health with Leech Life so that I could finish her with Dig. It seems like she only uses Milk Drink when her health is red. Before I go ahead to the next area of the game though, it's Friday when I'm playing, so I go get the Poison Barb. It's a held item that will power up our poison moves by 10%. Pretty much useless with Poison Sting, but when we get Sludge Bomb, this will give us a much needed power boost. After that was the Ghost Gym, but it was actually a complete no damage sweep with Dig. I kind of figured that Gengar would be faster than us, but we actually attacked first, so I'm gonna chalk that one up to the Quick Claw. With that done, I head straight for the Team Rocket base. Although we don't need to do this yet, and there isn't anything we want here, beating this allows us to get the Sludge Bomb TM from the Gate Guard up near the Lake of Rage. It's pretty much the poison-type equivalent of Thunderbolt, although it's very slightly weaker, and of course it causes poisoning rather than paralysis. This is going to be the strongest move we can learn the whole game when we factor in the same type attack bonus. Plus, it uses our attack stat, so that's nice. The Fighting Gym ended up being incredibly easy with our new Sludge Bomb, so that's a good start. The Ice Gym, on the other hand, was rougher. The fight started easy enough with Seal and Dugong, but Piloswine resists poison, so Nightshade ended up being stronger. We only won this attempt thanks to a missed Blizzard, but I'm sure we could have won within 5 tries regardless. After that is the Steel Gym, and this one had me worried. Magnemite was a one-shot with Dig, but Steelix is a tanky beast. It has such high defense that even with Dig being super effective, it did less damage than Nightshade. The only reason we were able to beat Steelix is because he missed an Iron Tail, and it was still with a sliver. Thankfully, the last Pokemon is a Magnemite again, so I just beat it with 1 Dig. Anyway, next is the Rocket Takeover of Radio Tower, but the only real fight here is our rival. Despite this usually being the hardest rival fight though, it was a no damage sweep. Dig and Sludge Bomb did a great job. Last for the gyms is the Dragon Gym, but we were strong enough to one-shot Claire's Dragonairs, and Kingdra didn't last long either. I am really surprised that I'm doing that much damage. Finally, before the Elite Four is the final rival battle. I thought this was going to be a big problem early on because he uses Golbat and Typhlosion, and they almost took us out, but the entire rest of his team was a sweep with Dig and Leech Life, so it was a quick victory. Let's check our stats before we get into the Elite Four. I've got to say, these are incredibly low, even by my usual standards. Considering we can't learn anything super effective against the Pokemon Champions team, we might not be strong enough. I'm willing to try though. Make your final guesses on if we can win or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This fight was brutal because although we were able to outspeed and one-shot most of his team, the second Xatu is actually faster than us, and because of that, on every attempt we either ended up getting confused or losing most of our health to Psychic. In this attempt, we got really far thanks to our critical Leech Life, one-shotting Executor, and healing us. But if we didn't crit, then we would have just gone down to Psychic. Considering Slowbro at the end just took us out, and he probably didn't need that crit, we need to get stronger. A couple of levels, and we should outspeed Xatu and win thanks to that. Literally, one level later though, and we outsped Xatu, and won easily as a result. Slowbro still hits us like a truck, but he can't take us down from full health. Second is Poison Trainer Koga, and this was a brick wall that I'm sure you'd all expect. We don't have anything to deal with poison types, aside from the brute strength of our own Sludge Bomb with the Poison Barb, or the fixed damage of Nightshade, and those aren't strong enough. If I had learned Psychic, then maybe that would have helped, but we would have had to have gotten rid of Leech Life, and that's not only got the same type attack bonus, but it actually uses our attack stat, so I kept it. I'll have to level more. To grind, I just fought the Elite Four over and over. That way, I'd know exactly when I'd be ready to beat Koga. At level 71, we had this attempt where we just hardly managed to get past him, but it took some luck to not just get confused and lose that way. Muck was almost able to shut us down near the end with Acid Armor, but we could do just enough damage with Nightshade to finally win. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Nothing much to say about this one, Sludge Bomb made pretty short work of his team. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Even with us getting Sand Attacked instantly, we still won on the first try easily. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance, and it goes exactly how you'd expect. We can't seem to get past Aerodactyl. Lance's entire team is part flying type, and we have nothing to deal with that. We're slow and frail. We just can't win this fight without more grinding. Many tries later, all the way at level 83, and we finally get our first attempt where I can actually beat Aerodactyl, just to end up completely, cleanly sweeping the rest of his team without taking a hit. Considering every other attempt I did at level 81 just ended with an early loss, this was pretty surprising. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in it, so I've got to try my hand at beating Blue and Red. I'm pretty confident that I can beat Blue, although I could have to be max level, but I doubt I can beat Red without Double Team. Still, it's worth a try. Alright, Blue time. Pidgeot was a one-shot with Sludge Bomb, but next is Rhydon, and he stirred up a Sandstorm. 2 digs took him down, but we lost a bit of health in the process. Arcanine is third, and he was hurt right off the bat by Sandstorm, but it quickly faded as we left him with a sliver off Dig. Flamethrower brought us all the way down to 22 health, and he used a full restore, so I was pretty convinced I'd lose, just for a critical Sludge Bomb to one-shot him. Fourth is Alakazam, who we actually outsped in one-shot, and it's a good thing we did, because there's no way I would have survived a hit. Last was Water Onix and Executor, but both were one-shots with Sludge Bomb, winning us that fight. Finally, it's time for the final battle with Red, so let's take one last look at our stats. They're not that bad overall anymore, but Red has some pretty high-level, fully evolved Pokemon. I'm just hoping that our attack stat can carry us through this fight. But I suspect that if we're gonna lose, it's because of Snorlax. Let's find out. So I try Red a handful of times, and on our best attempt here, we critically hit Snorlax, leaving him with a sliver. We still took tons of damage from Pikachu's Thunder and Snorlax's Body Slam, but this was my first try where I could actually take him down. We even took down Venusaur, but Charizard was just too much. I'm confident though that if we were a few levels higher, we could have won this attempt. Still, it's reliant on a crit on Snorlax, so that's not exactly easy. At level 75, I try again a couple more times, and we have this great run where Snorlax used Amnesia, so he never took a hit, but we still couldn't handle Charizard's Flamethrower. Alright, I've got some rare candies. Let's try this again at level 100 and see if we can hang on with a sliver maybe. Finally, at level 100, we get back to Charizard with no Sunny Day active and no damage taken, and even when we hang on, we still couldn't take him down in one shot, so we lost. But what if I used Quick Claw instead? On my very first attempt with Quick Claw, not only did it activate, but we critically hit him to knock him out. That was incredible. Espeon is next, and it's a good thing that it activated again, because I don't think I would have survived a single shot of Psychic. Last was Blastoise, and we instantly crit him too for the victory. We probably didn't need that crit since I doubt he could one-shot me, but that's still pretty incredible. I have to say, that one wasn't that bad. I was expecting to be too slow and too frail to do that very well, but I ended up hardly having to grind. I really hope you guys like that run. For next week's Pokemon Challenge, I'm finally going to do the Dustox and Beautyfly double Pokemon run in Emerald that you guys have been requesting for ages. As always though, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you guys want to see more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Gusa playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel. Also come to the Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Black with only version exclusives was a fun team run. Let's follow that up with a weird solo run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Sudowoodo? So Sudowoodo is a single form rock type with crazy stats. It's got awesome attack and defense, but almost no special attack or speed. Physically, we're powerful, but we're probably going to go second most of the run, and we've got a real weakness to water and grass moves. By level up, we get some pretty cool moves like Flail, Gen 2 Low Kick, and Rock Slide. I specified Gen 2 Low Kick because it was just a 50 power flinch move in this game, also it can miss. Really, Flail is the cool move here since not many Pokemon learn it, and we're tanky enough that we might actually get to make some good use of it. By TM, we can learn some good moves like Earthquake and Rollout, but really, we don't get much type coverage. We can get the Elemental Punches, but they're all special in this game, so nearly useless for us. I think we're mostly going to use level up moves this run. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I figure Lance won't be too bad, but I don't think we can beat Red at the end. We're just so slow and can't really counter most of his team. I figure Espeon and Blastoise could get us stuck forever. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Sudowoodo. I need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Cyndaquil with Sudowoodo so that I can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Cyndaquil so that our rival would have Feraligatr, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Trudowoodo, which you can either take it as a joke about being a real tree, or as a Canada joke, depending on how you look at it. Get it? A tree? Like Christmas? This is your pre-Christmas episode. The real Christmas episode is next week, don't worry. This is your pseudo-Christmas episode, I guess. Alright, so obviously we're way stronger than most of the early game stuff, although we're actually slower than a lot of it too. Being rock-type means most of them can't really hurt us that much, and our crazy high attack means that we often one-shot them. But the fact that we start with Rock Throw and it's got 90 accuracy does mean that we miss sometimes. Normally, that doesn't matter too much, but you know when I think it might matter? The Flying Gym. We're slow, and they have Mud Slap. It's both super effective and makes us less accurate. We will for sure one-shot them, if we hit. This can't be too bad though, right? I'm sure that'll get there at a lower level than normal since there's no way I'm going to be doing Bellsprout Tower. I hope that doesn't impact us too much. Alright, so we did get hit by Mud Slap, but we lucked out on the very first try, and we simply never missed, so we squashed them. It could have been a lot worse. Well, the next gym coming up is a Bug Gym, so I figure that's going to be pretty easy. We're even double super effective against Scyther. I figure there's no way they can do any serious damage to us. Our rival, though? I'm not sure. I think Water Gun will be his most dangerous move, and that might not be too crazy, but there might be a bit of luck with the Ghastly at the start. It's hard to say. Still, I think it might be okay. The ghost types that I'm worried about aren't until later at the Ghost Gym, when we're probably going to be slow and constantly put to sleep, but I guess I'll worry about that once we're there. So first was the Bug Gym, and of course it was just a sweep. We knew it would be. We took a tiny bit of damage from Scyther, that's it. How's the rival gonna go, though? Well, this blew my mind. On the first try we lost pretty easily to Water Gun, so I equipped a berry and went to try again, just for Croconaw to use Rage every turn for no reason. Seriously, I have no idea why he did that. I don't think he picks random moves or anything, he just totally wasted 3 turns with Rage, and I don't know why. Gen 2 Rage isn't like Gen 1 Rage where you get locked into it, he could have picked a different move at any point, he just didn't. Alright, well, we're on our way to the normal gym now, as well as some new TMs. Now, I could learn the elemental punches, but our special attack is so horrible, and those moves weren't physical in this game, so I figure that it's not worth it. I will pick up both Dig and Rollout, though. Dig is pretty weak at only 60 power in this game, and Rollout won't be as strong as Rock Slide, but that's alright. Dig will get the job done until we can get Earthquake, and Rollout will be good for sweeping the really scary stuff later on. If I need it. I don't know. I also made sure to grab a Quick Claw, since we're likely gonna have speed issues the entire run. Let's go take out the normal gym and see how the Ghost Gym goes. So first is the normal gym, and we went into this with less than full health. I've got low kick, so I figured it would be trivial, but between the first hit of Rollout critting and just how fast it builds power, we actually almost fainted. We still won on the first try, but that was kinda close. Low kick is a lowish power fighting move that can cause flinching in this gen, so the weight of the target doesn't matter for the damage calculation. How will the Ghost Gym go, though? I've got the feeling that we might lose a lot of runs to Curse and Hypnosis. So I lost the Ghost Gym the first couple of times due to being slower than them, and usually getting hit by Curse right away, just to later get put to sleep. In Gen 2, you don't take Curse damage on turns where you get a knockout, so as long as we spam Rock Slide, we don't get hurt by it. But as soon as they get to put us to sleep, we're doomed. On the third try, though, we have amazing Quick Claw luck, letting us go first tons, so we just get to take out his whole team pretty easily. Well, that was lucky. It's not exactly a hard fight, it was just a luck-heavy one, and the luck played out in our favor early. Okay, so as usual, we can do the Fighting Gym, Steel Gym, and the Ice Gym in any order we want now. Problem is, we're weak to both Fighting and Steel types. Ice should be easy, we're strong against that, but the Ice Gym is always kind of easy. I think I'm gonna go after the Fighting Gym first because it's the first one that I can reach, even though I think it might give me the most trouble. Then I'll do the Steel Gym after. That might not be too bad with Dig. I'll do the Ice Gym last, unless we get stuck on all the others. We already know that the Ice Gym is going to be the easiest. So I tried the Fighting Gym a few times, instantly losing every time until I had a good idea. I know, rare. I go get poisoned and wait until I'm at 1 health, full heal, then I try and win with Flail. And it does kinda well, but they're both faster than us, so I need Quick Claw to kick in. I know sometimes Poliwrath uses Lock On or Hypnosis though. I bet if he uses one of those, then we can win. Alright, it took another 12 tries, and Poliwrath used Surf every single time I got to him, but eventually we got Quick Claw to kick in twice, and we won because of that. Man, I'm happy I held on to Flail. That just saved me having to grind. I'm pretty worried about the Steel Gym, though. If we're slower than Magnemites, then we're probably gonna get paralyzed, and that'll make Dig fairly useless. Alright, that's what I thought might happen. We did take out Magnemite easily, but we could hardly hurt Steelix at all, and it was wrecking us with Iron Tail. I doubt buying Fire Punch would save us considering just how horrible our special attack is, so I think I'll have to go get some levels. Well, if we need levels anyway, then I may as well go do the Rocket Hideout in the Ice Gym first. Why not, right? We can get a few levels, pick up some vitamins, and probably totally destroy the Ice Gym with Rock Slide. I don't think the Steel Gym is ever going to be easy, but I figure that maybe in 5 or 6 levels, we could get a win with a flinch or 2 with Low Kick. Oh yeah, before I forget, you know how I keep talking in the outros about how I want to start streaming my recording sessions for Bethesda challenges? Well, I've been doing that. You can find them on the live tab on my YouTube channel. So if you ever want to see what it looks like when I'm recording one of those, you can go check that out now. I hope you enjoy. Anyway, the ice gym was nearly a sweep. The only one that could take a hit was Piloswine, and he did 2 damage to us, so we were never in danger. You think we can handle the steel gym yet, though? Well, this went alright. The first low kick got a flinch, the second one did decent damage, we got hit hard by an Iron Tail, then we dodged the next Iron Tail by going underground. Dig left him with a sliver as his Iron Tail missed, he healed back up, and I kept going for Dig. He missed another Iron Tail, a third one finally hit us to bring us to only 2 health, then we finished him off with one last Dig. Last is a Magnemite, but we outsped him just to take him out with Dig. It was incredibly close, but it's a win. Wow, I thought maybe the rival fight would be hard, but it was super easy. Turns out Feraligatr only has Water Gun still, so we really didn't get hurt that much. I figure he's gotta have Surf by the final battle though. Maybe I should have made my rival start with a grass type, because at least Bayleaf has Razor Leaf. Well, we're on the road to the Dragon Gym now, and I can't imagine that'll be an easy one. We'll probably be slower than them for quite a while, and that means we're probably gonna end up getting paralyzed. I'd say it's not the end of the world since we could probably one-shot the Dragonairs, but if we're paralyzed, then the Kingdra at the end will probably make short work of us with Surf. Obviously, we don't learn any Dragon moves, so it's not like we have anything super effective to use. We could learn Ice Punch for the Dragonairs, but I'm sure Rock Slide will do more damage anyway. Gen 2 does have a built-in miss chance for effect moves when the AI uses them, so who knows? Maybe it won't be as bad as I think. So it starts great with us outspeeding Dragonair and one-shotting it with Rock Slide. I figure that was the Quick Claw. Second is Kingdra though, and we instantly lose accuracy to Smokescreen before hitting a Rock Slide. We lost 100 health to Surf, then our second Rock Slide hit for a knockout. Hey, at least we didn't miss yet. Third is another Dragonair, and we went first but we missed. Thankfully, he just failed the Thunder Wave. We missed another Rock Slide, he failed another Thunder Wave, then we took it out. When it says it doesn't affect us, that means it's the Gen 2 built-in miss chance for effect moves. Also, it looks like we're just faster than them. Last is the final Dragonair, but we hit right away for a one-shot. That was a first try at the Dragon Gym. Hey, all that's left before the Elite Four is the final rival fight. I could actually see it being pretty hard depending on what moves our rival starter has. I kind of forget if he has Surf or not for this fight, but I figure he must have it by now. I really don't think that we're ready for the Elite Four yet, but who knows, maybe it won't be so bad? I actually think Lance himself will be pretty easy as long as speed isn't too much of an issue. His whole team is weak to rock, so we have the perfect move for him. I made sure to pick up Earthquake, then fought our rival. Okay, first up is Sneasel, and we lost 2 stages of defense to Screech before getting a one-shot. Not the best start. Second is Feraligatr, and we ended up flinching him on the first round. Second round, he goes first, but all he uses is Water Gun, so we take him out. Why does he still have Water Gun? Magneton is a one-shot with Earthquake, and next is Haunter, who hits a weak Shadow Ball before getting one-shot. Second from last is Kadabra, who let off a Future Sight before getting one-shot, and last is Golbat. Right away, we got confused and hit ourselves, then we got bit and flinched, Future Sight missed, we flinched again, then we flinched a third time in a row, followed by us hitting ourselves again, and that knocked us out. Okay, that was just legendary bad luck. There's no way that happens twice. Alright, so on the next try, everything goes basically the same. We got hit by Curse from Haunter this time, but it doesn't really matter as long as we get our one-shots, and this time, Quick Claw kicked in, so we Rock Slid Golbat before it could confuse us, giving us an easy win. I can't get over just how unlucky we got on that first try. Now that we're the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, I love that we're a low level and still have the kind of attack we often don't have until we're level 70 or higher, but our speed being so low has me a bit worried. Honestly though, we might win without needing to level too much. I figure Will and Bruno could be real problems though. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. Right away we Rock Slid Xatu for a one-shot, and second is Executor, who puts up Reflect after we hit it. That's not good. Thanks to that, it hung on from our next hit with a Sliver and then hit us with Psychic. We finished him off, but that Reflect is going to carry over. Slowbro is next, and obviously we aren't doing much damage, but he's using Curse to boost his defense even more. We flinched him, Reflect faded, then we hit for huge damage and he's still just using Curse. We actually ended up finishing him off, he just never attacked us. Xatu was after that, and he went first, hitting us hard before we one-shot him. Last is Jinx, but our health is low, and she's super fast, so we just went down to Psychic. Okay, we could for sure win this in a few tries, though. Either I need Executor to not use Reflect, or for Quick Claw to let us go first against Jinx, because she's for sure a one-shot with Rock Slide. Next try, and this time Xatu went first, so we just got hit by Psychic. But Executor didn't use Reflect. He just uses Psychic instead. To be honest, that may have been worse. Slowbro never hits us and goes down easily, but Jinx is out early this time. For some reason, she used Double Slap, hardly doing anything to us, letting us take her down very easily with Rock Slide. Last is Xatu, who brings us to red health before we one-shot him. Hey, it's close, but it's a win. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados is part bug, so it was a one-shot with Rock Slide. And second is Fortress. Earthquake was doing solid damage as it wasted time with Spikes and Swift, so we took it out pretty easily. Muck is next, but he's just a one-shot with Earthquake, and after that is Venomoth. Rock Slide is a one-shot, but it hit Toxic, so we have a time limit now. Last is Crobat, and he's smart. He spammed Double Team, so we started missing Rock Slides and the Toxic was building up. He used 3 double teams, but thankfully we got a Rock Slide to hit eventually, getting us the win. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Right away we low-kicked Hitmontop, he goes underground with Dig, and we take him out while he's underground with Earthquake. I figured that would happen. Next is Hitmonlee, and our Earthquake gets a one-shot. That's great. I was worried about him. Hitmonchan cheap shots us with a Mach Punch, but our crazy defense paid off as he hardly hurt us, and we still got a one-shot. Maybe this will be easy. Onyx is of course a one-shot with Earthquake, and last is Machamp. We hit an Earthquake right away for great damage, then he crits us with Cross Chop to knock us out. Alright, that was a fluke, no way it happens twice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Things go the same way as last time, more or less, but this time, instead of critting, he straight up misses the Cross Chop to hand us the win. That's more like it. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Umbreon is first, and Low Kick does solid damage, although Umbreon is kinda tanky. I flinched, but it doesn't matter. We missed the next low kick, so he hit a couple of weak feint attacks anyway. I'm just happy it wasn't Sand Attack. We took it out, and next is Vileplume, who wasn't a one-shot, but it also flinched, so I didn't have to worry about any grass moves. We knocked it out right after. Gengar's third, and it outspeeds us and puts a curse on us as we take it out with Earthquake, so we really need one-shots from now on to avoid curse damage. Murkrow outspeeds us and hits a weak feint attack before going down to 1 Rock Slide. And last is Houndoom, who gets one shot by Earthquake, no problem. That was great. I'm still so happy that we didn't get hit by Sand Attack at the start. That would have been really bad. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Lance. Water Onix is first, and he makes it rain, so we just land a one-shot with Rock Slide. He should have just gone for an attacking move. Second is Dragonite, who got outsped in one shot with a Rock Slide. I already feel good about this one. Next is Charizard, who's double weak to Rock, but he's also really fast. He went for Flamethrower, we missed Rock Slide, he got another Flamethrower before we one-shot him. Between the rain and us resisting fire, though, he hardly did any damage at all. Aerodactyl got outsped thanks to our Quick Claw, so we one-shot him, and fifth is another Dragonite. He went first with Blizzard for pretty solid damage before we one-shot him, and last is another Dragonite, who we outspeed and one-shot with Rock Slide. I knew that one would be easy. I'm happy that there weren't any crazy surprises. With that victory, we get in the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the postgame, including 8 gym battles and the secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're a lot weaker than the Elite Four, so we're gonna go ahead and skip to the next real challenge, Blue. I don't bother with the leftovers this time since the Quick Claw is a lot more important to us. First up at Blue is the Pidgeot, but it was no problem. We go first and we one-shot it. Rhydon is second, so I go for Earthquake. It's not a one-shot because Rhydon has insane defense, but he just uses Fury Attack, believe it or not. I don't think taking 4 damage is gonna change the fight very much, so it wasn't a big deal. Executor, on the other hand, could be tough. Rock Slide hit hard, and he flinched though, so we took him out on the next hit. Nice! Fourth is Alakazam, who's obviously faster than us and hit pretty hard with Psychic before we one-shot him, and fifth is Water Onix. He ended up being faster and hitting a Hydro Pump to take us out, though. You know what? We can totally win this. Either if Quick Claw kicks in so we go first to one-shot him, or if he just misses Hydro Pump. Let's keep trying. A couple tries later, and everything leading up to Water Onyx goes the exact same, other than that Alakazam didn't hit us thanks to our Quick Claw. The funny thing is, it didn't matter this time, because Water Onyx just used Rain Dance instead of attacking us, and last is Arcanine, who obviously is a one-shot with Rock Slide. So the only one who hit us was Rhydon for 4 damage. That could not have been easier. Time for the final fight with Red. We get into level 69, and it starts very nicely, as our Quick Claw lets us go first to one-shot Pikachu with an Earthquake. I doubt it'd have hurt us very much, but I'm just happy that we didn't get hit by Charm. Second is Espeon though, and we're slower and take massive damage from Psychic. If we could get Quick Claw on the second turn, then I'm sure we could have made him faint, but I don't see how we'd beat Blastoise later in the fight. Let's level up to 75 with some rare candies. I figure that the real attempts will start somewhere between level 75 and 85. Level 75! First off, this is how most runs go. If Quick Claw doesn't kick in, then we lose most of our health to Thunder, take out Pikachu, and then go down instantly to Espeon. After a couple of tries though, we got this run where we took out Pikachu without getting hurt, and Espeon used Reflect instead. We had enough health to take him out because of that, but it means that as Venusaur comes out, we couldn't do much damage, even with good Quick Claw luck. We're slower of course, and Solar Beam took us out. I'm not sure if I can get faster anytime soon because of our low base speed, but we can at least get stronger and see if we can take more hits. Level 80, and this is still a nightmare. We literally can't get past Espeon unless Quick Claw helps us. We need either Pikachu to miss Thunder or fail Charm, then we need Quick Claw to save us on Espeon, or we don't even get to Venusaur. And in the rare cases where we do make it to Venusaur, it's still just a loss. I think I could survive another Psychic if I got a few more levels though. Level 85, and we're at the point where we can now survive Espeon without Reflect as long as Pikachu doesn't hit us. And we actually come incredibly close to one-shotting Espeon, but we don't, so we end up with almost no health by the end. Now, on this try, Quick Claw let us attack first with Rock Slide, but we missed, so it still didn't matter, and Solar Beam got us right after since Venusaur is still faster. This is brutal. I was hoping that an early Rock Slide could maybe get a flinch. Okay, well, even without Quick Claw helping us, I know for sure that we could one-shot Espeon by level 90 and thus take less damage. Maybe then we'd stand a chance. By the way, can I just say that I have the worst luck in the world? After 6 tries in a row where I had Rock Slide miss at the worst times, I got this one where Quick Claw kicked in at the perfect times to get us to Venusaur with full health, just for him to use Sunny Day and then crit us with Solar Beam, so we went down anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to level 95. I've gotta be faster than at least one of these Pokemon, or I'm gonna be here all night. This is brutal! Level 95 and we're still slower than everything. I figure that we will be at level 100 too, but I'm still gonna bump up to that just in case. It's possible that Venusaur could be a one-shot at level 100, and that would save us from Solar Beam, but I think it's more likely that being level 100 will still leave us with a sliver. This won't be easy. Okay, a few tries into level 100 and we finally get Quick Claw to kick in against Espeon again, and it kicks in on Venusaur too. It wasn't a one-shot, but we got a flinch, so that was nice. I was hoping that he'd go for Solar Beam, but he did Synthesis to heal instead, so we just took him out with Rock Slide. This is the farthest we've gotten. Now we went first against Blastoise and hit a big Rock Slide as he started Rain Dance, so I thought we were faster, but it turns out that was the Quick Claw. On the second round, he brought us all the way down to only 77 health with Surf before we finished him off. Second from last is Snorlax, and we are actually faster than it, and he was just using Amnesia, so we were able to two-shot him with Rock Slide. So although he was super fast, his Flamethrower hardly hurt us. He's double weak to Rock type, so we just one-shot him, finally winning the red fight. Well, that was kind of insane, but I figured it would be. It's a fun Pokemon to use, but that low speed was a real killer. It's crazy just how big of a level difference there was between blue and red, but I kind of figured red would be awful. I just didn't think that we'd be slower than so much of his team even at level 100 until we got there. I really hope you guys liked that run. The next Pokemon challenge should be up next Saturday like usual, but I can't tell you what it'll be. It's your main Christmas present after all, and I can't ruin the surprise. Trust me though, you'll love it. I might even have a little gift between now and then. You guys have been asking for this present for 5 years now. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Alright, it is the 13th. It is the 13th of December, the day that I'm doing this voiceover and editing this whole challenge all in one day, because I have so much work to do. Where I am right now at the time of doing this voiceover, I am not done the Fallout New Vegas challenge yet. Although I'm like right near the end of the game, and I think I might be ready for it. I don't know. I'm right before the battle for Hoover Dam, so there's a chance I might go in there and I'm not ready for it and I gotta back out and do something else first. Who knows? But maybe it'll go okay. I don't know. I'm gonna be working on that a whole lot tomorrow. Today is all about editing this video in time, and then I've got to get on editing next week's video, because I got to do the voiceover for that still, and then I got to do the whole edit for that. And I've got so much work to do to get all this stuff out in December, but I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna get it all out on time. Whew, that means that next week I'm gonna have to today and tomorrow, and I guess the day after, because I haven't taken a day off in like a month now. So I guess I'm just working through my day off again. I'm gonna get the Fallout New Vegas run done, and then I can edit both your Christmas present and your other Christmas present, which is the Fallout New Vegas run is the other Christmas present. There's the secret really big one. I don't want to give it away, even in the outro. I gotta edit both of those in the same week, while also working on the challenge run for after that. Whew, next week is gonna be real busy. Alright, thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Fire Red with only one Staryu was pretty fun and quick. Let's follow that up with a strange one. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Teddiursa? Stats-wise, Teddiursa is pretty weak outside of having a decent attack stat, and with him being a pure normal type, we're probably really gonna need that attack. By level up, we don't learn anything too amazing, although Feint Attack will be good for hitting ghosts, Rest could possibly be useful if we're not too frail, and Slash could be good until Return is strong enough, if we even get Return, considering in Gen 2 you get that on a Sunday, and Sundays are my day off now, so we'll see. Teddiursa can learn a surprisingly long list of TMs, including some really weird ones like the Elemental Punches. That alone has me really interested in this run, because although they'll be special rather than physical in Gen 2, it still lets us use an Ice move, and that's pretty big. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm confident that I can win the run, although I might need to grind pretty hard before the Elite Four. I don't think I'll do enough damage to Red's Snorlax for an easy final battle either, but maybe if we crit it'll be fine? Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Teddiursa. I'll need to use other Pokemon for HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, thank you to Corazon Santiago on Twitter for making the suggestion for this run. I have no idea if I pronounced that correctly. Sorry. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Teddiursa so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him Teddy Heart. Did I really have a choice? Naturally, right away we head north and start fighting some trainers on our way to the first city. The early game bit here is actually pretty easy, thanks to Scratch having the same type attack bonus and our attack being solid for this early in the game, so I figured the Flying Gym will be easy. And sure, Joey, you can have my number, but don't call too much, okay? The viewers still haven't forgiven me for that Sunkern video. Anyway, I did Bellsprout Tower real quick before going into the Flying Gym, but naturally it was incredibly easy. I did the entire tower in one go, and I think I only got hit 2 or 3 times. Right after was the Flying Gym, and it was also incredibly easy on the first try. Well, I guess we take the early game fast, that's always a nice change of pace. Hey, even the Hiker in Union Cave ended up being really easy because we hit so hard. Now that's rare. So we ended up breezing all of our way to the Bug Gym really quick, much to my surprise. In fact, not only did we breeze our way here, but we ended up beating Bugsy on the second try due to us having absolutely incredible Fury Swipes luck. Sure, we missed a little bit, but we also nailed some 5 swipes. I never get that lucky. Next up is a usually hard rival fight, and I don't have much confidence going in, but right away Hypnosis failed, we paralyzed Ghastly with Lick, then attacked first on the second round to knock it out clean. Zubat failed at Supersonic, so it was a 2-shot, and on Quilava, I was worried when it smokescreened us, but we still landed the big 5-hit Fury Swipes to get the win. In the forest on my way to Goldenrod, I make sure to pick up the TM for Headbutt. This is probably going to be one of our better moves for a little while. We're not that fast, so I don't know how often we'll get flinches, but the damage is better than Scratch. In Whitney's normal gym, we went to war with Miltank for ages. At first I thought we were doomed because we were slower and we couldn't get flinches, but her rollout missed at the perfect time to bring her into red health, but then she just kept healing with Milk Drink as we attacked. Eventually, she went for another rollout, and we ended up winning thanks to that. That was a weird fight. The next gym is the Ghost Gym, and I have doubts that I could win that one without being faster than at least some of Morty's team, mostly because of things like Hypnosis, Dream Eater, and Curse. If we could attack first, though, then we might be able to just sweep with Feint Attack. Thankfully, there are loads of trainers in this area, so I go ahead and clear them out and the dance hall to grab experience while we're here, and I also grab the Quick Claw on the way. The battle with Morty ended up being really weird though. They spent the entire fight just missing afflictions, and none of them had the good sense to just use Curse. They could have won that so easily. I guess it's just the AI missing an opportunity. Anyway, next is the fighting gym, so I figure I have to grind at least until we're fast enough to not get one shot. In the process, I end up doing the Lighthouse and the Rocket Hideout ahead of time, since there's nothing stopping us from doing those early. Let's hope we can blitz through at least 2 of the next 3 gyms. Naturally, by the time I finish all of that, the fighting gym was pretty easy. They probably could have hit us really hard with the Dynamic Punch, but they went for Hypnosis and it failed, so easy win. After that, I skip ahead to the Ice Gym since the Steel Gym is usually horrible, and man was it ever easy. We've become a bit of a powerhouse. I don't think we stand a chance at the Steel Gym, though. Let's give that a try. Naturally, we didn't stand a chance. Sure, the Magnemites aren't that bad if we get crits, and Rest lets us get rid of paralysis, but even with the ability to rest, Steelix outdamages us with Iron Tail, so we can't win without heavy luck. Let's try this one again with the TM for Dig. Even after learning Dig though, we still do almost nothing. Steelix has some of the best defense in all of Pokemon, so I'm not terribly surprised, but this might mean that I have to do a pretty serious grind. Grinding here is slow, but I don't really have a choice. I was considering Ice Punch just because we have to learn it eventually anyway, and it would be going after his special defense instead, but considering its normal effectiveness and our special attack is bad, I'm not convinced it would be worth it. Maybe if we can't win by level 50, I'll try Ice Punch. And of course, with our luck, as soon as I hit level 50, we were doing the same damage when we suddenly crit Dig, meaning I didn't need to do any of that grinding. Fantastic, thanks Pokemon. I guess I'm gonna go do the radio tower now. Naturally, the rival fight is the only real fight in that whole quest line though, and he was a total pushover. Between Dig for Magnemite and Feint Attack for Haunter, the only problem Pokemon on his team didn't end up being a problem at all. The next major fight of the run is all the way at the Dragon Gym, but Ice Punch made super short work of them. I thought Kingdra could be hard, but we froze him, so once again, easy fight. Last before the Elite Four is a rival fight that's normally pretty easy, but I got really worried when even after a crit, Magneton held on and paralyzed us. Thankfully on the Haunter, we struck first thanks to our Quick Claw, so he never got a curse in on us. Thanks to that, we had enough health to hang on for the rest of the fight. Alright, one last look at our stats before the Elite Four. Attack is pretty solid considering this is only the Gen 2 Elite Four, but our moves really don't have much power, so I'm not expecting one-shots. I predict that we're about 5 levels short, but I'm willing to give it an early try. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is the Psychic Trainer Will. This one goes south fast on just about every attempt thanks to just how many effects they can throw at us. If we were a few levels higher, then we could one-shot Xatu. Let's go for that. I try again at level 65, and instantly we crit down 2 of the most annoying Pokemon, and ended up breezing through the entire rest of the fight because of that. The god of good runs is smiling upon us today. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This fight was almost completely just an insanely long, boring, and slightly hilarious battle with his Crobat, who kept spamming Double Team, then hitting Toxic, and critting just enough wing attacks that we had to keep using Rest for ages before eventually winning with Feint Attack. Hey, did you notice that I used an ice move on Venomoth again, by the way? I can't help it, my brain just looks at it and convinces me that it's a flying type every single time. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. I thought he'd hit hard, but he ended up being incredibly easy. We hardly took any damage at all. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. I was worried about this one, but after critting Umbreon down and Stun Spore missing on Vileplume, we had an answer for everything and totally swept the rest of the team. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance, but you know exactly how this goes. Because his entire team is Flying type and his 3 Dragonites are all quad weak to Ice, we have almost no problems at all beyond a bit of bad damage near the end on Charizard. The credits roll and we win the run, but you know it isn't quite over yet. In Gen 2, we have all of Kanto as well. I'm not going to show you most of it because it's incredibly easy other than the last two fights. Blue and Red. On my way through Kanto, I made sure to grab the leftovers from the bin in Celadon. Between this and Rest, I think we can actually beat Red. But first, Blue. I wish I had much to say here, but we ended up pretty much demolishing him. His RK9 at the end did some decent damage, but between leftovers healing us and Slash hitting pretty hard, we had a really easy time. It's not common that we win Blue on the first try. Alright, here's our stats as we go into the Red fight. Once again, great attack, and even the health isn't too bad. But we're only level 76, fighting a lot of very powerful Pokemon. I think he'll get shut down by Snorlax due to not having enough damage output, but I'm sure that we can level up enough to win if it comes to that. Let's give this a try. Okay, so after 10 entire attempts, we didn't have a single one where we didn't instantly get hit by Charm, crippling our attack power. Not only that, but both Pikachu and Espeon hit incredibly hard due to our low special defense. Alright, I guess I have to grind a bit. At level 81, we finally get an attempt where Pikachu only used Thunder, so at least I didn't lose any attack power, but we still can't take down Espeon. I was hoping that Slash would crit to bypass Reflect, but it didn't. Because Feint Attack is special in this game, it does about the same damage as a non-critical Slash when they have the Reflect up, so that's why I picked to go with Slash rather than Feint Attack. Once again, another 5 levels later, and we finally have our first run where we're able to actually get to Snorlax. My strategy is simple. I keep using Ice Punch to hope for a freeze, while using Rest to stay healthy and keeping me from staying paralyzed from his Body Slam. It didn't take long before we got a freeze on him, so I took my chance to heal back up before finishing him off. Venusaur's next, and it really could have been a problem if he set up Sunny Day, but he ended up getting frozen too, so we were fine. After that was Charizard, and although we did great damage, so did he. He was faster and we took insane damage, so I didn't have much hope as Blastoise came out. I knew I couldn't just rest because he'd use Rain Dance and Surf to easily take me out, so I just went for Ice Punch to hope for a freeze, and I actually got it, winning me the run! 3 freezes in one battle is probably the most freezes I've ever gotten in one fight in my entire life, and that's why ice moves are the best. Well, that was a lopsided run. I could either breeze my way through with Slash and Ice Punch, or I'd get completely shut down hard. I really hope you guys like that run. For next Saturday's challenge, we're going back to Fallout 3 with an even dumber version of the last challenge I did in it. Fallout 3 with only melee weapons, but no melee skill. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like these, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend Whatageek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, Whatageek, and Goosit playing Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon X here on my channel, as well as Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. It's actually my first time ever playing through that game, and that's on my channel now. Also, come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only fossil Pokemon was a fun detour. Let's follow that up with a classic run. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Tentacool. Now, normally we think of Tentacruel as a pretty strong Pokemon, but its first form, Tentacool, is just fodder that you fight when you're surfing. The Zubat of the sea. Our stats are all pretty terrible, other than our weirdly high special defense. Looks like special attack is higher than attack, so it looks like our Surf will be our main move once we get it. By level up, we don't learn a single water move until level 25, so that's not good. We don't even get a move with more than 15 power until level 19. Is Falkner going to be an issue in this one? By TM I can get Blizzard and Giga Drain, so that's a bit of type coverage, but that's about it. Sludge Bomb could be strong, although our attack does kind of suck. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I'm sure I could beat Johto, but even at level 100, I'm not sure if I could beat Red's Espeon. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Tentacool. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Totodile with Tentacool so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Totodile so that our rival would have Meganium, probably the hardest for us to fight. I name him Tentacool, with a K, because that's how we spelled it back then. The late 90s, early 2000s were an interesting time. So the first few routes of the game were actually kind of hard. Weird, right? Well, we only have Poison Sting for the start of it, so we're hardly dealing any damage. The same type attack bonus doesn't really help us that much when the move has just about no power in the first place. So even though our stats aren't that horrible for this area, our moves really are. I did actually give Bellsprout Tower a try since grass is only neutral towards us, but our Poison Stings are only neutral towards them. We actually have a decent time here just because they only do a couple damage to us. We'll need any levels that we can get until we get some real moves anyway. Alright, so the Flying Gym is brutal. See, we're part poison, so the AI actually does use Mud Slap. It's weak, but he'll spam it Sand Attack style until we just can't hit anything anymore. Even on the tries where we poison him, we never come anywhere close to winning. That means that we've got to grind, and grinding here is already super slow. Our next move is Acid at level 19, and that's a while off. I'm going to try the Flying Gym fight a few more times at level 15 and 17 to see if we deal much more damage. If those don't work, then we'll have to go for 19 and for sure win. So here we are again at level 15. I tried a few more times, and we do a lot more damage to Pidgey, but our brutally low accuracy from Mud Slap still makes Pidgeotto far too hard to hit. Again at level 17. We can finally get past Pidgey while only taking 2 Mud Slaps thanks to the extra attack, and we lucked out on poisoning Pidgeotto early. Gust was still doing a decent chunk of damage considering I was just about double his level, but in the end we did win. So I gotta say, that was a much rougher start than I thought I'd have. Grinding before Falconer is really slow, so it's not the best start, but hey, still better than Emerald runs, right? We still won't have a water move for a little while though. Do you think the hiker in the cave coming up is gonna be an issue? Now, I did have shockingly bad luck on this attempt at the hiker, but yeah, it's an issue. For the whole first Geodude, we landed Poison Sting after Poison Sting without actually poisoning anything. The second one got poisoned pretty early, and it sped that part up a lot, but by the time of the last one, we had just about no health left. We're only a level away from gaining Acid though, so let's just try that. Well, it went a lot better by using Acid, but it still wasn't doing much. Against the level 8 Geodude, we really only started doing any proper damage after Acid itself lowered his defense. Our next rival fight's gonna be a rough one, because he's got 2 poison types and our only good move is poison, so let's do the Bug Gym first. So it starts with Metapod, who went down pretty quickly, as you'd expect. Kakuna was a bit more of an issue thanks to being part poison type. Obviously he couldn't do any serious damage to us, but it still took a little while to take him down. Last was the real threat though, Scyther. Acid didn't do much damage, but neither did his Fury Cutter. Problem is, his Fury Cutter builds power and our Acid doesn't. It's got a small chance of lowering defense. It was looking like we were gonna lose when Fury Cutter brought us down to red health, but I managed to confuse him with Supersonic. That led to him hitting himself and us getting the win. Alright, so what you're watching now is roughly my 1/1,000,000th attempt at this rival fight, and we get paralyzed by Lick every single time. In this one, I got agonizingly close to making him faint first, but nope, paralyzed. I decided to just go for it anyway, and Zubat was next. Naturally, we weren't doing much damage with Acid, and he was doing everything he could to make our life difficult. He was using Bite and Supersonic while we were paralyzed to try and get us to flinch and hit ourselves. Despite all of that, we still took him down, but as soon as Bayleaf came out, he used Reflect to weaken our Acid, and we didn't last long after that. Okay, well, I should level a bit to get Bubble Beam. At least then I'll be able to avoid paralysis. Alright, once getting Bubble Beam, we just one-shot our way to Bayleaf and one with Acid pretty quickly thanks to Reflect not being an issue. So we've got the always brutal normal gym coming up. We don't really have any new moves that we can grab right now that would be a huge upgrade other than Return, and we are absolutely grabbing that since it'll be our strongest physical attack until Sludge Bomb, but I doubt our friendship is maxed out. I'm gonna have a few trainer fights, get a haircut, learn Return, and then we'll give the normal gym a try. So I really didn't expect this, but the normal gym went super smoothly. I mean, we all expected Clefairy would be fine, but against Miltank, on the first try, we hit Supersonic and she hit herself twice, so we had tons of time to take her down. Hey, after the grind-heavy start of the game, I appreciate this fight. Now we can go straight to the Ghost Gym, but I decided that we may as well do the Kimono Girls Dance Hall first. That way we get Surf. It's a solid bit stronger than Bubble Beam, so we'll probably need this against Morty. While I take on the Kimono Girls, though, this is a great time for a Chimera ad. As fashionable as the Kimono Girls are, they haven't experienced true comfort until they've worn something from Chimera. Now, I'm not saying that T-shirt and sweatpants girls is a better theater troupe name, but it stands out a lot more than Kimono Girls. Just like how you'd stand out wearing one of these awesome graphic tees. Scroll down to the description below if you want a clickable link to Chimera, where you can pick up some awesome, reasonably priced, and super comfy clothing while supporting the show. Use the code Mah-Dry-Bread for a discount and to let the people at Chimera know that I sent you. Thanks for that, everybody. Now let's go beat up a gym leader. So, our new Surf HM did a really good job here. We one-shot just about his whole team other than Gengar, who nearly took us out in a couple of Dream Eaters, but we woke up before the third one hit us. Overall, an easy fight, but our special defense isn't holding up quite as well as I hoped it would. Now that we can use Surf, I go straight for the Rocket Hideout. It's not the next location that we're supposed to go to, but we finally have a new move coming up. Once we've taken down the whole Rocket Hideout, a guard in a gate north of town will give us the TM for Sludge Bomb, the strongest poison move that we'll be getting. Even if our attack isn't as good as our special attack, it's really nice to have move variety. May as well do the Ice Gym next, since that's unlocked now. Our new Sludge Bomb did an awesome job here, taking down both Seal and Dugong pretty easily. Last was Piloswine, but he's part ground, so Surf did an awesome job. Price is usually pretty easy though, so no real surprises here. Would you believe it if I said I haven't been west of the Ghost Gym at all in this run? Gold runs are kinda cool like that. You can do a big chunk of the middle of the game in any order that you want. Right now we have to go beat the Fighting and Steel gyms to make progress again. There's just a lot of travel to get there. I don't think those fights will be too hard by the time we get there, but the Magnemites in the Steel gym could be an issue. The Fighting gym was pretty easy. This could have ended in a disaster if we got hit by Hypnosis or if we actually started hitting ourselves in confusion, but that didn't happen, so we're good. The Steel gym was also pretty easy, as we can actually one-shot her whole team with Surf. Turns out the super low health of Magnemite actually makes it so weak that they can't do much to us. Also, AI status affliction moves can just miss in Gen 2, even if they normally have 100 accuracy. So even Thunder Wave isn't quite a death sentence in this one. It's time for the rocket takeover of Radio Tower. Normally I basically gloss over this place by saying it's not that hard, but it's super not that hard this time since we're poison type, so the constant coughings and grimers can't poison us. Let's just go do the rival fight. Are you ready for the most intense rival fight you've ever seen? Golbat went down to red health from Surf, confused us, then went down on the next round anyway. Magnemite was a one-shot with Surf, Hunter was a one-shot with Surf, Sneasel hit Quick Attack for a sliver, then went down to Sludge Bomb and Return, and last was Meganium, who nearly went down to Sludge Bomb, hit a strangely weak Body Slam, then fainted. Yeah, not exactly as scary as that time I fought him with a single Sunkern. Now that was awful. With that done, I picked up Blizzard from the game corner because it's time for the Dragon Gym. It took many tries, but eventually we managed to take down all of the Dragonaires with Blizzard in one shot each. The real issue was Kingdra. She's got Hyper Beam, Smokescreen, and a Hyper Potion, so she can really mess us up. It took quite a few tries, but I realized that it's much easier to beat her if you just intentionally use some weaker moves like Surf, then finishing it with Sludge Bomb, rather than the stronger Sludge Bombs the whole time. Sludge Bomb from the start will just make her use a Hyper Potion. After figuring that out, we won pretty fast. Alright, so we have one last bit of travel before we can get to the Elite Four, plus a rival fight. On one hand, I'm feeling pretty good because the last few major fights went super well, but we're only level 50, so I know that we won't have a serious lead going into it. Our moves are pretty good considering we're a Tentacool, but I'm skeptical that we're going to be strong enough to hit for decent damage against the tankier Pokemon in the Elite Four. First, though, is the last rival fight. Yeah, he was a walk in the park. They used their only chances to hit us on Mean Look and Reflect. Alright, let's take a look at our stats. Oh man. Okay, well, I like our special defense, but I didn't realize our defense is still that bad. Okay, that actually has me a bit more worried than I was before I checked. I mean, I figure that we can still beat Lance with Blizzard, right? But am I even gonna get there? I'm skeptical. Make your final guess on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. It starts with Xatu, and I didn't want to waste Blizzard, so I fought it with Surf instead. It went well, but we did get confused. Against Jinx, I went for Sludge Bomb, knowing that she didn't have good physical defense, but we lost our first attack due to confusion. She only hit Double Slap though, so we took her down on the follow-up. Slowbro is third, and we did hit decent damage at first with Sludge Bomb, but then his curse let him survive what would have been the final hit, letting him mess us up with Psychic before going down. For the second Xatu, I went for Blizzard to get a one-shot, knowing that we needed one. Thankfully, it worked. Last was Executor, and I decided to go for Sludge Bomb. It did tons of damage, but it wasn't enough for a knockout, so we got finished off. So close. Okay, we're back a few levels later. This time the Xatu can be one-shot with Surf, so we never got confused, letting us take Jinx down without a hit. Slowbro never landed a hit on us, but the second Xatu did manage to confuse us and deal some serious damage before going down. This time Executor was a one-shot with Sludge Bomb. That wasn't too bad. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados was a one-shot with Surf, but his Venomoth right after wasn't. We got confused off Supersonic and hit ourselves, leaving us open to get hit by Psychic. It didn't do a ton of damage though, and our follow-up Surf still knocked him out. Fortress is next, and it's crazy tanky, but its special defense doesn't seem that bad, as we take it down with Surf before it does anything dangerous. Against Muck, I tried to return, not really remembering if it had more defense or special defense, but then it used Acid Armor, so that made my second move choice a lot easier. Surf took it down. Last was Crobat, who used Double Team, but it never got us to miss, so we won. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Hitmontop is first, and I totally forgot he has Dig. We took him out in 2 hits, but we actually did lose a decent chunk of health. Second is Hitmonchan, who naturally goes for Thunder Punch, but his special attack is terrible, and this is before those moves were physical, so he was super easy. Hitmonlee hung on from Surf just to miss High Jump Kick and take, like, the tiniest sliver of recoil damage I've ever seen before we took him down. Onix was obviously a one-shot with Surf, and last was Machamp, who I thought would hit hard, but Cross Chop wasn't really that bad, probably just because we resist it. Easy fight. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Umbreon is first, and I had to take a few tries at this fight because of getting sand attacked and confused right at the start. In this run, though, none of the sand attacks hit, but we did still lose some health before she went down. For Vileplume, I just brute forced it with Sludge Bomb, totally lucking out when she missed Stun Spore. Gengar was next, and I would have been fine, but we got hit by Lick, and that means we're paralyzed. The game says there's only a chance that it paralyzes, but this is a Pokemon challenge, so it may as well be 100% when it's against me. Anyway, it causes issues against Murkrow, since we ended up getting hit twice before we could take it down. Last is Houndoom, who crunches this right away to take us down to red health, just for us to one-shot it with Surf. That was far too close for my liking. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. First up is Water Onix, so I go ahead and start Sludge Bombing it. We get hit by Flail, but it hardly did anything. Second is Dragonite, so I take it down right away with Blizzard. I don't want to risk getting hit by Thunder Wave. Right after that is yet another Dragonite, and we landed yet another Blizzard for a one-shot. Fourth is his third Dragonite, but this time we missed Blizzard, leading to us losing most of our health to Hyper Beam before one-shotting him on the follow-up. We were in rough shape as Charizard came out, but we were still faster, and one Surf took it down. Last is Aerodactyl, but we were actually faster than it too, letting us hit Surf for the win. That was a really clean fight. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. There's still Kanto to do. As always, most of Kanto is really easy other than the blue and red fights, so I go ahead and take down all the easy Johto gym leaders, pick up leftovers so that we can heal a little bit, and I go after blue. Pidgeot is first, so I don't waste any time going for Blizzard for the one-shot. For Alakazam, I Sludge Bomb knowing he won't have much defense. Unfortunately, he hung on with a sliver, leading us to losing half of our health to Psychic. We heal a bit with leftovers, but that was brutal. Rhydon was a one-shot with Surf, and next was his Water Onix. Naturally, Sludge Bomb is the answer here, and I was worried about how long it might take, but we got a crit and poisoned him right away. I thought it was going to be over there, but he used a full restore to undo it, so we just started laying in Sludge Bombs again. We started dealing some damage, but, you know, he used another full restore, so this matchup actually took a while. Thankfully, he didn't hit us that hard, so leftovers did a pretty decent job of keeping us healthy. I mean, it did, right until near the end when he hit us with Hyper Beam to bring us to red health. I was a little worried. Executor is up next, and one Sludge Bomb wasn't enough to take him down. I assumed he'd use Psychic and we'd just lose, but he charged energy for Solar Beam instead, so we won. Why did he do that? Last was Arcanine, and Extreme Speed did nearly feint us, but our Surf one-shot him after we hung on. I kind of can't believe that we survived that. Now, I really didn't expect to first try blue, but even with that under our belt, I don't think we stand a chance against red yet. His whole team are higher levels than us, so I decided to grind up a little bit. I'm not totally sure how much we're gonna need to grind. I mean, he starts with a high-leveled Pikachu that could probably mess us up, but if we end up being faster, then we might just one-shot him. Espeon's probably gonna be a brick wall for a while, and I think we might have to just hope to crit Snorlax. Charizard will probably only take 1 or 2 Surfs, but by the time we get to him, he should be easy, if we get to him. Venusaur will probably be a one-shot with Blizzard, I'm guessing, and I'm really not that worried about what Blastoise can do to us. Still though, he opens with Pikachu, Espeon, and Snorlax. That might keep us locked down for ages. I have some time though, so let's keep trying at this. Alright, so let's give this a try at level 75. We're actually faster than Pikachu. Surf wasn't a one-shot, but Charm failed, so after he spent a few full restores, we won without getting a hit. As Espeon came out, he outsped us and used Reflect right away, but then our Sludge Bomb crit to take him down to a sliver. On the next round, we actually went first, so I guess we have a speed tie, leading to us knocking him out. I mean, I'm happy he didn't use Psychic, but Reflect is still really dangerous. So, knowing I won't do any real damage to Snorlax with our Sludge Bomb, I go straight for Blizzard, and it actually froze him. I'm gonna say right now, judging by how little damage we were doing while Reflect was up, that there is no possible way we could have taken him down right now at this level without that freeze. You've seen our defense. I don't know that we could even survive a body slam from this guy. So next is Venusaur, who not only got hit by our Blizzard on the first try, but it was a crit, so he went down. This is wild. For Blastoise, we really couldn't deal amazing damage, but he couldn't do much to us either. He did crit a Surf though, that took out a pretty big chunk of our health. Last was Charizard, and one Surf wasn't enough to take him down, so we got hit by Wing Attack to go down to yellow health. We're faster though, so we still won. I cannot believe how smoothly that went. Oh, that was crazy. Rough to start the run for sure, a lot of easy chunks in the middle, and then that wild red fight. I still can't believe that. I was a lower level than most of his fully evolved Pokemon, and our little Tentacool was able to win. Honestly, if it, 1, hit Charm, 2, if Espeon hit Psychic, or 3, if we didn't freeze Snorlax, then we would have lost for sure. I'm not even gonna pretend that wasn't just wild luck. I hope you guys like that run. For the next Pokemon challenge, it'll be in 2 weeks on Saturday, and I'm thinking of doing a fossil-only run in Pokemon Emerald. It'd be like the fossil-only run in Pokemon Red, except way harder, because there's less Pokemon, and they're debatably not as good. You know what, probably still better than the moveset that we had in Gen 1. But of course, Emerald is a much harder game than Pokemon Red is, so I'm excited to see how that goes. Oh god, and all those water types, and we're gonna be part rock as well? There might be some disasters. We'll see how it goes. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro bit time. The Let's Play of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is finally coming back. I'm so pumped. I'm so happy about it. Okay, so at the time I'm doing this voiceover right now, at the end of this week, I should be recording some more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon with Whatageek and with Brandon, and that's going to be an awesome time. So that'll probably start going up on the channel the week that you're watching this, I think. In fact, by the time you're watching this, I bet you some of the episodes have already gone up by now, which I haven't recorded yet. Voiceover MDB here. Editing MDB, I don't even know if it would have been recorded yet, or else I'd show you some footage right now. We'll see how that goes, but I'm really excited for that because, once I hit 10 years of doing the daily video minimum thing, I really needed a little bit of a break for a while, and I was so busy in my personal life, and I was so busy with Pokemon challenges and all of that stuff, but I'm finally getting some time again. People are free. I'm super excited to get back to Mystery Dungeon because, again, I had never played Mystery Dungeon before that Let's Play, and it's really fun. It's kind of the variety I was looking for in Pokemon, Because I play mostly just challenges in the mainline games, and obviously they all have more or less the same battle system. So as much as I do really like the battle system of Pokemon games, it's nice to have variety, so I love that there's so many spin-off Pokemon games that work differently. It's awesome. Other than that, I want to stream more. I'll probably have been streaming more this week because this edit, I get the feeling, is going to go pretty quickly, so that'll give me time to stream more. I hope. I don't like making promises on these things, but you know that you can keep up if you just, follow my Twitter and stuff. I tried to make it easy. Oh, and if you want to watch my Twitch streams whenever they randomly happen when I have time, I have a little Steam group. It's in the description of all my videos. No one reads the links at the bottom of the description, but there's a Steam group there if you want to be in it. If you're like me and you're basically always in front of your computer, and you always have Steam open, then you can opt into the Steam group and you'll get a little pop-up with a clickable link straight to the stream whenever I start streaming. If I remember to set it up. All right, I need to go get editing this stuff so that I'll actually have time to stream. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Red with only one Sandshrew wasn't too bad overall. Let's follow that up with one you guys have been requesting for over a year now. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Tyrogue. Alright, you guys have been asking for this one forever, and I can see why. On the stats front, we have a base 35 in everything. That leaves us with an overall stats that are an entire third lower than first form starters. Not only that, but by level up, all we have is Tackle. Oh, and we can learn some TM moves, but not very many. Our type coverage is awful, and because we're fighting type, we can only get the same type attack bonus off Rock Smash, a garbage move. This is gonna be a rough one. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think I could beat the Elite Four at max level, and maybe even Blue, but there's no way we're beating Red. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Tyrogue. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Chikorita with Tyrogue so that we can do the whole run with it. I name him X-Pac, because he may be small and wiry now, but you just wait till he gets all of his cool TM moves from Japan. Alright, so like always, we have to fight our way to the first town. This part is never that hard, but I do have to say it took longer than usual. Tyrogue is noticeably weaker than most of the Pokemon we use in Gold runs. I'm really not looking forward to all the grinding that I'm sure we'll need to do. Before I bother with the Flying Gym, I make sure to do Bellsprout Tower. Nothing here is a serious threat, and it gets us some much-needed level-ups. Falconer likes to use Mud Slap to ruin accuracy, so I want to make sure that we have enough attack to win that fight quickly. Not even that saves us from having to grind early, though, as we can't even take down the first trainer's only Pokemon in the Flying Gym. We're an incredibly weak fighting type, and they have Peck. That's all it takes to shut us down. By level 15, we were finally strong enough to get to Falconer, and we actually almost took him down, but we were just one hit away. Man, when was the last time we actually failed an attempt at Faulkner, of all people? One level later, and thanks to a bit of luck and holding a berry, we managed to beat Faulkner after about 4 more tries. I don't know why he never used Mud Slap, but I know that we're gonna have to learn that TM right away, since it's our only way to hit ghosts for most of this run. Gotta say, I'm really lucky that we get Mud Slap so early. For as weak as it is, there's no way we'd get past the Hiker and Union Cave at this level without it. We're embarrassingly weak. Oh, speaking of, while we're in the cave, we also pick up the TM for Swift. It's not great, but it's a little stronger than Tackle, and at least it never misses. Anyway, I take a shot at our rival, and it actually starts super well, with us lucking our way through the whole fight without taking any damage until Quilava, who we went down to in a one-on-one, unfortunately. I probably should have used Mud Slap some more, but it was a hard call. I know I can't do Bugsy yet, so I'm gonna grind a little bit. A couple levels later, and after a few tries, we managed to get back to Quilava without confusion. It still was a pretty rough fight, but we were at least taking less damage, and we actually got him to miss an Ember with Mud Slap, winning us the fight. We can't move on till we take down Bugsy, though. I wasted a ton of time Mud Slapping Metapod before realizing that Swift can actually just 2-shot him. Kakuna wasn't an issue either, although I was absolutely paranoid of the chances of getting poisoned. With Scyther, I was just hoping he'd miss Fury Cutter since each one's more powerful than the last, but we ended up not needing a miss as we hung on with only 1 health from his last swing, letting us hit him for the win. Now that we can move on, I go straight to Goldenrod City and give X-Pac a haircut to raise his friendship level with us a little bit, then we go get the TM per return. It's got 102 power when we have maxed out friendship, so it's gonna be our strongest move we'll ever get. I mean, it'll still be weak because we're a Tyrogue, but I'll take what we can get. With that done, I run around and fight every trainer in the area early. Whitney is next, and although we do resist Rollout and have Mud Slap, we're Tyrogue. I'm not taking any chances. Even after getting all the way to level 29 though, I couldn't win after 10 tries. Even with Mud Slap to take out her accuracy, she still hits us tons and we can hardly deal any damage. Plus, she has Milk Drink, so it's not like I'd be able to take her out fast anyway. I can't learn any great moves for this, so once again, we have to grind. At level 32 after tons of tries, we got this one where I thought we lost thanks to getting crit by Rollout, just to end up having Miltank miss enough stomps for us to get the win. I want to celebrate, but I know the Ghost Gym is next. And by next, I mean we have to fight a billion trainers. I could hardly get past the first trainer in the Ghost Gym, so I just don't see us standing a chance until we hit harder with our terrible Mud Slap. Worst part? We can't get Thief till we beat Morty since we need Surf. When I say that we had to fight a billion trainers, by the way, I mean it. We fought all the trainers near the routes on Ecruteak City. We even took out the Lighthouse. We even went through Mount Mortar so that we could do the route north of Mahogany Town before getting a Surf. The only reason we didn't do the Rocket Hideout is because we can't actually do that until we beat Morty so we can use Surf. This gets us to level 40, so we try the Ghost Gym. Believe it or not, this only took 2 tries. All we had to do was not get put to sleep by Gengar and we could win. It did require that we be around this level though, since we would have ran out of power points on Mud Slaps otherwise. The grinding was still required. With that done, we quickly breeze our way through the Rocket Hideout. This wasn't too bad. Let's go try out the gyms though. First is the Ice Gym, since it's the closest, and believe it or not, it only took a few tries. Normally this one is super easy, but Blizzard does tons of damage. It didn't take too long before we won though. Next is the Fighting Gym. This one's rarely an issue, so I'm not surprised that we did pretty well. I could have lost if not for how Poliwrath rarely picks the right moves. Alright, time for the Steel Gym. It goes about how well you'd expect. We didn't even make it to Steelix. We don't have a great answer for this outside of just spamming Mud Slap and hoping for the best. Let's at least get to the point where Mud Slap can one-shot the Magnemites, otherwise the luck required to win this fight is going to be astronomical. Even after a ton of grinding to get up to level 52 and trying this fight a whole 10 times, we still can't win. Iron Tail is a low accuracy move, and the Mud Slaps ruin its accuracy even more, but Steelix still only needs a couple of hits to take us down, and we deal almost no damage. Maybe if I can get to a slightly higher level, we can at least take an extra hit? Alright, I don't show grinds much anymore because there isn't much to say during them, but I want you to see some of this just so you have an idea of how rough this is. There's nowhere good to grind right now. As nice as it is that Johto gym leaders are pretty low-leveled, the Pokemon in the wild are all low-leveled too. Considering Tyrogue is so weak that we have to be massively over-leveled to keep up on stats, that means that the grind is especially slow. Much slower than most of the runs I do, in fact. The worst part is that right after this gym, I'll get to fight lots of really easy trainers that would have made for a much better place to grind. I'd love to do that now, but the rocket takeover of Radio Tower can't happen until we win this fight. Alright, after a solid 6 tries at level 56, and we finally got a win, mostly because of some critical hits and Iron Tail missing just enough times for us to win the fight. That took ages, but at least it's over now. Now, the only real threat in the Radio Tower is our rival. Thankfully, it was actually really easy thanks to us being able to just blast our way through with Return. Haunter could have been an issue if he was stronger, but Mudslap still does the job. I think I might need to learn Thief to deal with the ghosts in the future, though. Anyway, next up is the Dragon Gym, and although this took a few tries because the Dragonaires are in a damage range and can paralyze us, it wasn't that long before we ended up just one-shotting them. Kingdra can't handle more than a couple of hits, so we win. Alright, last before the Elite Four is the final rival fight. I wish I could say this was the most exciting fight of all time, but we crit the Golbat, who could have confused us and really was the only way we could have lost, so we totally bulldozed through. Let's take a look at our stats before the Elite Four. We're at level 65 and hardly breaking 100 attack. With those moves too, I don't know, I really don't think this is possible right now. I mean, it's the Psychic Elite Four member first. I'm gonna need to at least be level 70. I took this as my chance to go back to the Rocket Hideout and get the TM for Thief. It's not very strong and it uses our special attack in this game, but at least we have a slight amount of type coverage. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This one took a few tries because of the damage ranges and Confuse Ray, but by our third try, we ended up winning the entire fight without taking a single hit. It's a good thing too, since we go down in 2 hits of Psychic and plenty of his team has that move. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This is one of those fights that's mostly easy, but that we lose over and over because Crobat hits us with Toxic half the time, and then we get stalled out and beaten by Fortress. That thing's a tank, and we don't have any fire moves to take it down. It took till level 74 and many tries, but eventually we got one where we didn't get poisoned, and we actually managed to outmuscle Fortress. It takes ages, and it doesn't help that he has Swift, so he can't actually miss unless he switches moves, but at least Swift is pretty weak. We probably would have lost if Muck attacked us, but he didn't, so we won. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Most of this fight was easy until we took massive damage from Machamp's Cross Chop. We still took him down pretty fast, and Onyx wasn't exactly going to stop us, but if not for Mudslap making his Earthquakes miss a few times, that could have easily gone differently. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. Now this one might look like an incredibly easy battle, and in fairness, on this attempt it was, but that's only because we crit Umbreon at the start, who in the previous 8 attempts just instantly hit us with Sand Attack and ruined it. It's crazy how getting hit by one Sand Attack can totally ruin you in a single Pokemon run. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Lance. It started great with us taking down Water Onix easily thanks to him just using Rain Dance. That didn't last long though, as Aerodactyl nearly took us out by himself. He resists us, and he's super effective against us, so naturally as Charizard came out, we went down to Flamethrower. We can't get any more type coverage to fix this, so we're just gonna have to get stronger. Even at level 80 though, we still rarely make it past Aerodactyl with decent health since he's faster than us and Quick Claw doesn't activate very often. We can get a little bit farther into the fight, but it's still not really that close. I'm starting to worry if this is one of those fights where we just have to keep grinding until we have the speed advantage. Many run-throughs of the Pokemon League later, and we're at level 86. Now believe it or not, we actually took down Aerodactyl with far less issues than usual, and even took down Charizard after that fight. The real issue is that we couldn't take down even a single Dragonite because we got paralyzed. He has 3 Dragonites. Gen 2 does have a built-in mischance when the AI uses status afflictions, but it's not that high and we can't use Mudslap on them because they're part flying. Okay, another few run-throughs of the Elite Four later. After 6 tries at level 91, we got this run where his first Dragonite missed Thunder Wave thanks to the Gen 2 built-in mischance. He had the same thing happen with his second Dragonite for an easy knockout, and on his final one, he used Outrage instead, giving us a surprisingly clean fight. I mean, it was after hours of running through the entire Elite Four over and over for levels, but hey, a win's a win. With that awful fight done, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. In Pokemon Gold, we get to do all of Kanto as well. The gym leaders here are mostly super easy and skippable since they're weaker than the Elite Four, but we still need to at least try Blue and Red. Blue, we can probably beat, but Red, I don't think we stand a chance. Still, we're so close to max level that we can just top it off with rare candy, so it's at least worth a try. Alright, time for blue. First was Pidgeot, who we can't actually one-shot, so we take a wing attack before finishing him off. Thankfully, we're holding leftovers, so we heal throughout the fight. Alakazam was a one-shot, and Water Onix just made it rain, so he went down fast too. That's when we run into Executor, who leech-seeded us before he went down. This is really bad. Arcanine is second from last, and we easily take him down in 2 hits. And that's when it gets bad. Blue's last Pokemon is Rhydon. It's incredibly slow to take down. Not only do we deal very little damage, but between the Leech Seed dealing damage and the damage from the Sandstorm he causes, we easily go down. In fact, we go down to that Leech Seed and Sandstorm combo. You're not ready for this. 40 times in a row. Not 14, 40. 4-0. I figured that Leech Seed would just miss after a few attempts, like every other effect move does in Gen 2, but in this one, it just didn't. I don't know if that's a glitch, or if the built-in mischance just doesn't affect Leech Seed, but seeing as Thief can't take him out either, we can't win this without a crit. I'm just going to show you a time-lapse of what this looks like over the course of just 10 minutes. The only thing I can think of doing at this point is holding a pink bow instead for 10% more power on return, but that would both get rid of our healing factor from leftovers and also wouldn't be strong enough to one-shot Executor. I've tried using Mud Slap on tons of these runs to see if I could get him to just miss Leech Seed twice, but I didn't get it to happen even once. At this point, the only thing I could think of was Double Team, but even if that would help us with this fight, there's absolutely no way we'd last against Red. I make these challenges every week, so I don't have time to spend 10 hours just grinding out attempts on Red alone, so let's call it here. I mean, that's what I would have said, but literally as I was writing that whole paragraph during my last few attempts, Leech Seed missed, and for whatever reason, he followed up with Egg Bomb. For the first time in the history of my Pokemon challenges, I have felt the need to write this whole part in caps lock. That was over 60 attempts at the end, and Leech Seed had a 25% chance of missing every time I used Mud Slap. Why did that take over 60 attempts? I can't believe I didn't just crit at some point. A crit's like what, 1 in 24 chance of happening? Surely that must have happened. Right, anyway, as I'm sure you can see, Rhydon's very easy when we aren't Leech Seeded. I mean, we still absolutely have no reason to fight Red since he'll instantly take us out. But you know what? It would only take a few minutes to get there. Let's give it a try. Alright, first try on Red, and he actually missed Charm, letting us take down Pikachu. Not a bad start. Shame right after that is his Espeon, who instantly takes us to red health as we hardly take out a quarter of his health. Well, that went about as well as we expected. I'm not gonna mince words here. That run was awful to play because of the insane grinds on super weak Pokemon. Still, you guys have been asking for it forever, so I'm happy I finally got to do it for you guys. I hope you guys liked that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, we'll be doing Fire Red with only one Venonat. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I could always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over in his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Gooseit, playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've already done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're doing my first time playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Pokemon Emerald with Plusle and Minun was highly requested, but not even half as much as today's challenge. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only Unknown? Unknown is a weak Psychic-type Pokemon on base stats alone, but that's not what makes it totally garbage. It's this move pool. It has one move and can learn absolutely nothing else. Hidden Power has a random type for every Pokemon with it, so every Unknown we have will only have one type of attack, giving us a maximum of 6 different types of attacks. So pretty bad type coverage. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that with enough time I can beat the Pokemon champion, but the post-game fight with Red might require a maxed out team, if I can do it at all. Let's explain the rules. In combat I can only use Unknown, but I'm allowed to use multiple this time. I'll need to use other Pokemon for HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only held items and items outside of combat are allowed. Let's do this. I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Cyndaquil with an Unknown so that we can do the full challenge with it. I have no idea what our hidden power type is yet, so I'll have to figure that out. I named my first Unknown Metalizer, because I might go through a lot of Unknown, so until I can rename them after types, I may as well name them after my Twitch subscribers. Link in the description. Right off the bat, Metalizer was not very effective against Pidgey. Normal resists nothing, so it must be the flying type. That means Metalizer's hidden power is either Bug, Fighting, or Grass. It was also not effective against Caterpies, that rules out it being Bug type. Last, I had the required Rival Fight, and our hidden power was super effective against Totodile, so now we know that Metalizer's hidden power is Grass type. Not great for early game, but I don't mind it. It's tied as the most commonly resisted type though, so I will need more Unknown pretty early. So let's go get some. Before even the first gym, we can go to the Ruins of Elf and catch some. We just need to do a pretty easy puzzle first. It's a Kabuto, by the way. Now a handful of the alphabet are roaming the ruins, but we don't need every letter to get every type. Everyone we run into will have a random hidden power type, so it's Unknown hunting time. Whatageek and I put together a shopping list of what 6 types we want. I was thinking Psychic, Bug, Rock, Grass, Ice, and Ground. He was thinking Ice, Fire, Fighting, Dark, Psychic, and Electric. Both very different lists with similar type coverage, but he won me over by pointing out that having a team weighted towards Special Attack would be more helpful in Gen 2, and that Fire could really help me with Steel types as a result. We can always catch more types and withdraw them when needed, but I don't want this challenge to take forever. Catching 6 Unknown would be a lot faster than just leveling up every single type. Here's how we get the types that we need. We need to catch a full party of Unknown, then walk around testing their hidden power on local Pokemon to figure out their type until we have a full team of every type that we want. This is an incredibly slow process. It doesn't help that they often run away. Over the course of this, I end up catching 25 Unknown. You can see all the rejected ones in this box. I actually wrote in my notes every Unknown and its type of attack in case I need them in the future. Can you tell the part of the hunt when I started only catching types super effective against us in an attempt to find a Dark type? Eventually, I gave up and just went with a Ghost type because I ran out of money for Pokeballs. I figured that the alphabet of Unknown might be hard tied to specific types on each save file, is the only explanation I have for how odd this is. So here's our team so far. Zoomer is Ice, Jackie Dye is Psychic, Leotis Raven is Electric, Mod W is Fighting, Strange Stash is Fire or Fighting, I can't figure out which until after Falkner, and Sadie Black is Ghost. I'll put their types as part of their names once we can get to the Name Raider and Goldenrod. Let's go take out Falkner. He opens with Pidgey, but even with his critical tackle, it doesn't really do much and he goes down fast. Last is Falkner's Pidgeotto, who can take a few more hits. In the end, I ended up going down to 1 health, but considering that we had backup, that wouldn't really have stopped us. Falkner is always an easy fight. With that done, we can hunt down a Wooper and figure out Strange Tash's type. And crap, it's Flying type. Alright, well we can work with that for now, but I'll probably want a Fire type later, if I can find one. If it is tied to letters though, I probably can't get one until I have Surf. Might not be worth it by then. Not sure, we'll see. Slowpoke Well is surprisingly easy thanks to having a Psychic type and Jackie Dye on the team. Team Rocket loves poison types, and there's a lot of Team Rocket grunts in Gen 2, so Jackie Dye might be our MVP for this run. Next run to Bugsy. I wish I had a Rock type since it makes short work of his Scyther, but our Flying type will have to do. Metapod was no issue, so next is Scyther. Keep in mind that although we have different typed attacks, our team is still Psychic type, so Fairy Cutter is dangerous. Between it and Quick Attack, we get taken out before Scyther goes down, so I switch for Jackie Dye, the Psychic type, to take out the last sliver of Scyther. Last is Kakuna. It's Poison type, so it goes down in 1 hit from Jackie, scoring us an easy victory. Next is a Rival Fight. He starts with Ghastly, so I open with Jackie. He puts me to sleep and uses Lick for ages, but even with it being super effective, it's a really weak move, so when Jackie finally wakes up, we land a one-shot. Zubat also goes down with one shot, but Juggernaut Croconaw is out, and he mops the floor with almost our entire team as we slowly whittle him down and eventually get the victory. I am not looking forward to when this thing evolves again. Finally, we reach Goldenrod City, and I start renaming everyone to have their type as part of their name. This should both really help you guys as viewers, and me as the player remember who's what type. After a lot of trainer hunting, we're ready for Whitney's normal gym. Unknown or genderless, so we won't have to worry about Attract. Clefairy hit a lot with Double Slap, but finally in a run, we get to see the reign of terror of Whitney's Miltank. I throw my entire team of 6 unknown at her as she bulldozes her way through them one by one. Even with a massive 6-on-1 advantage, I couldn't quite take her down. Look at this absolute beatdown. I can't even be mad, it's just impressive. I'm probably gonna need a couple more levels on our fighting unknown, but damn, that's one ridiculous Miltank. Second try and we're 2 levels higher. Clefairy's Metronome only uses spikes, so we get into the Miltank fight with full health. I was getting some good hits in, and it was looking like I was still gonna faint due to rollout building power, but her rollout ended up missing on what would have been the finishing blow, so we were able to hang on and finish off Miltank with 1 health left. I love when I managed to beat a gym without having to grind like crazy. That's especially hard in this run considering everyone on our team only has 1 move. There isn't really any room for clever tactics. The Ghost Gym actually does a really great job of leveling up Jackie for us, as Ghastly aren't very tanky and Jackie can just sweep through them all. Morty is a notoriously hard fight since he likes using hard moves to deal with, like Curse, but if we can outspeed him and one-shot him, then I have nothing to worry about. His Pokemon are fast though, so I'll probably need to spend a little more time fighting extra trainers out west. This is the Ghost Gym after all, Shadow Ball would really mess us up. Eventually, I hit level 31 and go after Morty. His first Ghastly and Haunter go down in 1 hidden power each, but I was mostly worried about his Gengar. He's faster than me, but his Hypnosis misses, letting me hit a big hidden power. Next round, he misses again and I managed to finish him off. If he had put me to sleep, he'd have healed off Dream Eater and I'd probably lose. Last is another Haunter, but we're faster and one-shot him. Considering how we have this high-leveled Psychic attacker to work with, I go after the Fighting Gym next. Chuck is always easy, he has 2 Pokemon. His Poliwrath survives a hit and does some damage, but it only takes a second hit to take him out. With that though, we run into a snag. We're not close to being ready for the Steel Gym Leader Jasmine, her Magnemites really mess us up. I've beaten most of the trainers in that area though, so I head east to beat the trainers on the way to Mahogany Town, and up north on the way to Lake of Rage. I also do the Rocket Hideout while I'm in Mahogany. Although they like using Drowsy and Zubat, so it's not the best place to level up an unknown with a fighting type hidden power. Still, I'll take what I can get. After all of that, we're at level 34 and I try Jasmine again. Although we do big damage to her first Magnemite, we do get paralyzed. We finish it off, but her second one hits us hard with Thunderbolt. We almost take it out, but a second Thunderbolt takes out Mod W, so we have to end the Magnemite with Jackie. Her last is Steelix though, and we just don't stand a chance. No one on the team can do even passable damage to Steelix, so even with great luck on Irontail missing a lot, we clearly can't win this yet. I decide to take a shot on Price, the Ice Gym Leader instead, still with Mod W. Seal hits a headbutt for a lot of damage but goes down easy. Dugong is part ice, so we're super effective, doing half his health on the first shot, while we drop to just above half of our health off an Aurora Beam before taking him out. Last is Piloswine. We need 3 hits to beat it, so we're lucky that he wastes a turn using Mist. His Fury attack crits, but only hits 3 times, although he uses Hyper Potions. Thanks to us hitting him that turn and the next though, he's back to a Sliver. His Blizzard would have taken us out, but he misses, and we land a finishing blow for a pretty simple gym battle. Considering we're still not ready for the Steel Gym, and we can't progress without it, I'll need to grind longer. There really aren't many trainers left, so I mostly have to grind on wild Pokemon, so this takes a lot longer than I was expecting. Finally, we're level 37 and it's Jasmine time again. The 2 Magnemites get one shot, but Steelix is still brutal. Irontail hits like a freight train, but it's inaccurate, so I need to bank on that. It misses on the second round as I crit Steelix, getting a total of 3 big hits in before Mod W went down. I follow up with Jackie, but Jasmine uses a Hyper Potion. I keep chipping away as Irontail misses again, giving Jackie an extra attack before also being taken down. Zoomer is out and manages to get a critical hit that was probably the only thing that won us the battle. This is why I wanted a Fire type. Even with the Fighting type, Steelix is physically incredibly tanky. Fire is dictated by special attack in Gen 2. After that is the Team Rocket takeover of Radio Tower. It's a cakewalk, but I take the opportunity to level up Zoomer so that we have a strong ice user for Claire's Dragon-type gym. We do have one rival fight to do though, and I swear I still get Sunkern flashbacks every time I do this one. He sends out Golbat first, so I have Jackie swat him down in one shot. Next is Sneasel, an Ice and Dark type, so I switch for Mod W. I take some damage from Feint Attack, but fighting is a Sneasel's worst nightmare, so I serve up a one-shot. A monstrous looking Feraligatr is next as I go back to Jackie for raw power. His Scary Face misses, and my second hidden power critical hits. We dodged a bullet with that one. I switch back to Mod W to deal with Magnemite in one shot, and back to Jackie to take out Haunter in one shot. That went smoother than I expected. So we're on to the Dragon Gym, and our Ice-type unknown Zoomer is just too low level. If every Dratini I fight only takes half of its health and damage from our attacks, there's no way we have the attack power we need to take out Claire's team. I'm gonna need to level. Have you noticed that Thunder Waves are missing, by the way? It says that it doesn't affect us, but that's just how Gen 1 and 2 explain missing of status moves. I don't know what's up with that. Thunder Wave is 100% accurate in Gen 2, and we're not ground type. One of my unknown gets hit by it, so I don't know what's going on. I tried asking Johnstone and Whatageek, but there are no clear answers. Whatageek was pretty stumped just like I was, and Johnstone thought it could be a glitch, maybe something weird with the ROM even? If anybody knows, tweet it at me here, because this is confusing. This is the same ROM that I used for every other gold run. I don't remember Thunder Wave randomly missing in any of those, but maybe I missed it? Anyway, there are tons of ground types just south of Dragon Gym, so it's pretty easy to grind our ice type on it, but this kind of emphasizes the problem with this challenge. There really isn't any room for tactics, just matching types and then using our basic damaging moves until someone wins. This is why I held off on the Unknown Challenge for months, even though you guys just kept requesting it. I was worried it'd be really boring to watch. I think the best challenges are the ones where I can get creative with the moves. With an Unknown Challenge, though, the solution to winning a fight is never to change my strategy, since I can't really use different moves. All I can do is level up more and hope I'm strong enough. Thanks again to my friends Mandy and Dylan from the channel My Dumb Boyfriend for keeping me sane while grinding. They're completely 100% accurate anime reviews made for great watching. A while later, and we're level 50, so I take another crack at Claire. Her 3 Dragonairs put up a strong fight thanks to Thunder Wave, and Zoomer went down before taking out the third one. Jackie finished it, but last is her ever-terrifying Kingdra. It takes the combined effort of Jackie, Leotis, and Mod W to take it out. And even then, we only won thanks to Kingdra using Smokescreen a bunch, and without us actually missing. It was an incredibly close fight that easily we could have lost. Next up is the Rival and the Elite Four, so we're gonna need a stronger team for sure. I take the opportunity to finally start leveling up Sadie with an experience share since we haven't used her the whole game. During the grind, I find an absolutely hideous-looking shiny Raticate. I caught it, and I look forward to never using it. Final rival fight time. Sneasel's out first, so I have Mod W one-shot it. Next is Golbat, so I switch for Leotis. Bite hits us hard, making us flinch, missing a turn, but 2 hidden powers take it out. Next is Magneton, so it's back out to Mod W, although I do get paralyzed as I take it out. Haunter's next, so I go for Jackie for an easy one-shot. Kadabra's next, so Sadie is out for a one-shot, and last is Feraligatr, so I go back to Leotis, but go down to a Slash and a Future Sight, so I send Sadie back out to finish him off. After that, and another brutal round of grinding, we have the team up to level 50, and I think I'm ready to make an attempt at the Elite Four. Make your final guesses on if you think I can beat the Elite Four at this level or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will, and for once in a challenge, he's brutal. Forgive me if I don't give a comprehensive blow-by-blow, because if I do, with this battle, we'll be here all night. The problem is that both of Will's Zatus and his Jinx are faster than us despite the level gap. That's a problem because both of his Zatus use Confuse Ray and his Jinx uses Lovely Kiss, making him amazing at shutting us down. Also, our Unknown's bad stats are really starting to cause issues now that we're mostly fighting fully evolved Pokemon, and our obvious lack of move choice means that all we can do is attack and hope we win. Eventually, we beat Will, but he takes out almost the whole team, so I have to drown the entire team in revives and healing items in between battles. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. Ariados is out first, so I send out Strange, but it's still not enough for a one-shot. Thankfully, Giga Drain doesn't hurt us so much, so the second hit takes him out. Fortress is out next, and our lack of a fire type makes this hard, so I send out Jackie. You might be wondering why I'd use a Psychic type, but between the same type attack bonus and being special, it's actually probably our highest damage choice. We end up taking it out, but not before taking tons of damage. Venomoth is next, so I switch for Strange, although the spikes that Fortress laid down mean that we take damage every time we switch. We get confused, but we don't hit ourselves, so Venomoth goes down fast. Muck is next, so it's back to a battered Jackie, but we go down to a Sludge Bomb. So I send out Leotis to try and slowly whittle him down. I take him out, but not before Leotis faints, leaving Zoomer to finish him. Last is Crobat, so I keep Zoomer out. He uses a double team and starts laying in with some wing attacks. We almost take him out when Koga uses a full restore, so Zoomer ends up going down, and the fight had to be finished by Sadie. That was a rough one. Normally I'd move right on to the next Elite Four member, but look at the state of our team. I will genuinely run out of revives from in between battles at this rate. It's incredibly clear to me that we can't beat the Elite Four at this level, so I'll need to go grind again. Our stats are just too low to get away with having one basic move per Pokemon. It's back to the grind. At least this is a decent grinding area. There's a house that I can heal at and passably leveled wild Pokemon to fight. I would fight the Elite Four for levels, but the first member of the Elite Four is such a brick wall that it would be much slower, so I have to resort to this. A long while later and we're level 60. These stats are for sure better, not amazing, but better. Let's give it a go. Will goes much smoother as you'd expect, mostly thanks to us being faster than his Zatus and Jinx. It also helped that he mostly tried to use Psychic and we resist that. I switched up the team a lot to spread out the PowerPoint usage and we got an easy victory. Next is Koga and he goes much smoother as well, to the point that we don't lose a single Pokemon in the entire fight. We really need those extra levels. Fighting trainer Bruno is third, and it's another total beatdown. He gets in some shots here and there, but never puts a single one of our Pokemon to any serious danger. Last is Karen, the Dark-type trainer. Umbreon goes down in 2 hits from Mod W, although she gets a Sand attack in. Murkrow is out, and I probably should have used the Electricity or Ice, but Mod ended up doing a decent job. Houndoom goes down in 1 hit. Gengar is next, so I switch for Sadie, and win in 1 shot, thanks to her using Curse and lowering her own health. Last is Vileplume, so I switch for Strange and take it out with a couple hidden powers easily. You'd think that the Dark Trainer would have used more dark moves. I heal up in between fights and move on. Finally, we're on to Lance, the Pokemon champion. He starts with a Gyarados who's double weak to electricity, but Leotis is still not able to one-shot him. All he does is Rain Dance though, so I easily finish him off. Next is his first Dragonite, so I switch for Zoomer for that double type advantage. I hit hard but get paralyzed with a Thunder Wave, and hit with a Hyper Beam for almost half of our health before taking him out. Next is another Dragonite, so I just keep trying to attack, but get crit with a Hyper Beam and have to switch for Leotis. It does almost no damage, so I just keep trying to whittle him down as Dragonite uses weak moves like Twister. Eventually I take him out, but I lose a lot of health in the process. Next is Aerodactyl, so I keep Leotis out and hang on from a Hyper Beam with 6 health, and 2-shot Aerodactyl thanks to a lucky crit. Second from last is Charizard, so Leotis hits hard before going down to a Flamethrower. I have Strange finished off in 2 hidden powers, although we get hurt badly from a Flamethrower. Last out is Lance's last Dragonite, and I keep Strange out. The fight is incredibly close, and at one point we survive a Hyper Beam with 1 health, but he uses a full restore and takes out Strange. But I still have a few unknown left, so I switch for Jackie and finish him off, winning this run. With that, we're the new Pokemon champion and we get into the Hall of Fame. Credits are also we've beaten the challenge, but Gen 2 has all of Kanto in it as well, including a brutal secret final boss fight with Red. I wholeheartedly believe that the only way I could even remotely stand a chance against Red is if I leveled up my entire team to level 100, and even then I'd probably lose. Well, I don't want to make this video late, I know you guys like consistency, but I'll be damned if I don't at least try getting to Red. Honestly, I'll be happy if I can even beat Blue. Kanto is mostly easy thanks to the levels here not being any higher than the Elite Four until we get to the 8th gym leader, Blue. He is always a brutal challenge, and easily the second hardest fight of the game. Pidgeot is out first, so I open with Leotis. 2 hidden powers with 1 critical hit takes it out easily, so we switch for Sadie for Alakazam. Despite not being very effective, his Psychic hits us hard, but we took him out in 1 hit. Right on his next, I switch for Zoomer and get hit by a massive Earthquake, hardly hanging on to win. Gyarados is next, so of course I send out Leotis. Gyarados wastes his time turning a Sandstorm into Rainfall, so we easily have time to finish him off. Executor is out, so we use Strange and get Leech seeded, but it's an easy win thanks to him charging for a Solar Beam. Last is Arcanine, an absolute beast. We throw our entire team at him, and one by one, he takes out everyone. We would have won if he didn't heal, but this was an incredibly one-sided beatdown at the end. I decide that I have enough time for one last real grind. I'm gonna get the entire team to level 65, and if that's good enough to beat Blue, then awesome, but if it's not, I mean, we are the Pokemon champion, so that's worth being proud of. I think it's clear at this point that Blue is beatable with enough levels, and that Red is almost for sure not beatable, so in the interest of not making this video late and not wasting your time, let's do one last attempt at Blue. This time goes so much better that Leotis is the only one who faints before Arcanine, but he is still faster than us and hits like a falcon arrow. Once again, we throw our team at him one by one, slowly chipping away at him as he two-shots most of us, until finally, Sadie is able to survive a flamethrower and finish him off. With that victory, we have our last major win of the run. I mean, I'll try the red fight, but does anyone honestly think that I'm gonna win? This is probably the hardest fight that I'd ever have to take on in a run. Yeah, I beat Pokemon Fire Red with one Magikarp months ago, but I was allowed to use items in battle for that. Still, I know you guys will want to see how Red goes, so let's at least give it a try. It starts off well with us beating down his over-leveled but still pretty weak Pikachu with Sadie, mostly thanks to a crit. Next is his always powerful Espeon, and it is just hilariously one-sided. Despite us resisting Psychic, Espeon hits so ungodly hard that we're down to one unknown when we'd finally take it out, just to get finished off in 2 shots by the following Snorlax. Yeah, we don't even remotely stand a chance, but I don't even mind. We beat the Pokemon champion, and somehow even beat Blue, without being at a ridiculous level. I can tell you that I sure feel like a winner. I had no idea the grinds in this run were going to be that bad, but hey, for once the prediction at the start was correct. I'm not 100% sure what challenge I want to do next, but I'm thinking I might do a run where I can only use moves that you can learn with TMs and HMs. Maybe I'll make it a single Pokemon run at the same time. Whatever it ends up being, I'm gonna try my absolute best to make sure it's ready for you by next Saturday as usual. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what we should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all of the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you guys want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I are doing a black and white randomizer playthrough over on his channel. Also, come over to my Twitch TV streams and tell me this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day. Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Platinum with only one Ponyta was fun, but a very close solo run. Let's follow that up with a fun team run. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only version exclusives? I'm really pumped for this. It's only been a few weeks since the Red version exclusives run, and I've really been excited to do it again. Here's how it works. We look at the version exclusive chart, and I'm only allowed to use things from our version. So, Pokemon that are in Gold, but not in Silver. That leaves us with Teddiursa, Mankey, Growlithe, Mantine, Gligar, and Spinarak. It's a lopsided and weird team, but that's the beauty of these version exclusive runs. Let's see if this team is any good. Like always, I'm writing this script as I go through with the challenge, so all this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. Teddiursa's on the list, so I'm feeling pretty confident, but I'm already anticipating a lot of interesting ups and downs. I'm really pumped for this run. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use version exclusives. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. Also, sorry if I sound very slightly hoarse today. I think I might be getting sick, but I'm not totally sure. Bear with me. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Quilava with Growlithe so that we can start with a version exclusive. I picked Growlithe because I don't want to start with anything super strong like Mantine or Teddiursa, but Gliscor is absolutely horrible in this game, and Spinarak is at the start of the game anyway, so I may as well start with something else. That left Mankey and Growlithe, and I figured that I'd need Ember to hit our rivals' ghosts. That or Nightshade with Spinarak. So, early travel. Of course, I go ahead and catch Spinarak right away. I'd be crazy not to. I think this is already going to make the run way more interesting. We rarely get to start with 2 Pokemon on a team run. Spinnerack won't be great for a while, but once it has Nightshade at level 17, it's going to be pretty useful. Growlithe, on the other hand, I just really want to hit level 50 before the run is over. That way he gets Flamethrower and I can finally evolve him early. I mean, if we get lucky and Bill's dad's house gives us a Fire Stone, which it might just not, because getting Elemental Stones in Gen 2 is really brutal. We had a Growlithe in the red version exclusive run as well, and I never ended up evolving him in that one. Maybe he will in this one? Plus, a nice thing about starting with a fire type on the team is that we can beat Bellsprout Tower for extra early experience very easily. I figure it's pretty much just up to Growlithe to beat the upcoming Flying Gym, although switching to Spinnerack to remove accuracy debuffs might be useful. I spent most of the tower switch training Spinnerack. It's pretty much dead weight until it learns Nightshade, so I may as well start leveling it early. So at the Flying Gym, I really wasn't messing around. I knew they'd be spamming Mud Slap because we're part flying, so I used Flash with Spinnerack early against both of his Pokemon. Problem is, the one against Pidgeotto failed. Growlithe was just hardly strong enough to brute force it while hurt, but it was surprisingly close. Alright, so the next little chunk of the game is normally a bit slow, but I'm actually thinking it won't be so bad for once. Normally the Bug Gym can be difficult because of Scyther building up Fury Cutter and our rival having a Ghost type, but Growlithe can handle both of those pretty well right now. Croconaw could be an issue, but who knows, maybe after Slowpoke well in the Bug Gym it just won't be a problem. We can fight tons of trainers for the experience in there. As expected, the Bug Gym goes pretty well. Fury Cutter wasn't as much of a problem as I was expecting, so it was an easy first try. I forgot that Fire actually resists Bug. Honestly, there's so few attacking Bug moves in these early games that it's kind of hard to remember what's resisted by it. Okay, so this rival fight actually took quite a few tries. Croconaw can absolutely demolish us, so I had to send in Spinnerack to use Flash a bunch. It took a few tries before this actually worked, but eventually we got him to just start missing with Water Gun long enough for Growlithe to knock him out. Karma came back to bite us though as Zubat confused us, and we just kept hitting ourselves in confusion. I thought we were gonna lose when we ended up surviving with just 4 health, shaking off the confusion and landing the final hit. But right after the fight, youngster Joey called to tell you to follow me on Twitter, where I pull back the curtain and show you the behind the scenes on what my streaming setup looks like. So professional! This is an actual screenshot of me streaming my research for this run. You can see how the videos turn out the way that they do. Now this is the part that I've been worried about, the upcoming normal gym. This one often doesn't go well, but it's the last obstacle between us and getting a new Pokemon. The problem is that Miltank's rollout is going to be super effective against our whole team, and there's nothing new that we can catch yet. I mean, I guess I could go catch another Growlithe, but I fail to see how that's going to help us against the Rock-type move. I did end up thinking of a good idea, though. I picked up Dig from the National Park and gave it to Growlithe. I don't really know how well this is going to work, since it might just use Milk Drink after missing her rollout, but we could use it to make sure that she never builds up too strong. It's worth a try. Okay, so I tried the gym a bunch of tries at the level that we got there at, but we really aren't ready yet. I mean, we're losing half of our health to Clefairy just about every attempt just from Double Slap. I haven't had issues with rollout thanks to Flash, and Dig stops it from really building up, but she's faster than us, hits harder than us, is tankier than us, and has a healing move. We really do not stand a chance until I come back at a higher level. But before I could get to a higher level, youngster Joey called to tell you to follow me on Twitter, where you can see such amazing threads as me tweeting out pictures of youngster Joey calling me. That's a selling point for my Twitter, right? Man, he, sure did call me a lot of times. Be thankful I don't do the gag every single time, because we would be here all day. I could have probably extended this video by 10 to 15 minutes if I did all of these youngster Joey gags. Okay, so I tried this with Growlithe at level 23 a dozen times and failed. So here we are at level 25, and I think we just won because the strategy I was going for worked out way better than usual. What I try to do each time is have Spinnerack use Flash, then Scary Face, then back to Flash against Miltank. Usually I get 1 Flash, 2 for lucky, and never Scary Face. This time we get awesome luck with Stomps missing tons, so we ended up getting 4 Flashes and a Scary Face in. We have awful luck with missing tons of turns from Attract, but it's fine. By the time Growlithe came out, Miltank had been blinded 4 times, so all of its Stomps just missed. I thought she'd start using Milk Drink, but she never did, so we just won. That was great. With that done, the first thing I do is walk through Mount Mortar to get to the patch of grass where we can catch Mankey. I love Mankey, he is the best. Hey, this is the second Pokemon that was in the Red exclusive run as well. It's kind of weird, never noticed that there was that overlap. You know what, now that I think about it, I wonder if there's overlap between the Silver exclusive team and the Blue exclusive team. I've never actually checked. That's not in the script, by the way, I'm just wondering that out loud right now. Well, I guess we'll find out when I do those runs. I mean, I'll find out when I do those runs. You're all gonna go Google it now because you're probably curious. But then you're gonna tweet it at me, so then I'll know. Okay, past me doing this voiceover doesn't know, but present me that you're hearing say this right now, he probably knows because you probably told him. This is getting meta. Anyway, as cool as Mankey is, he's probably not gonna be any use in the upcoming Ghost Gym. I think that's just gonna be up to Growlithe. I'm not really too worried though, Bite should do a great job. I'll do the Dance Hall to get Surf, beat the Ghost Gym, and then we can go catch a stronger Pokemon. Yeah, so the Ghost Gym was literally a no damage sweep on the first try because the Gengar that was faster than us blew every chance to stop us by missing Hypnosis. I can't really say that I'm surprised. Between Hypnosis's super low accuracy and the built-in mischance whenever the AI uses Status Affliction moves in Gen 2, that Hypnosis would have had to have gotten very lucky to even hit. Alright, so I go ahead and surf south to catch Mantine right away. I remember this thing being really fun in the No New Moves playthrough that I did forever ago, so I'm pumped to use it with better moves now. Obviously, I teach it Surf right away. This thing is going to be one of our main Pokemon for sure. Did you know that it's got a base special defense of 140? That's just insane. It's a shame it doesn't learn Wing Attack until level 40, or else it would be more useful in the upcoming Fighting Gym. You know, Growlithe can probably handle the Steel Gym on its own, and I don't think the Fighting Gym is going to be that bad either. Is this going to be a smooth mid-game? Man, never mind. Fighting Gym was worse than I thought. Primeape isn't too bad, but I forgot that Poliwrath has Surf. Normally he's not bad because he spams low accuracy moves, but with Growlithe being our ace, he spams Surf instead. It's alright, I've got an idea. I go do the Rocket Hideout first instead. Doing the Lake of Rage gets us the experience share, so I can just use the Rocket Hideout as a place to help catch up Mankey in levels. He's got potential, he just needs some experience. Plus, clearing this place out early lets us get the TM for Sludge Bomb, and that's going to be our only really strong attacking move that Ariados can learn, so I'll give it to him right away. Who knows, maybe we'll even beat the Ice Gym as soon as we walk out of here. Hey, the Ice Gym was pretty easy. Mankey ended up pulling his weight pretty well in the whole fight, to the point that if I had just evolved him, then I bet he could have beaten the whole gym by himself. Instead, I had to use Growlithe and Ariados for Dugong and Piloswine, but it was still a pretty easy fight. The experience share is on Mantine now too, so it should be ready to use pretty soon. Time for the Steel Gym. First is Magnemite, so I tried using Mankey to beat it. We managed to do it, but Mankey dropped to only 4 health in the process. Next is Steelix, the real threat. Mantine was doing a great job with Surf, but Steelix's Sunny Day made it so that we couldn't get a 2-shot on him. Because of that, we took huge damage from Rock Throw and gave her time to use a Hyper Potion. We hit some more Surfs, but the Sunny Day made it too weak and we went down. Thankfully, Steelix is weak to fire too, so I sent in Growlithe to take advantage of that Sunny Day and finish her off with Ember. Last is Magnemite, but we have Ember, so although the sun faded, we still took it out in a couple of hits. Right after that was the Fighting Gym, and at first it was kind of annoying because we could obviously win, but we were stuck in a brutal confusion and sleep loop with Ariados. But I guess the Pokemon gods got fed up with that strategy though and threw me a bone because near the end, Poliwrath missed 4 dynamic punches in a row. None of those punches would have stopped us, but they absolutely would have made the fight longer. Can you see why I never used Dynamic Punch? Now that we've cleared all the early gyms, Radio Tower is under attack. It's a decent enough place to get some experience since there's a lot of trainers in here, but most of them aren't really that hard to fight. It's a last-minute chance to get even more experience so that we're ready for the rival fight, although I don't really think we're gonna need it. Yeah, that's what I expected. I was able to take down his whole team easily with just Growlithe and Ariados, and this is with us being around the same level as him. Not bad at all. Guys, it's finally time to get our last 2 Pokemon. It's our best one and our worst one. For our best, Teddiursa. Not only does it have a great type coverage with elemental punches, but it's an incredible powerhouse with normal moves. Plus, we get to evolve him, so we can look forward to 130 base attack. Easily our overall strongest Pokemon. For the worst? Gligar. This thing is shockingly bad in Gen 2. By both level up and TM, it cannot learn a single flying or ground move, despite being flying and ground type. Really, most of its moveset sucks, and I've got no idea what I'm even gonna do with it. Iron Tail, I guess? I may as well. I'm not sure this is gonna get much use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go back to Goldenrod and buy the Ice Punch and Thunder Punch TMs for Teddiursa. We'll need Ice Punch in that upcoming Dragon Gym. I'm gonna have to grind it up quite a bit before I do that. Speaking of, alright, I grinded Teddiursa all the way to level 36 and had it evolve because this gym is crazy. First is 3 Dragonairs, and I had Ursaring fight them. It takes 2 Ice Punches to take them down, but they always paralyze us and hit us a ton, so I occasionally have to use Rest to heal back up. The strategy worked great though, and we got past all of the Dragonairs. This did take a few tries though. Kingdra was much harder. First, I had Ariados spam Sludge Bomb. It did solid damage, and we never missed despite a smoke screen, but she used a Hyper Potion so that we couldn't finish her off quite yet, even with a crit. I sent in Primeape second to do some karate chops, and thanks to a miss, we weren't able to get the finishing blow. We got her down to a sliver and fainted. Growlithe just got outsped in one shot with Surf, so I sent in Mantine. We took huge damage off a Hyper Beam that I was praying wouldn't crit, then just finished it off with Surf. Man, that Kingdra really did some damage. Hey, that means we're finally on the road to the end of the game. Now, I have to pick my team a little bit more carefully for now, because I have to ditch one of them for an HM Pokemon to get me to the Elite Four. That means we're down one member of the team for the next rival fight. Because I'm sane, I deposited Gligar, because he's just completely awful in this game. I've been leveling him up with an experience share, but it's probably not worth it. I'll get him back on the team for the Elite Four, though. Who knows? Maybe he'll pull his weight. I think the next rival fight is going to go fine, but I really don't think we're ready for the Pokemon Champion yet. Really, it's all up to Ursaring to very quickly become a beast, because he's going to be vital in the Lance fight. Alright, well, the rival fight went the exact same way as last time, but with us losing very slightly more health on Growlithe. How's he over here asking why did I lose when he did the same thing as last time? This guy's trying to build a balanced team over here and still just loses to my random gimmick teams all day. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our team. Well, we do have some good Pokemon on the team, and there's a lot of potential here, but most of our team are a much lower level than all of the Elite Four. In fact, I don't think any of our Pokemon are as high level as their lowest level Pokemon, but maybe we'll be able to beat some of them anyway? If so, it could be worth grinding by fighting Will. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. This is a long fight, but I'm just going to show you what it looks like because most of it is us getting squashed. See, Ursaring is the only member of our team that can actually stand up to more than 2 hits from seemingly any of Will's Pokemon. Ursaring actually does pretty well as long as I can use Rest in time, but really can't win the entire fight on its own yet. That's fine though. I just went down south to grind. There's this great spot here with a healing hut that is a lot faster than going to the Poke Center anyway. I figure that just getting the whole team to level 40 is going to help a lot, but realistically, some of them are going to have to be higher than that before we beat Lance. His team are level 44 to 50, and he's got 3 pseudo-legendaries on his team. I figure that Ursaring will be using Ice Punch for the vast majority of that fight, but we also need to make sure that Mantine is ready to take on Charizard. I'd have to fight Aerodactyl too, but super effective Rock Slide from Aerodactyl might be too much for even Mantine to handle. Ursaring might be something like level 50 before he can take on, at minimum, 3 Dragonites and a Water Onix. Okay, time for Will again. The first Xatu goes down in a couple Ice Punches, but we nearly lose Ursaring to a couple hits of Psychic. Out to Growlithe for Jinx, and we lucked out with her using Double Slap twice so that we can just Flame Wheel her into oblivion. Slowbro had me worried, so I sent in Ursaring and went to sleep with Rest. Psychic was hitting us hard though, so I thought we were doomed, when suddenly Slowbro started spamming Curse for no reason instead of easily finishing us off. So we woke up and started hitting Thunder Punches until he went down. Slowbro absolutely threw that fight. That was crazy. Executor was a 2-shot with Ice Beam, but managed to put up a Reflect before going down. And last was Zatu, who we hit with Ice Punch, but it finished us off with Psychic. I tried sending an Ariados to finish it off, but we got outsped in 1 shot. I guess that was a dumb move. Mantine finished it off right after, just fine. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. First was Ariados, who was really easy with a couple hits of Flame Wheel, and next was Fortress, who was even easier thanks to being double weak to fire. Muck is always kind of terrifying, but this time we lucked out and it missed Toxic, so we took it out pretty fast with Mantine. Out to Ursaring to deal with his Crobat, and of course right away he used Double Team, and we missed an Ice Punch. We hit a second one, but it's clear that we'll need 3 to take it out. We get hit by Toxic, land another Ice Punch, and then he used a full Restore. Right after that, we got crit by Wing Attack, hit a strong Ice Punch, then went down. I sent in Gligar to finish it off with Slash, but we missed thanks to the Double Team, so we ended up losing half of our health before we finally took it out. Last is Venomoth, who I took out with a few Wing Attacks from Mantine just fine. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno, and this is a long fight. Right away I use Mantine against Hitmontop so that he can't use Dig against our Flying type. This lets us slowly take him down with Surf, because it was doing more than Wing Attack anyway. Next is Hitmonchan, so I had to switch to Primeape to just overpower it with Karate Chops. It worked, but a critical Mach Punch meant that we ended the exchange with only 3 health, so I sent in Ariados to take on Hitmonlee. He got us with Swagger right away while we were using Nightshade, but it was going to be a 3-hit anyway, so I just stuck with it and finished him off easily. Onix was of course a 1-shot with Mantine, and last was Machamp. We did okay damage with Mantine before getting buried in a rock slide. I sent in Ursaring next to use Strength, and we hit really hard just to get 1 shot in return by Cross Chop. I was hoping we could easily finish it with Growlithe when he used a Max Potion. So although we landed some hits, we still just got 1 shot by Rock Slide. I sent in Gligar to use Slash. It really didn't do much, but neither did his Cross Chop, so I stuck with it. Thanks to him critting us though, we weren't able to take him out until I sent in our 3 health Primeape to finish it off. Wow, that was a really close Bruno fight. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. First is Umbreon, and I was kind of hoping Primeape would hit a little harder than it is, but it's alright. The second one crit, and all Umbreon did was miss a Sand Attack, so nothing happened. Vileplume versus Growlithe went more or less the same way, with Vileplume just failing Affliction moves until we got the knockout. Gengar started with Curse, got bit, then used a Destiny Bond, so as we finished it off we lost our Growlithe. Mildly annoying, but it's not too horrible. Although that means that we need to send in our next Pokemon without knowing what she's sending in next. That's fine, Mantine was able to take out Murkrow just fine. Next was Houndoom, so I figured we'd just one-shot it, when it outsped us and crit Crunch to knock us out. Well, that's not good. Alright, that's fine. Houndoom is frail, so Karate Chop did amazing damage before we got one-shot by yet another crit in return. Out to Ursaring, and Houndoom max potioned back up, but this time the crit gods were in our favor, and we landed the one-shot on them. Finally, Pokemon Champion Lance. Right away, it's Water Onix, so I used Thunder Punch to just one-shot it. It's probably thanks to the crit, but I'll take it. Next is the first Dragonite, and things go downhill fast. We get paralyzed right away, so although we hit hard with Ice Punch, we might not last the whole fight. We took him down, but not before we lost most of our health to Hyper Beam. The second Dragonite uses Blizzard to take us down before we could rest, so I sent in members one by one to try and whittle it down. Ariados was able to do some okay damage and even poison him, but that didn't last long. Gligar did a tiny amount of damage, but of course he went down in one Blizzard, and when Growlithe came out to finish it off, it just got Hyper Beamed and went down in one hit. At least that left him open for Mantine to finally finish it off. Next was Aerodactyl though, who nearly one-shot Mantine. We hit a strong Surf, then we finished it off with Hyper Beam. I don't know why it didn't use any other moves to take us out, considering that left him recharging for Primeape to finish him off. Second from last is Charizard though, and we didn't last long against all his flying moves. That was our last Pokemon. Man, we got so far too. Well, you know what? That's fine, because we have the magic of rare candies. The big problem is just the Dragonites. I'm gonna bring Ursaring to level 48 to lead the fight, and the rest of the team is just going up to level 43, so lower than any of Lance's team. Let's see how that goes. Okay, after the levels. Water Onix still goes down thanks to Paralysis, and we got way luckier against the first Dragonite with Thunder Wave failing. We got hit by Hyper Beam to lose half of our health, but we still took him out. For the second Dragonite, things went even better, with the first Hyper Beam missing. The second one hit to nearly make us faint as we took him out. For Aerodactyl, I used Gligar, and weirdly enough, he was doing a great job. Our Iron Tail isn't incredible, but it did the job, and we even tanked a Hyper Beam to let us get the knockout. That was incredible. Out to Mantine for Charizard, and his Hyper Beam actually didn't do a ton to us. 2 Surfs and he was down. Last is his final Dragonite though. First, Ariados got outsped and one-shot by Fire Blast. Next, Growlithe got outsped and one-shot by Hyper Beam. This is bad. Out to Ursaring, who used the opening to land an Ice Punch and froze him just for him to use a full restore. Our next Ice Punch did great damage, but no freeze. We go down to Outrage. Out to Primeape with Karate Chop and is hardly doing anything at all. We land 2 hits but still go down. Our second from last Pokemon is Mantine, and we just need Dragonite to hit itself in confusion from Outrage, but it Hyper Beams us instead. All we have left is 1 red health Gligar when we sent him in, outsped Dragonite, and took him out with Slash. Oh my god, Gligar just won the run for us. With that victory, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Gen 2 has all of Kanto in the post-game, including 8 gym battles and a secret final boss fight with Red. 7 of those 8 gym battles are super easy since they're weaker than that of the Elite Four, so we're gonna skip ahead to the next real challenge, Blue. I made sure to pick up both leftovers on the way, and finally got Growlithe to level 50, so he learned Flamethrower. I'd love to evolve him, but it's incredibly hard to get Firestones in Pokemon Gold, so I think I'm gonna have to just settle with Growlithe for now. Let's get the team up to level 50 so that they're a bit lower than Blue's team, and then we can start making attempts. Right away, we have Pidgeot versus Ursaring. Our Ice Punch instantly crit though, so we did awesome damage. He Mirror Punched and Ice Punched back at us, but it hardly did anything. We took him out. Alakazam is much tougher as he dropped us to only 2 health with Psychic as we one-shot him with Strength. I get the feeling Ursaring is pretty much out of the fight. Out to Mantine to one-shot Rhydon, and next is Water Onix, so I sent Ursaring back in. I was hoping to be faster, but no dice, we went down. Okay, well, our next best answer is Mantine, so I sent it in, tank a Hyper Beam, and confuse him. Quickly, I realized we were doing next to nothing, though, and switched out to Growlithe as Water Onix hit itself in confusion. Next turn, it one-shot Growlithe. That's exactly what I wanted it to do, just so I could get a safe switch into something else. I used that to send in Ariados and hit Sludge Bomb. Water Onix made it rain and hit Hydro Pump. We nearly fainted. We hit Sludge Bomb to drop him to a Sliver, then he used a full restore. This is brutal. Another Sludge Bomb hurt, but we went down, out to Primeape, and although our Cross Chops are resisted, we crit for great damage. Hydro Pump almost made us faint, and he used another full restore. We just kept going for Cross Chop. We hit a few before we went down. Out to our second from last Pokemon, Gligar, so I sent him in and used Iron Tail, doing almost nothing. I switched to Slash as he uses Rain Dance, and we crit to nearly make him faint. That's when he does something stupid. He used Hyper Beam, when Hydro Pump would have made us faint. So we hung on and took him out with Slash. We're in horrible shape, though. Out to Mantine for Arcanine, and although Extreme Speed almost makes us faint, Surf is a one-shot on him. Last is Exeggutor, and all we have are 2 half-dead Pokemon, so I sent in Gligar to Sand Attack in desperation. He hit a Solar Beam to knock us out after 2 Sand Attacks, and we sent in Mantine to use Confuse Ray and Wing Attack. He really didn't do much damage, but the plan actually worked. He kept hitting himself, we kept hitting him, and our leftovers kept healing us. We took him out despite our team being a lower level than his. That's awesome. He has like a good balanced team, and I have a team with a Gligar on it. Alright, well, I'm shocked that we won that blue fight, but the red fight is way harder. His team starts at level 73, and our team is mostly level 50, so obviously we're just gonna rare candy our team up to level 73 to match their weakest Pokemon. I've gotta say though, I think we're actually gonna win this at a reasonable level. I love that in these exclusive runs we end up with totally lopsided and weird teams of otherwise decent Pokemon that I rarely use. Like, I never would have put a Gligar on my team in Pokemon Gold, but I've actually found some uses for it. If we're able to beat Red's well-balanced team of strong Pokemon with our band of misfits at about the same level as him, then I'll be super impressed. Here we are, Gligar versus Pikachu. Believe it or not, we totally stomped him. Like, I know we're ground type, but just using Slash was totally destroying Pikachu. It's funny how even at that high of a level, Gen 2 Pikachu is just really weak. For Blastoise, I sent in Ursaring to use Thunder Punch as he uses his Rain Dance. We did good damage, but we'd need a 3-shot, and Surf was messing us up badly. We got 2 hits in, but lost Ursaring and had to send in Mantine to overpower him with our own Surf. You know, what with the rain and all. It worked, although he did a bit of damage to us. Espeon is next, so I sent in Gligar to fight it. I always second guess if we're poison or not, but it didn't matter. We took so much damage that although we hit hard with a crit, we still went down fast. Growlithe is next, and I really wish Firestones weren't so hard to get in this game, because if we got to evolve, then we wouldn't have gotten outsped and failed to finish him off. Bite nearly took him out, but Growlithe faints. Out to Mantine, who finally finishes it, but not before getting hit hard with Psychic. Next up is Snorlax, and we don't have much time left, so I sent in Primeape to Karate Chop it. We crit to nearly take it out in one hit though, and all he used was Amnesia, so we took him out on the next hit. That was awesome! Second from last was his terrifying Charizard, so I sent in Mantine. He used Wing Attack right away, and that's great because it's not Sunny Day. Thanks to that, and a crit, we one-shot him with Surf. Last is Venusaur, but I'm not even worried. We have Ariados, and there's nothing Venusaur can do to us. He can heal a lot with Synthesis, but he can hardly scratch us with his Solar Beam. We took him out, no problem, beating Red at a lower level than his team. Okay, yet again, these version exclusive runs are awesome. I hate to do a bunch of really similar runs in a row, but I kind of want to do more of these sooner rather than later. Like, would a silver run be easier than the gold run? There's only one way to find out. I really hope you guys like that run. The next week's Pokemon Challenge should be up next Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Fire Red with only flying types. That actually seems like a super fun team run, and it gives us quite a few Pokemon to choose from. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro, I guess like the big new exciting thing I can talk about in the outro that might be relevant to you Pokemon people. I love RimWorld. It's this really, really great strategy RPG colony builder PC game. Really, really fun. And it's very, very mod friendly. You can already tell where this is going. I found a mod for RimWorld. I think it's called PokeWorld, where what it does is it takes the whole game of RimWorld and it makes it so that you can catch Pokemon in it. And instead of like regular fighting in that game is like, you know, melee weapons and guns and laser rifles and whatever. Instead, it uses the game's built-in like a wildlife taming mechanic where you could tame like bears and wild animals and stuff. It uses some of that mechanic in conjunction with like adding Pokeballs to the game and adding all Pokemon from generations 1 through 4. So that's like something like, I think just a hair under 900 Pokemon that are in this mod. They're all like fully drawn, full sprite art and everything from each angle. There's like Pokeball art in the game. I haven't played the mod yet. I looked at it a bit. I installed it to make sure it worked, and I loaded up like a fresh file of it so I could experiment with that sometime when I have a little more time. But that looks like it might be really, really fun. Probably not good for a challenge video, but it could be really fun to do like some streams of it, some Let's Play videos of it, maybe stream it and then put the VODs up on the channel, because I normally just put up all my VODs on the channel here. I just put it up in the playlist section, so you can watch it there early before it's like public. But man, that could be really fun. It looks like a very fun mod. I just need to mess around with it some more and see exactly how it works and everything. But those of you who don't know RimWorld, it's like one of the most highly rated games on the entirety of Steam. It's a pretty universally beloved game by people who have played it. So there's a pretty good chance if you don't know what RimWorld is, as soon as you watch me play it a little bit with this Pokemon mod, you'll probably think it's pretty cool. Then you don't even need to know any of the RimWorld mechanics or anything. Because I'm the one playing, so I can handle all of that. All you need to know is all the Pokemon stuff, which is really the fun, exciting part, considering, you know, that's the modification. That's the new thing. So I think that could be really fun. But I'm also planning on just streaming more RimWorld in general, non-Pokemon related RimWorld, regular RimWorld, just because it was one of the funnest games I've ever streamed in my life. It's one of my favorite games of all time in general, and I used to stream it a lot back in the day. That's how I originally got partnered on Twitch. That was before I was big on YouTube. Like, I was doing YouTube videos, obviously, but I only had like 50k subscribers, and there was only a few hundred people watching every single day. So, you know, pretty different than how things are now. That's how I got my Twitch partnership back in the day, though, was I just was streaming RimWorld every single day, and we kept that high viewership. And it was an accomplishment that I'm really, really proud of. I'm rambling. Yeah, I want to stream more RimWorld, and I think I might also stream this RimWorld Pokemon mod, because this Pokemon mod, it looks really cool. And man, any excuse to play more RimWorld is a good excuse. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.
Hey everyone, Mah-Dry-Bread here. Pokemon Emerald with only one spin was pretty quick. Let's follow that up with a brutal one. Today's the day that we figure out would I be able to beat Pokemon Gold with a team of only one Wooper. So Wooper is one of those Pokemon where I didn't realize just how weak it was until I took a look at his stats. He's a water and ground type with an overall base stats of only 210. That's 100 lower than first form starters like Bulbasaur. Our speed is especially bad, meaning that we'll need to be pretty over-leveled if we want to attack first. By level up, the only really good move we get is Earthquake, for sure the best one. By TM we have a decent amount of choices, although not the widest coverage in the world. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so all of this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not. I think that I can beat the Elite Four for near max level, and we can probably beat Blue at level 100, but there's no way we're beating Red. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Wooper. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So right off the bat, I use the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Totodile with Wooper so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Totodile so that our rival would have Chikorita, without a doubt the hardest starter for us to fight considering we're double weak to grass. I name him Wooper, because you guys told me to. Honestly, I couldn't think of anything, so I just asked Twitter. You guys gave me tons of replies in the first 10 minutes, so thanks for that. In the end, I had to go with Wooper with an H because I genuinely just started to laugh when I read it. Oh yeah, follow me on Twitter. Anyway, getting to the first part of town goes fine, but I ended up grinding a bit. Normally I'd get a few levels by doing Bellsprout Tower, but I'm not exactly dying to go to the tower almost exclusively filled with Pokemon that we're terrible against. Thankfully, we didn't have to grind too long because at level 12 we beat the Flying Gym on the first try. We almost went down thanks to a crit, but we have Slam and it's pretty strong this early, even if it's pretty inaccurate. Union Cave was easy considering we have water moves, and I'm glad that it is, because I kinda get the feeling that we're gonna have to grind here if we want any chance of beating the next rival fight. If I remember right, he should have a Bayleaf with Razor Leaf, and that should one-shot us right now. First though, the Bug Gym. I took a few tries, and they usually go pretty well, but we can't quite get past Scyther even if we don't miss. Alright, it looks like I really will have to go do that grind. A few levels later though, and we ended up critting a Slam. Thanks to that, we didn't have to just hope for Fury Cutter misses. We'll still need to grind more before we beat our rival, but this still feels like an accomplishment to me. At level 24, I gave it a first try and it wasn't even close. Like I expected, Razor Leaf hit pretty hard. What's even worse is that we're slower. We're gonna have to grind just to get fast enough to do some damage. During my attempts at level 28, it wasn't looking good due to all the Razor Leaf crits one-shotting us. A few tries in though, Bayleaf just used Poison Powder for some reason, and Slam was just hardly strong enough to get the 2-shot. After that, all we had was Zubat, so we finally won. Now, before we can go do the normal gym, I decided to grab the TM for return. I'm not sure we're actually going to need this very often since we naturally learn Earthquake and that'll be stronger, but I'm sure it'll be helpful for the flying types. Next up is the normal gym, and I wasn't actually too worried about it this time. Normally, Miltank is terrifying, but we actually resist rollout, so it isn't that bad at all. An easy first try victory. Plus, we learned Earthquake. It's going to be perfect for the Ghost Gym. Before that, though, I go ahead and clear out the dance hall to get the HM for Surf. This is going to be the strongest water move that we can learn. We have pretty terrible special attacks, so it's never going to be amazing, but it'll do. By the time of the Ghost Gym, we actually ended up being fast enough that we had no real issues. It's always nice when we don't have to grind for this one. Now, we might not need this right away, but I realized that now would be a good time to hit up the Goldenrod department store to buy TM33. It's for Ice Punch. I didn't actually realize we could learn this until I was rereading the TM move list, and We have no arms. So I don't know why we can learn this, but we'll need it for Lance, so I'm not complaining. Next up is the Fighting Gym. Now, I actually thought this would be really hard, seeing as they could pretty easily take us down quickly if they hit, but they missed every single attack, so it was fine. Normally I'd go after the Ice Gym next since it's typically much easier than the Steel one, but for once we have a really easy time. Earthquake is just the perfect move here. After breezing through the Rocket hideout like usual, I take a crack at the Ice Gym. Earthquake is just too much for them to handle though. Usually if the Steel Gym isn't much of an issue in gold runs, then this whole chunk of the game breezes by. Last before the Dragon Gym is the Rocket takeover of Radio Tower. None of the fights here are particularly bad, but there is a rival battle. Normally, the rival is super easy in these runs, but considering he's one of the only people we'll fight who has a decent grass-type Pokemon, he could be dangerous. So this rival fight ended up being awful. First, we get confused right away on every attempt because Golbat is faster than us and uses Confuse Ray. On one attempt, we actually took him down fast, but Meganium is next. He used Reflect, we crit with an Ice Punch to almost one-shot him, he crit with Razor Leaf to almost one-shot us, we finished him off, and naturally Sneasel's faster than us and easily finishes it with Feint Attack. Alright, I'm gonna need to level until we're at least a little bit stronger and faster. Only 2 levels later though, and we had a great run where Meganium only used Reflect. Thanks to never getting hit by a grass move, we had a really easy time taking out the rest of the team with Earthquake. Finally, at the Dragon Gym, we actually ended up being able to one-shot most of our team with Earthquake. Just hardly. Kingdra actually could have taken us out with Surf, but we ended up critting an Earthquake for a one-shot after they healed. Last before the Elite Four is the battle that normally isn't too bad, but because of our super weakness to grass types, might actually take a few tries. This rival fight is probably going to require either a crit, that Meganium chooses a different move, or for Razor Leaf to miss, although that's only a 5% chance. Many tries later, and we once again ended up beating Meganium thanks to him using Reflect instead of just attacking us. The rest of his team wasn't a serious problem, so we took him down just fine. Here's our stats before the Elite Four. We got here at level 60, and it was just way too low, so I decided to grind up to 65. We have good moves and a Quick Claw, but there's no way we could handle fighting people like Lance with this low of speed. Maybe we'll level up on our way through the Elite Four enough to win, though. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Psychic Trainer Will. As predicted, speed ended up being a serious issue here. Because we're slower than most of his team, we get picked apart by Psychic over and over until we go down. It's a 100 accuracy move, and we can't completely rely on Quick Claw to save us, so let's just get some grinding out of the way early. At our very first attempt at level 70, we ended up winning without taking any damage at all because we outsped the whole team and crit Slowbro. That was a nice change of pace. Second is Poison Trainer Koga. This one started off pretty easily with us crushing most of his team until Crobat. We missed a comedic amount of times considering he only used Double Team once, and we got hit by Toxic, but even that couldn't make us lose the fight. He can't get away with just using one Pokemon to win the fight, that's my gimmick. Third is Fighting Trainer Bruno. We did take quite a few hits in this fight, but for the most part it was still pretty easy. Machamp made my heart drop when he crit us with Cross Chop, but we hung on and won on the first try. Fourth is Dark Trainer Karen. It's funny, she's the only member of the Elite Four with a grass type that really could mess us up, and she just misses with Stun Spore. Because of that, she's super easy. Finally, the Pokemon Champion Lance. First was Water Onix. We did some decent damage with Return, but took a surprisingly small amount of damage off Hyper Beam, then finished him off. Next up were 3 Dragonites in a row, but because they're all double weak to ice, we one-shot all of them. Aerodactyl ended up hitting us for massive damage with a critical Hyper Beam, but we were still able to finish him off, and last was Charizard. He ended up hitting us with a Hyper Beam that took us down to only 3 health, as our Surf ended up one-shotting him, winning us the fight. With that win, we get into the Hall of Fame and win the run, but you know it's not over yet. Pokemon Gold has all of Kanto in it. Like always, 7 of the 8 gyms here are super easy since they're about on par with the Elite Four who we've already beaten, but there are 2 great trainers here, Blue and Red. First for Blue. Pidgeot did a bit of damage by mirror moving our Ice Punch, but overall wasn't that bad. Executor had me a bit worried, but he just went for Solar Beam, so we had time to take him down before he hit us. Alakazam could probably hit us pretty hard, but he used Reflect and Recover to hang on for a while. We didn't take any damage, but Reflect stayed up to help protect Water Onix.
Because of that, we hardly did any damage. It didn't matter much at first, but it wasn't long before he hit us with Hydro Pump and Hyper Beam, taking us down. I'm gonna need a couple levels more, mostly to help with speed, then give this some more tries. Once we get to level 84, we take a few more tries. This time we ended up tanking Psychic from Alakazam, so he never got a chance to Earthquake us. Because of that, we were able to deal with Water Onix much faster, keeping us from taking extra hits. Rhydon was an easy one-shot with Surf, and last was Arcanine, who we actually outsped and one-shot with Earthquake. I'm gonna guess that was our Quick Claw kicking in. Even with the level lead, we're crazy slow and Arcanine is crazy fast. Well, with that win, we actually only have the red fight left. I doubt that we're actually gonna beat it, but once again, I've actually finished my work pretty early this week, so I'm gonna have time to grind up to level 100 and keep trying. By the way, expect for this to happen more often now that I stopped doing daily videos. I finally have more time to focus on these challenges for you guys. I'm not gonna promise that I'm always gonna have time to get to level 100, but I'll try to more often. It's hard, you know? I did 10 years of daily videos on top of the last 2 years of these challenge videos. I was working 70+ hour weeks. I'm happy that things have slowed down. After grinding up to level 90, we start making attempts. It goes great at the start when we one-shot Pikachu. What doesn't go great is when Venusaur outspeeds us on the second round to one-shot us with Solar Beam. Ouch. I don't know if we have a speed tie or if Quick Claw gave me the first round. Either way, let's just top off our level with Rare Candy. Unfortunately, even after doing that, we're still slower and still get one-shot by Solar Beam. We also do just a hair under half his health and damage, so we can't two-shot him with Quick Claw. Once again, I grinded up for the last fight just to not stand a chance. I really gotta learn my lesson on this. I have to say, I really thought that one would have been overall harder. We had some decent moves, and it was nice to have the same type attack bonus on both ground and water, but I really thought our terrible stats would drag us down farther during the center of the game. I really hope you guys liked that run. For next Saturday's Pokemon Challenge, I'm going with a fun-looking one. Pokemon Red with 1 Jigglypuff. As always, I'm looking forward to your suggestions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. If you want to see me do more challenges like this, please let me know in the comments or on Twitter. I can always use more ideas from you guys on what I should do next. Also, check out the playlist in the description if you want to watch all the Pokemon challenges that I've already uploaded. If you want to see more Pokemon stuff from me, my friend What a Geek and I have done randomizer playthroughs of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Black and White, Red and Blue, and now we're doing Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire over on his channel, linked in the description. You can also watch myself, What a Geek and Goose, playing Pokemon here on my channel. We've already done Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon X, and now we're on my first time playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Also come to my Twitch TV streams and tell me that this video sent you. It's always cool to hear how you found the channel. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.